Chapter 21. Seeing that he was so close to hitting Jianchen, Ka Di Liang couldn't help but feel a little regretful. However, his hands weren't slow as he quickly kicked towards Jianchen. Very quickly, the 10 moves limit was over. During these 10 moves, Jianchen didn't fight back and easily dodged all of Ka Di Liang's attack. In the eyes of others, every time Jianchen dodged an attack from Ka Di Liang, it was a close call. This made many people below the stage sweat, including Changyang who, although Ka Di Liang's attacks were very fast, he couldn't even touch Jianchen's clothes during these 10 moves. This made Ka Di Liang very angry. Raising his hand to block Ka Di Liang's fist, Jianchen said indifferently, 10 moves have passed. Now it's time for me to fight back. As he said that, Jianchen kicked towards Ka Di Liang. The speed of this kick was so fast that it was too late to dodge. Just as Ka Di Liang was about to reach out to block, Jianchen's kick had already landed on Ka Di Liang's chest. Thump, thump, thump. The powerful force from the kick caused Ka Di Liang to stagger back a few steps before he could steady himself. When his body stabilized, Ka Di Liang looked at Jianchen with a shocked expression. Jianchen clearly only had 80% of Saint force, but the strength of this kick was beyond his imagination. He almost couldn't block it. During the last freshman competition, Ka Di Liang didn't fight with Jianchen at all, so he didn't know Jianchen's exact strength. Now that he had fought, he understood that Jianchen's strength was much stronger than he had imagined. And from the powerful force from that kick, he even suspected that Jianchen's strength was more than 80% of Saint force. Perhaps Jianchen wanted to end the battle quickly, so he didn't give Ka Di Liang any time to catch his breath. He quickly rushed forward and threw a punch towards Ka Di Liang's nose. Ka Di Liang's expression gradually became serious. His body awkwardly dodged Jianchen's punch, then he raised his fist and smashed it towards Jianchen's head. Jianchen revealed a cold smile. He reached out one hand to block Ka Di Liang's fist, while his other hand tightly held onto Ka Di Liang's arm. He then stood firmly with his feet in a horse stance. At the same time, he lowered his waist and suddenly exerted strength in his arms. He grabbed Ka Di Liang's arm and flung him far away. This was the wrestling technique that Jianchen learned from the Mongols in his previous life. Although he was only proficient in swordsmanship, he had walked a long path and naturally had a wide range of knowledge. With his almost photographic memory, he naturally learned a lot. Besides swordsmanship, Jianchen also knew a lot of miscellaneous things, but he only knew a little about them. Ka Di Liang's body was as light as a feather. He was easily flung out by Jianchen. He flew a distance of 4 to 5 meters in the air, and finally fell on the stage with a purring sound. Huff! Seeing that Jianchen's weak body could actually do such a thing, many of the students below the stage gasped. For a moment, everyone's gaze towards Jianchen changed. After the battle between the two, no one dared to look down on Jianchen anymore. Ka Di Yun and Ka Di Chuli's faces gradually became ugly. This situation was beyond their expectations. Changyang Shoten, you really do have some skills. Ka Di Yun gritted his teeth and said in a low voice. Ka Di Liang climbed up from the stage in an extremely sorry state. His face was gloomy, and his gaze towards Jianchen was filled with hatred. Ka Di Liang let out an angry roar. His 9th layer Saint force was completely concentrated in his palms, and then he quickly arrived in front of Jianchen. Both of his palms pressed forward at the same time, and fiercely struck towards Jianchen's chest. Jianchen sneered. The Saint force in his body quickly condensed in his palms, and then suddenly struck out, colliding with Ka Di Liang's palms. Pung! With a muffled sound, Jianchen and Ka Di Liang's palms fiercely collided. Both of their palms separated immediately upon contact, and the strong rebound force caused both of their bodies to fly backwards at the same time. Jianchen's body was constantly twisting, and his feet were constantly crossing each other. With his skillful technique, he quickly unloaded the rebound force. Looking at Ka Diliang, who was still constantly retreating, a sharp light flashed in Jianshan's eyes. Then his body quickly rushed forward, and then he jumped up high, and with all his strength, he kicked towards Ka Diliang, who was still constantly retreating. In a situation where he could not control his body, Ka Diliang did not have the strength to resist at all. He was directly kicked in the chest by Jianshan, and immediately his whole body was kicked out of the stage. Puff! Falling to the ground, Ka Diliang's face had become extremely pale, and then he spat out a mouthful of blood. It was obvious that he was not lightly injured. Second brother! Second brother! Ka Diliang and Ka Dichuli hurriedly ran to Ka Diliang's side. Looking at Ka Diliang's pale face and some blood at the corner of his mouth, both of their faces were filled with worry. Second brother, are you all right? Ka Diyun asked in a deep voice, and his face had already become very ugly. This time was different from the last time. In the last competition, Ka Diliang could be said to have lost to Jianshan due to a moment of carelessness, but this time was different. This time, Ka Diliang had lost to Jianshan in a fair fight. Didn't this mean that Ka Diyun, whose Saint Force had already reached the 9th layer, was not even comparable to a freshman with only 80% Saint Force? Second brother, how are you? Are you seriously injured? Ka Dichuli asked with concern, her voice filled with worry. Ka Diliang stood up with difficulty with the help of the two. Gently shaking his head, he said, Big brother, third sister, I'm fine. I've only suffered some light injuries. Ka Diliang's voice was somewhat weak. Seeing Ka Diliang's pale face, Ka Diyun's eyes were burning with anger. Raising his head, he sharply looked at Jianshan, who was standing on the stage, and said in a low voice, Third sister, you take care of second brother. I'm going to teach that arrogant brat a lesson. Saying so, Ka Diyun directly jumped onto the stage. Big brother, you can't. Big brother, don't. Ka Diyun and Ka Dichuli wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Seeing Ka Diyun already on the stage, Ka Diliang and Ka Dichuli both sighed at the same time. Regardless of whether Ka Diyun won or lost, from now on, their Ka Di family's prestige in Kargath Academy would be greatly reduced. Originally, it was a fair duel. Even if they lost, it wouldn't be a big deal. At most, they would lose some face. But now, with Ka Diyun's interference, the result changed. A senior student who had been in the academy for several years actually dared to bully a new student. If this matter spread out, the three siblings would inevitably be ridiculed by the academy. Jianshan's eyes indifferently looked at Ka Diyun, who jumped onto the stage. A faint sneer appeared on his face, and he said, Do you want to avenge your second brother? Ka Diyun fiercely stared at Jianshan. He coldly snorted and said in a deep voice, Changyang Shoten, your strength is indeed very strong. But since you injured my second brother, I will definitely not let you leave the stage unharmed. Hearing this, many of the spectators below the ring frowned, and the way they looked at Ka Diyun suddenly changed. Ka Diyun, what do you mean? Are you bullying my Changyang prefecture because there is no one left? As soon as Ka Diyun's voice fell, a slightly deep voice came from below the stage. Then, a figure jumped onto the stage. It was Jianshan's big brother, Changyang who fiercely stared at Ka Diyun and angrily said, Ka Diyun, if you want to fight, I will fight with you. Seeing that Changyang who was willing to stand up for him, Jianshan could not help but feel warmth in his heart. He softly said, Big brother, you can go down. I can deal with this matter. Changyang who shook his head and said, No, fourth brother, you should go down. Ka Diyun's strength has already reached the peak of the 10th layer of Saint Force. You are not his opponent. I will help you deal with him. Hearing this, Jianshan slightly hesitated. Then he slightly nodded and said, Big brother, be careful. With that, Jianshan directly left the stage. Ka Diyun looked at Changyang who with disdain and sneered, Changyang who, you asked for it. Don't blame me. Humph, it's still too early for you to say that. It's not certain who will win yet. Changyang who coldly said. Both he and Ka Diyun were at the peak of the 10th layer of Saint Force. If Ka Diyun had not condensed a saint weapon and become a saint, their strength would have been on par. Ka Diyun sneered. Looking at Changyang-hu, his eyes were filled with disdain. He slowly raised his right hand and a powerful golden energy fluctuation came from his right hand. It gradually condensed into a huge golden sword. The golden sword was extremely large. It was 5 feet long and as wide as a palm. From the long hilt, it seemed to be a two-handed sword. Seeing the huge sword in Ka Diyun's hand, Jianchen slightly frowned. In Changyang-hu, he had read many books about saint weapons. Naturally, he could tell that this sword was Ka Diyun's saint weapon. This was the first saint weapon Jianchen had seen since he came to this world. Although he already knew that a saint weapon was a weapon condensed from saint force, Jianchen still could not help but be surprised when he saw it with his own eyes. Although he could clearly feel that this saint weapon was completely condensed from energy, it looked like a real weapon. It did not have the slightest illusory feeling of energy. Jianchen was amazed. As soon as the huge golden sword appeared, cries of surprise rang out from below the stage. Saint weapon, he actually condensed a saint weapon, saint, he's already become a saint. Ka Diyun has actually succeeded in condensing a saint weapon. Changyang-hu is in trouble now, although there was only a single step between the peak of the 10th layer of saint force to saint. This step was very difficult to take. In Kargath Academy, most of the older students had reached the peak of the 10th layer of saint force, but without exception, they were all stuck at the step of condensing a saint weapon. If one did not possess extraordinary talent, it would be very difficult to condense a saint weapon. On the Tianyuan continent, there were many people who could only remain at the peak of the 10th layer of saint force for their entire life. They would never be able to break through to saint realm. From this, it could be seen just how difficult it was to successfully reach saint realm. Once one succeeded in becoming a saint, their strength would greatly increase. Not only would a saint weapon be their only weapon, but it would also be connected to their thoughts. Moreover, it would be able to unleash attacks far greater than their own strength. Seeing the huge golden sword in Ka Diyun's hand, Changyang-hu's face became extremely ugly. With a saint weapon, Ka Diyun's strength had undergone an earth-shattering change. He was definitely not someone who could only reach the peak of the 10th layer of saint force. Big Brother has actually succeeded in condensing a saint weapon. Below the stage, Ka Dichili looked at the saint weapon in Ka Diyun's hand in pleasant surprise. Her face was filled with excitement. Looking at the huge golden sword in Ka Diyun's hand with envy, Ka Diliang's face was also filled with joy. Ka Diliang and Ka Dichili had only just learned about Ka Diyun's breakthrough to saint realm. With the saint weapon in hand, Ka Diyun's confidence immediately swelled to an unprecedented level. His face was filled with pride. Seeing Changyang-hu's extremely ugly expression, he felt an indescribable sense of pleasure. Ha 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 ha, Changyang-hu, are you afraid now? Kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times, then call me grandfather, and I'll let you go today. Otherwise, you know what the consequences will be. Ka Diyun laughed wildly. His tone was extremely savage. Hearing this, Changyang-hu's face turned ashen. He roared furiously, "You're dreaming, Ka Diyun. Even if you've become a saint realm expert, I, Changyang-hu, am still not afraid of you." Ka Diyun looked at Changyang-hu arrogantly and said disdainfully, "Changyang-hu, what are you going to use to fight me?" Changyang-hu furiously glared at Ka Diyun as flames of fury burned in his eyes. "Changyang-hu, take this sword." At this moment, an iron sword was thrown from below the stage, directly flying towards Changyang-hu. Chapter 22. With a sword in hand, Changyang-hu could not help but feel more courageous. Although he knew that he was still no match for Ka Diyun, who had already become a saint, he could at least put up a fight. "Changyang-hu, do you really want to fight me with an ordinary iron sword? You're dreaming." Now I'll show you the strength of a saint." With that, Kadian quickly rushed towards Changyang-hu. The 2-meter-long sword in his hand seemed to be weightless in his hand. With an ear-piercing sound, it directly swept towards Changyang-hu at an extremely fast speed. Changyang-hu's face became very solemn. He quickly retreated, narrowly dodging the incoming sword. Kadian's 2-handed sword swept past Changyang-hu's clothes, causing a few pieces of cloth to slowly float in the air. After becoming a saint, Kadian's strength had undergone an earth-shaking change. It was far from what Changyang-hu, who was only at the peak of the 10th layer of saint force, could compare with. Just the first attack alone was already very dangerous for Changyang-hu. Ha! Kadian's movements did not stop at all after his first attack failed. He stepped forward, the powerful qi emitting from his body tightly oppressing Changyang-hu. Then, he once again brandished his golden sword towards Changyang-hu. Looking at the menacing huge sword, Changyang-hu did not choose to take it head-on. The iron sword in his hand, which was made of ordinary iron, could not take on the powerful saint weapon in Kadian's hand. The huge sword's attack speed was very fast. Changyang-hu did not have time to think. Feeling that the huge sword was quickly closing in on his head, Changyang-hu did not hesitate at all and directly dodged it. At this moment, he did not care about his image. Boom! Just as Changyang-hu moved away, Kadian's huge sword had already fiercely struck the place where Changyang-hu had been standing. The powerful energy contained in the saint weapon directly left a deep crack in the arena that was completely made of hard stone. Around the crack, fine cracks spread out like a spider's web, covering a radius of 1 meter. At this moment, Changyang-hu took advantage of the opportunity when Kadian did not have time to withdraw his saint weapon to swing his iron sword at Kadian with all his strength. Humph! Kadian snorted disdainfully. With a wave of his hands, the golden 2-handed sword, with a brilliant golden light, arrived at an extremely fast speed and fiercely collided with Changyang-hu's iron sword. Following the crisp sound of iron weapons colliding, Changyang-hu's iron sword was sent flying far away by Kadian's saint weapon. The powerful recoil from the sword's hilt caused Changyang-hu's hands to rupture, and traces of blood flowed out. Immediately afterwards, Kadian suddenly kicked out, directly hitting Changyang-hu's chest. The powerful force directly kicked Changyang-hu's stocky body into the air, and finally sent him flying out of the arena. While his body was still in the air, a mouthful of blood sprayed out from Changyang-hu's mouth, and his face had already turned pale. "Big brother!" Jianshan's face suddenly changed. Immediately after, he stamped his feet and directly jumped up from the ground. While in the air, Jianshan quickly flew towards Changyang-hu under the astonished and disbelieving gazes of the crowd. Just as Changyang-hu's body was about to fall to the ground, Jianshan finally caught him in time. Cough cough! Landing on the ground, Changyang-hu violently coughed twice, and droplets of blood shot out from his mouth. The strength of a saint was much greater than that of someone who had not yet become a saint. Even though he was at the peak of the 10th layer of saint force, this was still the case. Just this kick alone had caused Changyang-hu to suffer heavy internal injuries. "Big brother, are your injuries serious?" Jianshan forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart as he looked at Changyang-hu with concern. Changyang-hu shook his head. His eyes were filled with anger as he stared at the complacent Kadian in the arena. "I'm fine. I never thought that Kadian would actually successfully condense a saint weapon and become a saint. Big brother is no longer his opponent now." Changyang-hu's voice was low, containing a strong sense of anger. "I'm sorry, big brother. I've implicated you." Looking at the pale Changyang-hu due to his injuries, Jianshan felt some guilt in his heart. Hearing this, Changyang-hu frowned. He suddenly turned his head and looked at Jianshan with some anger. "Fourth brother, what are you saying? Do you still treat me as your big brother?" At this point, Changyang-hu's expression darkened. He sighed helplessly. "It's a pity that your big brother is useless." he still hasn't broken through to become a saint. Otherwise, Kadiyun definitely wouldn't be my opponent. Changyang, whose words warmed Jianshan's heart. He raised his head slightly to look at Kadiyun in the arena. A cold light flashed through Jianshan's eyes, and a trace of disdain appeared in his eyes. He then said flatly, "Big brother, rest here for a while. I'll go take revenge for you." With that, Jianshan walked towards the arena. Hearing Jianshan's words, Changyang, whose expression changed slightly. He immediately pulled Jianshan back. "No, fourth brother. You're no match for Kadiyun. Don't go." Jianshan smiled faintly. "Big brother, trust me." Jianshan's expression was filled with strong confidence. He then broke free from Changyang, whose grip, and jumped onto the arena. Heavens, what is he doing? It looks like he's going to challenge Kadiyun. Heavens, is he crazy? He's only at the 8th layer of Saint Force, yet he dares to challenge Kadiyun, who's already a saint. Isn't he just asking for trouble? As soon as Jianshan stepped onto the arena, cries of surprise rang out from below. No one thought that Jianshan, who only had 80% of Saint Force, would be a match for Kadiyun, who had condensed a saint weapon and become a saint. How can he be so reckless? Kadiyun is a saint. He's much stronger than someone at the 10th layer of Saint Force. How can he be a match for Kadiyun? Below the arena, the girl who sat across from Jianshan in the library stared at Jianshan in disbelief. There was a faint trace of worry on her face. Kadiyun was stunned when he saw Jianshan jump onto the arena. However, he quickly recovered and sneered. "What, Changyang Shoten, do you still want to fight me?" Kadiyun did not take Jianshan seriously at all. After all, he was already a saint. Jianshan's eyes were filled with disdain. He said indifferently, "Can't I?" Kadiyun was stunned when he heard that. Then, a sinister smile appeared on his face. "Yes, of course you can." Right now, Kadiyun was already thinking about how he would humiliate Jianshan. After all, during the freshman competition, Jianshan had thrown Ka Dakialai, a delicate beauty, off the stage without a care for her image. This had caused Kadiyun and Ka Diliang to hold a grudge against Jianshan because they both loved this little sister of theirs dearly. Jianshan walked to the arena unhurriedly to pick up the two-handed greatsword that Changyang who had dropped. Feeling the weight of the greatsword in his hand, Jianshan could not help but frown slightly. Although the greatsword weighed less than 100 jin, it was not far off. If it were not for the fact that Jianshan's Saint Force had reached the 8th layer, it would have been very difficult for him to pick up the greatsword. In his previous life, Jianshan's weapon of choice was a slender sword that was 2 fingers wide. He was famous for his fast swordsmanship and his attainments in the way of the sword. Now that he had switched to a two-handed greatsword, Jianshan could not help but feel that his hands and feet were tied. The greatsword was very heavy. Jianshan could not use it at all. After all, just wielding the greatsword required a lot of effort. Unfortunately, there were no other weapons here other than the greatsword. After a slight hesitation, Jianshan gave up on the idea of using the greatsword. He planned to fight Kadiyun empty-handed. This way, he would at least have a great advantage in terms of speed and dexterity. Arriving at the center of the arena, Jianshan calmly looked at Kadiyun. He rubbed his fists and said, "You make your move. I will fight you empty-handed." Kadiyun's expression slightly changed. In his opinion, Jianshan was clearly looking down on him. A person whose Saint Force was still at the 8th layer actually said that he would fight empty-handed against a saint who had already condensed a saint weapon. This was a ruthless insult to that saint. Kadiyun's eyes gradually became cold. He coldly snorted and said, "Changyang Shoten, you are too arrogant." Finished speaking, the golden greatsword in Kadiyun's hand slowly disappeared. He sneered and said, "So that others won't say that I am bullying you. Come, I will fight you empty-handed." Hearing this, a strange smile suddenly appeared on Jianshan's face. He did not waste any more words. He quickly rushed forward. When he arrived in front of Kadiyun, he directly punched out with all his strength. The sound of air breaking could be heard as the punch flew towards Kadiyun's head. Kadiyun's face was full of disdain. He also punched out, colliding with Jianshan's fist. On the fist there was a faint golden light flowing. This was a phenomenon that would only appear when one reached the Saint Realm. Just as the two fists were about to collide, Jianshan's fist suddenly opened into a palm. When it came into contact with Kadiyun's fist, Jianshan's fierce palm suddenly became soft like a sponge. Then his whole arm slowly moved in the path of Taiji's fist. It led Kadiyun's fist to the left and circled in the air. In the blink of an eye, the powerful force of Kadiyun's fist was unloaded. Then he stretched out his other hand like lightning. His palm turned into a knife, and fiercely hit the middle joint of Kadiyun's arm. Kacha! A light sound of bones crisscrossing was heard. Jianshan's hand knife directly dislocated Kadiyun's joint. At the same time, Kadiyun let out a painful groan. The severe pain from his arm made his face turn pale. After dislocating the joint of Kadiyun's arm, Jianshan didn't stop at all. His palms tightly clasped Kadiyun's arm, and then he twisted it with force. Ah! Suddenly, Kadiyun could no longer maintain his previous demeanor. He let out a painful scream like a pig being slaughtered. The severe pain from his arm made him feel as if his entire arm was broken. He had never experienced such a heart-wrenching pain since he was a child. In a short time, Kadiyun's face turned pale, and his forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat. Hearing Kadiyun's miserable scream, the originally lively discussion under the ring suddenly became silent. Everyone looked at Jianshan in surprise. Their eyes were full of disbelief. This situation was obviously the opposite of what they had expected. Chapter 23. While feeling the pain, Kadiyun raised his other hand and smashed it towards Jianshan's arms. At the same time, Kadiyun's right leg quickly kicked towards Jianshan's crotch. Even though his arms were restricted, Kadiyun was still able to make a good decision to counterattack. From this, it was not hard to see that Kadiyun had some experience in fighting. Facing Kadiyun's double attack, Jianshan was unable to take it head-on. He helplessly let go of Kadiyun's right arm and at the same time, he used profound footwork and circled around Kadiyun's front like a ghost. He arrived behind Kadiyun and condensed all of his saint force into his palms as he struck towards Kadiyun's back with lightning speed. Sensing the strong wind coming from behind him, Kadiyun did not hesitate and quickly dodged to the side. However, to Kadiyun's surprise, no matter how he dodged, the strong wind behind him continued to follow him. Bang! In a situation where Kadiyun was unable to dodge at all, Jianshan's palms landed on Kadiyun's back. With a muffled sound, Kadiyun's body was strongly impacted and he uncontrollably took 2 steps forward. However, he was still a saint who was stronger than Jianshan after all, so he quickly stabilized himself. At this moment, his face had become even paler. Jianshan's 2 palms had landed on the same spot on his body. The combination of the attacks had almost reached the peak of the 10th layer of Saint Force. Even though he was much stronger than Jianshan, he still suffered some light injuries. At this moment, he could only feel the blood and qi in his body churning as great pain came from his organs. Just as Kadiyun stabilized himself, Jianshan had already arrived behind him and struck towards Kadiyun with his right palm again. Jianshan's palm seemed light, as if there was no strength behind it at all. However, to those who had witnessed Jianshan's strength, no one believed that Jianshan's palm was as simple as it seemed on the surface. Kadiyun suddenly turned around. At this moment, his eyes were filled with extreme anger. He had suffered such a great loss at the hands of an opponent who was much weaker than him. To him, this was no longer a simple humiliation. Ha! Kadiyun suddenly let out an angry roar. His eyes flashed with madness as a faint golden light constantly flashed on his fist. Powerful saint force continued to condense on his fist, and he struck towards Jianshan's chest. Kadiyun did not prepare to dodge Jianshan's palm's seemingly light palm. He planned to take a hit on Jianshan's attack with his own body. Ka Diyun had no intention of dodging Jianshan's palm. Everything happened in a split second. Their attacks struck each other at the same time. Jianshan's seemingly light palm strike seemed to have no power at all, silently landing on Ka Diyun's chest. When Ka Diyun's fist landed on Jianshan's body, a muffled sound rang out. The powerful Saint Force had punched a fist-sized hole in Jianshan's chest, revealing his skin that was so white that even women would be jealous of it. In the blink of an eye, the area that had been hit had become a mass of bruises. Bang! Bang! After receiving Ka Diyun's full-strength punch, Jianshan's complexion changed slightly. His originally rosy complexion paled a bit, and the powerful impact of the punch caused him to uncontrollably retreat. He didn't stop until he reached the edge of the ring. At this moment, Jianshan's condition looked like nothing had happened except that his complexion was a bit paler than before. Ka Diyun's full-strength punch with the strength of a saint didn't cause much damage to Jianshan. Although Jianshan's strength was only at the 8th layer of Saint Force, he had been using the methods recorded in the Azulite Sword Codex to refine his body. His body, meridians, and internal organs were all extremely sturdy. Therefore, although Jianshan looked thin and weak on the surface, his body's defense and ability to resist attacks were jaw-dropping. Although Ka Diyun was a saint and was much stronger than Jianshan, if he didn't use a weapon, it would be very difficult for him to heavily injure Jianshan with just his fists and legs. At most, he would only be able to lightly injure Jianshan. On the other hand, although Ka Diyun was still standing in his original position, his complexion had become extremely ugly. His facial muscles trembled slightly as if he was in great pain. Earlier, when Jianshan's seemingly light palm landed on his chest, a strange force had been transmitted into his body through Jianshan's palm. As soon as this force entered his body, it suddenly became extremely violent, wildly destroying Ka Diyun's internal organs. Ka Diyun's complexion was extremely gloomy. He circulated the Saint Force in his body with all his might to purge the chaotic force. With the support of his powerful Saint Force, he very quickly purged the force that Jianshan had sent into his body. Even so, Ka Diyun's internal organs had been injured by this force. Although the injury wasn't serious, it would still affect his performance in the upcoming battle. Ka Diyun's shock was unparalleled as he coldly stared at the calm Jianshan standing in front of him. He had never thought that with his strength as a saint, he would be reduced to such a sorry state by someone with only the 8th layer of Saint Force. Even though he didn't use a saint weapon, it was still extremely easy for him to defeat someone with the 10th layer of Saint Force, let alone Jianshan, who only had the 8th layer of Saint Force. At this moment, after knowing that Jianshan wasn't easy to deal with, Ka Diyun couldn't help but feel like he was riding a tiger and couldn't get off. After the previous few exchanges, he understood that if he didn't use a saint weapon, it would be very difficult for him to defeat Jianshan. He might even be defeated by his opponent. But even if he used a saint weapon to defeat Jianshan, it definitely wouldn't be a glorious thing. Moreover, he had clearly said that he wouldn't use a saint weapon. If he went back on his word now, even if he won in the end, his reputation would be ruined. After all, there were many spectators below the stage, and there was no lack of older students among them. Moreover, he, Ka Diyun, the eldest son of the Jessan Empire's Ka Diyun, couldn't afford to lose face like this. It was a long story, but Ka Diyun's thoughts were all in a single thought. At this moment, Jianshan once again charged towards Ka Diyun. Both of his hands formed into palms, and he continuously attacked Ka Diyun. The speed of his palms was extremely fast, and although his palms looked incomparably chaotic, they maintained a mysterious trajectory from beginning to end. Those lightning-fast palms actually created a series of afterimages in Ka Diyun's line of sight. Ka Diyun struggled to block Jianshan's attacks. His right hand was dislocated, and he didn't have the time to fix it. At this moment, he could only use his left hand and his 2 legs to block Jianshan's attack. Even so, with his saint force that was definitely stronger than Jianshan's, Kadiyun fell into an invincible position for a while. At this moment, Kadiyun had already begun to take Jianshan seriously. He no longer had the slightest bit of a petty heart. In his heart, he had already regarded Jianshan as an opponent on the same level as himself. The two people quickly fought on the stage, and the battle gradually came to a stalemate. Jianshan used his full strength in each of his attacks, not daring to hold back in the slightest. After all, Kadiyun's strength was definitely stronger than his. Only by doing this could he temporarily maintain a stalemate with Kadiyun. Jianshan's attacks became faster and faster. His palms gradually connected in front of Kadiyun's eyes, and it became more and more difficult for Kadiyun to block. Gradually, Kadiyun saw that the sky was filled with Jianshan's palms. It was difficult to distinguish the real from the fake with his eyes. He could only rely on his ears to catch the subtle sound of each palm breaking through the air. Finally, in a moment of carelessness, Jianshan's palm fiercely hit Kadiyun's left shoulder. Kadiyun's following movements couldn't help but slow down after being attacked. At this time, Jianshan's next attack poured down like a torrential storm on Kadiyun's body. Pung! 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 The muffled sounds of Jianshan's palms hitting Kadiyun's body almost merged into one. Receiving such a fierce attack, even with Kadiyun's strength as a saint, he couldn't withstand it. His feet kept retreating, and a trace of blood flowed down from the corner of his mouth. Seeing that Kadiyun had already retreated to the edge of the stage, Jianshan's eyes flashed with a sharp light. He then shouted in a low voice, and once again hit Kadiyun's chest with all his strength. The strength of this palm was clearly much stronger than before, and Kadiyun directly fell out of the stage. Jianshan was slightly panting on the stage. Continuously using his full strength had consumed a lot of his saint force. At this moment, there wasn't much saint force left in his body. If Kadiyun didn't lose, then Jianshan wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. The area below the stage was silent. Everyone stared blankly at Jianshan, who stood proudly on the stage. At this moment, everyone's eyes were filled with disbelief, and their faces were filled with shock. This result had already exceeded everyone's expectations. No one had thought that Jianshan, who was only at the 8th layer of saint force, would be able to defeat a saint. More importantly, he had defeated the saint while he was completely unharmed. Even though the saint hadn't used a saint weapon, the result still shocked everyone present. At this moment, the entire stage had fallen into a strange silence. It was so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard clearly. Even though there were over 200 people surrounding the stage, no one made a single sound. "Big brother!" A moment later, the silence was finally broken by a voice. The siblings, Ka Diliong and Ka Dekialai, quickly ran towards where Kadiyun had fallen. Following this voice, the rest of the crowd abruptly woke up as well. Immediately, the originally quiet stage exploded into an uproar as noisy and excited discussions filled the air. Heavens, I'm not dreaming. A person at the 8th layer of saint force can actually defeat a saint. This is unprecedented in our academy. That Changyang Shoten really is a new student who only has 80% saint force. Even someone at the peak of the 10th layer might not necessarily be able to defeat a saint without a saint weapon. That Changyang Shoten's strength definitely isn't at the 8th layer of saint force. Perhaps he's already a saint who has condensed a saint weapon. Otherwise, how could he have defeated Senior Kadiyun, who's already a saint? Could it be that Changyang Shoten used some kind of despicable method to defeat Kadiyun? Jianshan ignored the discussions of the crowd. After jumping off the stage, he directly arrived in front of his big brother, Changyang Hu. Looking at Changyang Hu, who was staring at him in shock, Jianshan smiled and said, "Big brother, I didn't disappoint you, did I? I won." Changyang Hu had an excited expression on his face. He tightly grabbed Jianshan's shoulders with both hands and emotionally said, "Fourth brother, you're really too amazing. You actually defeated Kadiyun, who's already a saint. Your big brother really admires you." With that, Changyang Hu directly gave Jianchen a bear hug. Chapter 24. Hearing this, Changyang Hu subconsciously looked around, then nodded and said, "Okay, fourth brother, let's go to your dorm first. You must tell me how you defeated Kadiyun, and then I'll invite a few friends to celebrate tonight." Jianchen had a faint smile on his face as he said, "Big brother, I can teach you how to defeat Kadiyun, but as for the celebration, I think we should forget about it." "Okay, we'll do as you say. Let's go, fourth brother, let's go back to the dorm first. It's too noisy here." Saying this, Changyang Hu pulled Jianchen and quickly walked towards the dorm. Changyang Shoten. Just as Jianchen had taken a few steps, a delicate and soft voice suddenly sounded from behind him. Hearing this somewhat familiar voice, Jianchen was slightly surprised. He immediately turned his head to look behind him and saw that the person who spoke was actually the very beautiful girl he had met in the library before. "What's the matter?" Jianchen's gaze calmly observed the girl's devastatingly beautiful appearance as he asked doubtfully. The girl's face revealed a faint smile, as if she was very happy. She waved a very delicately crafted purse in her hand and said with joy, "Changyang Shoten, you've won 100 purple coins for me. Thank you very much." The girl's voice was very gentle, but also very pleasant to listen to, like the cry of a lark, pleasing to the ear. Hearing this, Changyang Hu seemed to remember something. He fiercely slapped his forehead and said, "Aya, if you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten. I still had 100 purple coins bet. That's all of my property, and I still haven't gotten it back. Fourth brother, wait a moment, big brother will go get the money." Before he finished speaking, Changyang Hu ran off like the wind. Seeing Changyang Hu's hurried appearance, Jianchen couldn't help but reveal a trace of amusement on his face. At this time, the girl slowly walked in front of Jianchen. Her pair of beautiful eyes were filled with curiosity as she stared at Jianchen's handsome face. She smiled and said, "Hello. Changyang Shoten, I'm Yu. I don't know if I can ask you a question." Jianchen smiled and said, "Classmate Yu, if you have any questions, just ask, but I can't guarantee that I'll be able to answer them." "That's fine." Yu smiled faintly and continued, "Changyang Xiang Tian, may I ask if you're really only at the 8th level of Saint Force?" Hearing this, Jianchen hesitated slightly before nodding. "Yes, my strength is currently around the 8th layer, but I feel that I'm not far from the 9th layer." Hearing this, Yu's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. She said in surprise, "Changyang Shoten, is your strength really not at the Saint Realm?" Yu's tone was somewhat doubtful. She clearly didn't quite believe Changyang Shoten's words. Hearing Yu's doubtful words, Jianchen frowned slightly and said with a bit of displeasure, "Classmate Yu, I seem to have already answered you." Although she was a devastatingly beautiful woman, in Jianchen's eyes, she was no different from an ordinary woman. Hearing this, Sima Yu immediately reacted and smiled apologetically, saying, "I'm sorry, classmate Changyang Xiang Tian. I was just too surprised. I hope you don't take offense." As soon as Yu finished speaking, Changyang Hu ran out of the crowd with a bag of money in his hand with an excited expression. When he arrived in front of Jianchen, Changyang Hu waved the bulging bag in his hand and said proudly, "Fourth brother, your big brother is wise, right? In such a short time, I've won 100 purple coins." 100 purple coins was not a small amount for ordinary people, but for those commoners who lived a simple life all day, 100 purple coins was enough for their family of 3 to live a carefree life for the rest of their lives. Looking at the bulging bag of money in Changyang Hu's hand, Jianchen's face also showed a trace of joy. Then he said to Yu, "Classmate Yu, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first." Yu smiled and said, "Well, I won't disturb you. It just so happens that I haven't finished reading my book, so I have to go back to the library. Changyang Shoten, goodbye." Then Jianchen took his big brother Changyang Hu back to his dormitory. As soon as the door closed, Changyang Hu couldn't wait to say, "Fourth brother, Now you should tell me how you defeated Kadiun and how strong you are. Don't tell me you've become a saint like they said." Towards the end, Changyang who couldn't help showing a shocked expression. Jianchen gently shook his head and said, "No, big brother, my current strength should not be far from the 9th level of Saint Force. As for Saint, I estimate that I'm still some time away." Hearing this, Changyang whose face showed a trace of doubt and said, "Fourth brother, since your strength hasn't reached Saint, how did you defeat Kadiun?" Jianchen smiled mysteriously and said, "Hee, how did I defeat Kadiun? Big brother, didn't you see it clearly from below the arena?" Hearing this, Changyang whose face couldn't help but turn red and he stammered, That, fourth brother, actually, big brother didn't see it clearly from below the arena. Can you tell me?" Although Changyang who had seen the battle between Jianchen and Kadiun from beginning to end, there were many things that he couldn't see through with his eyesight. For example, Jianchen's seemingly light palm strike had transformed his Saint Force into a strange force and sent it into Kadiun's body. This was something that they couldn't see through. Jianchen walked to the bed and sat down cross-legged. He calmly looked at Changyang who and said, "Big brother, the reason why I was able to defeat Kadiun, who has already become a saint, with just 80% of my Saint Force, was completely because I relied on technique." Technique? Hearing this, Changyang who had a doubtful look in his eyes. He wasn't unfamiliar with techniques because in the academy, the teachers would talk about technique. This was because if two opponents of the same strength were to fight, then they would rely on powerful techniques and techniques to win. However, techniques were not so easy to learn. Even if one learned them, without experiencing many battles, it was impossible to perfectly integrate the techniques into one's moves and use them reasonably. What made Changyang who very puzzled was that his fourth brother, who was younger than him and had only been in the academy for a few days, actually knew a very difficult technique. He couldn't help but feel surprised. "Fourth brother, where did you learn these techniques?" Changyang whose face was full of curiosity. Jianchen shook his head and said, "Big brother, I can't tell you this." Hearing this, Changyang who had a regretful look on his face. However, Jianchen's next words made Changyang who indescribably excited. "Big brother, if you want to learn fighting techniques, I can teach you." "Really? That's great. Fourth brother, when are you going to teach me techniques? Can you do it now?" Hearing this, Changyang who was a little impatient. It seemed that he really wanted to learn it immediately and then rely on his 10th layer Saint Force strength to challenge those saints in the academy who had already condensed a saint weapon. Jianchen smiled and said, "Big brother, how about I teach you tomorrow? I'll wait for you in the small forest on the east side of the academy tomorrow morning." "Okay, fourth brother, it's a promise. We'll meet in the small forest on the east side of the academy tomorrow morning." Changyang who happily agreed. Although the teachers in the academy could teach him some fighting techniques, Changyang who was extremely clear that the fighting techniques taught by those teachers were not as rich as those taught by the elders in his clan. They were simply unable to be used to defeat opponents stronger than him. Afterwards, Jianchen and Changyang who chatted for a while before Changyang who left. As for Jianchen, he had used up too much Saint Force in his battle with Kadiun and had also suffered some light injuries. As a result, he had remained in the dormitory and relied on absorbing the energy from the Class 3 monster core to recover. Unbeknownst to them, the academy was already in an uproar. The news of Jianchen defeating Kadiun, who had already become a saint, with only the 8th layer of Saint Force, had spread through the entire academy in an extremely short amount of time. This matter shocked all the teachers and students of Kargath Academy. When they heard the news, they all felt that it was unbelievable. This was definitely an unprecedented piece of news in Kargath Academy because even if a saint didn't use a saint weapon, he could still easily defeat two people at the peak of the 10th layer of Saint Force, let alone a new student with only the 8th layer of Saint Force. News of Jianchen defeating a saint without a saint weapon with just the strength of the 8th layer of saint force quickly reached the headmaster's ears. At the top of the tall tower in the center of Kargath Academy, the dean stood in front of the window with a contemplative expression. He frowned and pondered for a moment before asking, "Baian, is what you said true? Did Changyang Xiang really defeat Kadiun, who had already become a saint, with just the strength of the 8th layer?" The principal's voice clearly contained some disbelief as a shrewd light flickered in his deep eyes. Vice Dean Baian was standing behind the dean, respectfully dressed in a white robe. Hearing the dean's words, Baian immediately replied, "Sir Dean, I've only heard about this matter from the students. As for the specifics, I'm not too sure. However, this matter has already spread like wildfire in the academy. Almost all the teachers and students know that Changyang Shoten, with his 8th layer saint force, has defeated Kadiun, who has already become a saint. However, the rumor is that Kadiun did not use a saint weapon and instead fought with Changyang Shoten barehanded." The principal stroked his long beard and lowered his head to ponder for a moment before saying, "Since the rumor is so fierce, it seems like it's most likely true. Hee, it seems like the kid that old man Chang brought this time isn't simple at all. With just the strength of the 8th level of saint force, he was able to defeat a saint. Unbelievable, truly unbelievable. Even if that saint didn't use a saint weapon and had just advanced, his strength was definitely much stronger than someone at the 10th level of saint force. I'm afraid that this is the first time since the establishment of our Kargath Academy that someone has defeated someone at a higher level than themselves. Principal, what do you think we should do about this matter? I estimate that the news of Changyang Shoten defeating a saint with his 8th layer saint force will soon spread to the ears of the older students who have been cultivating. At that time, Changyang Shoten will be in a lot of trouble," Baian asked in a very respectful tone. From the way he looked at the dean, there was a hint of respect and admiration. Chapter 25. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed since the battle between Jianchen and Kadiun. Almost everyone in Kargath Academy knew the name of Changyang Shoten. In these 3 days, other than going to the small forest on the east side of the academy to teach Changyang who some fighting skills, Jianchen spent the rest of his time cultivating. Now that he had a Class 3 monster core in hand, Jianchen's cultivation speed was several times faster than before. He wanted to use this time to reach the 10th layer of Saint Force as soon as possible and then break through to the Saint Realm. After all, Jianchen was very curious about the Saint weapon condensed in the body of a saint. According to the introduction in the book, Saint weapons were condensed from the Saint Force in the body. Once a Saint weapon was condensed, the Saint weapon would replace the Saint Force. From then on, the Saint weapon would be a person's source of energy. When the Saint weapon was in the body, it could act as the Saint Force to be used freely. And when the Saint weapon was summoned, it would become the most powerful weapon. By relying on the Saint weapon would be able to display a powerful attack that exceeded one's own strength. The Saint weapon was the source of everyone's energy. Once the Saint weapon was destroyed, not only would the person lose all their cultivation, they would also be seriously injured. In serious cases, they might even die on the spot. However, the Saint weapon was very hard. Unless the difference in strength between the two was too great, the Saint weapon would not be easily destroyed. Early in the morning, Jianchen, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed, slowly opened his eyes and ended a night of cultivation. After 3 days of cultivation, the Saint force in Jianchen's body had increased a lot. According to his estimation, his strength should have reached the 9th layer of Saint force. After all, before becoming a saint, the strength of Saint force had to be determined through tests. Getting off the bed, Jianchen directly left the dormitory. The sky was still gray and it was not completely bright. At this time, most of the students were still cultivating or sleeping, so the large field was very quiet. Not a single person could be seen. Only in some remote corners could one occasionally find a few students who had woken up early to practice. Passing through the field, Jianchen directly walked towards the small forest on the east side of the academy. In the past few days, Jianchen would spend some time every morning to teach his older brother about fighting. After all, Jianchen was a veteran who had roamed the world for many years in his previous life. He had encountered countless challenges, and his rich battle experience was far from what the teachers in Kargath Academy could compare with. If one really wanted to calculate, Jianchen already had the qualifications to teach the teachers in Kargath Academy. When Jianchen arrived at the small forest, he found that his older brother, Changyang-hu, had been waiting there for a long time. At this moment, he was sitting on a tree stump and his eyes were a little listless as he looked around the forest. When Changyang-hu saw Jianchen, he immediately became spirited and stood up from the tree stump. He happily said, "Fourth brother, you're finally here." Jianchen faintly smiled and said, "Big brother, how come you're here so early?" "Heh, I'm used to it. Fourth brother, let's start now. Yesterday morning you talked about how to use energy. I thought about it for an entire day and still couldn't figure it out. Can you explain it to your older brother again in detail?" Changyang-hu said a little embarrassedly. "Of course." Jianchen had a faint smile on his face and said, "Big brother, yesterday morning I told you about how to use energy. Today I'll personally demonstrate it to you." Saying this, Jianchen picked up a small branch by his feet and held it in his hand. "Big brother, watch carefully." Saying this, Jianchen held the branch and casually waved it at a small tree that was as thick as a wrist. When the branch approached the small tree, it silently passed through the small tree without meeting any resistance, as if the small tree in front of him was originally illusory. Looking at this strange scene, just as Changyang, who was greatly puzzled, with a rustling sound, he saw that the small tree that was as thick as a bull's mouth began to be cut at the waist from where Jianchen's branch passed through, and the upper part directly fell down. Changyang, who widened his eyes, then quickly came to the front of the small tree that fell down. He saw that the small tree's cut was very smooth, as if it was directly cut by a very sharp weapon. He really couldn't imagine that this smooth cut was actually caused by a small branch that could be easily broken. Immediately, Changyang, whose gaze turned to the small branch in Jianchen's hand and quickly snatched it. He held it in his hand and looked at it carefully, but no matter how he looked at it, this small branch was just a very ordinary branch. When he waved it gently, the small branch swayed up and down violently. Seeing this, the doubt in Changyang, whose eyes grew stronger and stronger. He really couldn't understand how such an ordinary branch could cut through a small tree that was as thick as a wrist. Afterwards, Changyang, whose fingers slightly tightened, and with a crack, the small branch in his hand was immediately broken in two. "Fourth brother, how did you do that? How did such a weak branch cut through this small tree?" Changyang, who looked at Jianchen in confusion, and asked curiously. Jianchen chuckled and said, "Big brother, this is actually a kind of use of Saint Force. Let alone this small branch, even a thread as thick as a needle can easily pierce through this branch. Of course, with my current strength, it's still not enough. As long as you fuse Saint Force into the branch, even if it's just an ordinary branch, it can become a divine weapon. If you're strong enough, you can even make the branch cut through metal like mud. Fuse Saint Force into the branch." Hearing this, Changyang, who slightly frowned as he muttered in thought. He immediately picked up a branch from the ground and followed Jianchen's instructions. He controlled the Saint Force in his body and slowly poured it into the branch. Bang! Just as Changyang, whose Saint Force came in contact with the branch in his hand suddenly exploded, turning into fragments that filled the air. "Big brother, your Saint Force is too strong. It's not something that this weak branch can withstand. Moreover, you're not familiar with controlling Saint Force. Remember, when you fuse Saint Force into the branch, you must turn it into a gentle force. Remember not to be too strong. Jianchen attentively taught him from the side. Hearing this, Changyang, whose face was filled with doubt as he asked, "Fourth brother, then how do I turn Saint Force into a gentle force?" Converting Saint Force into a gentle force is only one way to use Saint Force. It's useless for me to explain the mysteries behind it. You'll have to rely on yourself to comprehend it. Big brother, from today onwards, you should try to fuse Saint Force into the branches whenever you have the time. This way, you'll be able to train your usage of Saint Force. If you can do what I'm doing, it'll be of great benefit to your cultivation in the future. Jian Chen calmly said, as if he was a teacher teaching his student. However, Jianchen was extremely clear in his heart that if Changyang who wanted to do what he had just demonstrated, it would be impossible for him to use a weak branch to easily penetrate a small tree that was as thick as a wrist in a short amount of time. This was because the requirements for using Saint Force were extremely high. Before he could master controlling Saint Force, Changyang who would not be able to fuse Saint Force into the branch. This was because fusing Saint Force into a branch was extremely difficult. It was not as simple as fusing Saint Force into a weapon made of fine steel. A weapon made of fine steel was extremely tough and could withstand any kind of Saint Force, but a branch could not. Changyang who nodded. After a moment of thought, he picked up a branch from the ground and tried again. However, without any exception, all of his attempts ended in failure. He was unable to fuse his Saint Force into the branch at all. Every time his Saint Force approached the branch would explode from being unable to endure the Saint Force that was too powerful. Chapter 26. At this moment, the sky was already bright. When Jianchen passed by the field again, there were already quite a few students moving about. Jianchen calmly looked at the students moving about on the field as he walked towards the library. In the past 3 days, Jianchen had been cultivating his Saint Force and hadn't gone to the library. To him, the only thing in the academy that could attract Jianchen's attention was the books in the library. As for the classes taught by the teachers, Jianchen couldn't be bothered to listen to them. To him, they were just a waste of time. The things the teachers taught were mostly useless to Jianchen. Even if there were some things that could interest Jianchen, he believed that he could find them in the books in the library. After all, the Academy's library had a large collection of books that recorded almost everything on the Tianyuan continent. Hey look, isn't that student Changyang Shoten? I heard that he defeated Kadiun, who has already become a saint, with just 8 layers of Saint Force. Yeah, I even saw student Changyang Shoten fight during the freshman competition, but it's a pity that I didn't get to see his battle with Kadiun. What a pity. On the field, 2 male students who saw Jianchen stood in the distance and pointed at Jianchen as they discussed in a low voice. Their gazes towards Jianchen were filled with admiration. Wow, Senior Changyang Shoten is so handsome and so powerful. He can actually defeat a saint with just 8 layers of Saint Force. He really is my idol. A noble girl around the same age as Jianchen with an extremely ordinary appearance stared at Jianchen with shining eyes. She exclaimed in a low voice, but her voice was filled with excitement. There were a lot of people on the field, and Jianchen's swagger was quickly noticed by more and more people. Immediately, without exception, everyone stood in the distance and looked at Jianchen as they discussed in low voices. Ever since Jianchen defeated Kadiun, who had already become a saint, his name had spread throughout the entire academy in just a few short hours. Now, even the teachers in the academy knew of Jianchen's name. Very soon, Jianchen passed through the field and arrived in front of a tree-lined path. This was one of the paths that led to the library. Because there weren't many people who went to the library in the academy, the tree-lined path leading to the library was very quiet. There was almost no one in sight. The path was filled with fallen leaves on both sides. As the wind blew, it rustled as countless fallen leaves danced in the air. At this moment, several figures suddenly appeared in front of Jianchen. They were talking and laughing as they walked towards Jianchen. There were 4 people in total, and they were all around the age of 10. They were all wearing the academy's uniform. Just from this, one could tell that they were all students of the academy. Jianchen paid no attention to the 4 students in front of him and continued on his path. However, just as Jianchen approached the 4 of them and was about to pass by them, the 4 of them suddenly moved together as if they had already discussed this. They surrounded Jianchen from 4 directions. Jianchen stopped and calmly looked at the 4 students who were slightly older than him. He sneered, "Seniors, may I ask what the meaning of this is?" Although the 4 of them were wearing the academy's uniform, it was still unable to hide the arrogance on their faces. "Kid, you look quite unfamiliar. You must be new," the person facing Jianchen sneered as he glared at Jianchen. Jianchen was calm as his eyes met the person who spoke. He smiled. "That's right. I am indeed new. May I ask what advice you seniors have for me?" With that, the young man chuckled. "If you want to properly stay in the academy, you can't do so without our protection. However, if you want our protection, you have to pay a certain fee. Since you're new, we'll charge you 10 purple coins. How about it? It's worth it, right?" The young man had a confident smile on his face. In his heart, he believed that he already had Jianchen under control. This was because from his point of view, he could determine that Jianchen's strength wasn't very strong from Jianchen's thin and weak body. This was because he had done this many times in the academy and could be said to be very experienced. If he encountered a student with a strong body, he might consider it. However, for someone as thin and weak as Jianchen, he didn't even need to consider it. In the past, when he collected protection fees from students as thin and weak as Jianchen, it was a 100% success rate. There was no resistance at all. If Jianchen was a commoner, the 4 of them definitely wouldn't dare to collect protection fees from Jianchen unless they didn't want to stay in the academy anymore. After all the seniors in Kargath knew that the dean was very biased towards commoner students. And the 4 of them had stayed in the academy for a long time. They could recognize the commoner students at a glance. So when they saw Jianchen for the first time, they knew that Jianchen was definitely not a commoner. This was why they dared to collect protection fees from him. After hearing the young man's words, Jianchen sneered in his heart. He didn't expect that the young man was actually here to collect protection fees. "Seniors, I'm very sorry. I refuse your protection." Jianchen's tone was very calm. After he finished speaking, he didn't wait for the others to reply. He directly used his shoulder to push the young man in front of him away and continued to walk towards the library. Jianchen's action made the 4 young men stunned. Obviously, this situation was out of their expectations. They didn't expect that Jianchen, who they thought was already in the bag, would actually refuse their protection so straightforwardly. The 4 of them quickly reacted. Staring at Jianchen, who had already walked out of their encirclement, the 4 young men's eyes flashed with a trace of fierceness. And the young man who was pushed away by Jianchen's shoulder had a very ugly expression on his face. "Damn it, brat, you stop right there!" The young man who was pushed away by Jianchen shouted angrily. He quickly ran towards Jianchen and blocked him in front of him again. Then, the other 3 young men quickly came to Jianchen's side and surrounded Jianchen again. "You actually just bumped into me. You're really tired of living." The young man who felt that he had lost all face angrily shouted in a low voice. Then, he directly slapped towards Jianchen's face. Looking at the young man's palm that was about to slap his face, Jianchen's calm and ordinary eyes instantly became fierce. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Then, he quickly raised his right hand and reached out with lightning speed that the young man couldn't react to. Halfway through, he steadily borrowed the young man's palm. Then, Jianchen quickly kicked out and directly hit the young man's chest. Following a muffled sound, the young man was directly sent flying by Jianchen's powerful kick. Then, he fell heavily on the ground without any care for his image. The sudden unforeseen event made the 3 young men surrounding Jianchen stunned for a moment. No one would have thought that a freshman who was easy to bully in their eyes would suddenly become so powerful. Before they could react, one of their companions was directly sent flying by a kick. However, they quickly regained their senses. Almost at the same time, their faces were filled with killing intent. Then, without any reason, as if they had discussed beforehand, the three of them actually attacked Jianchen at the same time. Although they knew that Jianchen's strength wasn't ordinary, the four of them were used to running amok in Kargath Academy. They didn't fear Jianchen at all. Even if Jianchen's strength was so strong that even the four of them together couldn't contend against him, they still didn't fear him. This wasn't only because each of them had a huge family behind them, but more importantly, they had a solid backing in Kargath Academy. Feeling the Saint force released by the three of them was even stronger than his own, Jianchen's face showed a trace of disdain. From the moment the three of them attacked, he could determine their strength from the Saint force they released. They were roughly at the 10th layer of Saint force. The speed of the three of them was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they were already in front of Jianchen. However, at this crucial moment, Jianchen's body slightly swayed and instantly escaped from their attack range with a speed faster than their fists. The three of them missed at the same time. However, before they could retract their fists, Jianchen's fist had already arrived at the head of one of them. The speed of the fist was so fast that the three of them didn't have time to react. Bang! Following a muffled sound, the young man who was hit in the head by Jianchen was directly knocked unconscious and fell to the ground. At the same time, Jianchen's right leg quickly kicked out. Before the other two could react, it viciously kicked one of them in the chest. Following a muffled sound, the young man was already prepared, so he only staggered a few steps back after receiving Jianchen's kick. He quickly stabilized his body, but even so, his face was still pale. This was because the two great forces from Jianchen's kick had shaken his internal organs a little. Furthermore, traces of weak Saint force had also entered his body through Jianchen's foot, destroying his internal organs. Just as the young man regained his footing, Jianchen's second kick had already been sent out. It brought about a series of afterimages in the air and once again kicked the young man's chest. The two footprints perfectly overlapped. This time, Jianchen's kick had actually landed precisely on the same spot. Receiving two consecutive heavy blows in the same spot, the young man's injuries were not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. When Jianchen's second kick landed on his chest, even though he had the strength of the 10th layer of Saint force, he was still severely injured. Intense pain came from his internal organs. For a moment, the young man's face turned pale. His internal chi was blocked, making it difficult for him to breathe. He staggered a few steps back and finally lost his footing, falling to the ground and unable to get up again. Seeing Jianchen defeat his companion in the blink of an eye, the remaining young man's face could not help but change. Just as he was about to charge at Jianchen, he suddenly stopped. His feet were deeply rooted to the ground, and he did not dare to take a single step forward. His eyes were filled with vigilance as he stared at Jianchen. His expression was no longer as calm as before, but solemn. Jianchen looked at him indifferently. The corner of his mouth curled into a cold smile. Without saying anything, he turned around and left, heading towards the library. After Jianchen left, the two young men who had been beaten to the ground by Jianchen climbed up from the ground in a sorry state. Their eyes were filled with hatred as they stared at Jianchen's back. One of them said in a deep voice, "Who is he? He's actually so strong that even we are not his opponent. Is he really a new student who just entered the school this year? How can he be so strong?" Chapter 27. At this moment, the young man who had luckily escaped arrived before the two of them. Looking at the pale-faced young man who had been kicked twice by Jianchen, he asked in concern, "Luo Yun, are you all right?" The young man called Luo Yun shook his head slightly and said weakly, "It's not a big problem. I'll be fine after a few days of rest." He then changed his tone and looked at the uninjured young man. "Carl, you're more well-informed in the academy. Find out who that person is as soon as possible and get young Master Ching to deal with him." The young man called Carl pondered for a moment before replying, "There's no need to investigate. I might already know who he is." The other two beamed with joy. Luo Yun said, "That's great. Carl, who is that person?" "Among the new students this year, there's one person who's especially powerful. He defeated Kadiun, who had condensed a saint weapon and become a saint, with just the strength of the 8th layer of saint force. He might be that person." Carl's voice was rather heavy. Carl's words made their expressions change slightly. They looked at each other before Luo Yun said softly, "Could he be Changyang Shoten?" Carl nodded, "It's very possible. Among the new students this year, probably only Changyang Shoten can defeat us. If that person really is Changyang Shoten, it makes sense that we wouldn't be his opponent. After all, he was able to defeat Kadiun, who had already become a saint. Even though Kadiun didn't use a saint weapon, it's enough to prove that Changyang Shoten is powerful." So what if he's Changyang Shoten? Since he's offended us, we definitely won't let him have an easy time in the academy," said the young man who had been attacked by Jianchen the first time. A cold smile appeared on Luo Yun's pale face as he said in a low voice, "Coincidentally, our Luo family's eldest young master has been looking everywhere for news about Changyang Shoten. I reckon that he's interested in Changyang Shoten. It's a pity that we don't know where Changyang Shoten has been hiding for the past few days. We couldn't find him even after searching for a few days. I didn't expect to meet him here today. Luo Yun, go find your Luo family's eldest young master. Chun Feng and I will call young Master Qing out. I don't believe that Changyang Shoten is a match for young Master Qing," Carl said in a low voice. "All right, we'll go our separate ways. However, I think it would be better to leave someone behind to keep an eye on Changyang Shoten. The academy is so big. If Changyang Shoten hides somewhere and refuses to come out, how are we going to find him?" Luo Yun suggested. Carl nodded. He then turned his gaze to the young man beside him and said, "Chun Feng, you stay behind and secretly follow Changyang Shoten. I'll go get young Master Qing." "No problem." The young man called Chun Feng agreed without any hesitation. After the three of them finished their work, Chun Feng followed the direction that Jianchen had left in while the other two carried the unconscious young man on the ground and quickly left. In the library, Jianchen picked 2 books from the bookshelves before sitting down at a table and reading them with great interest. Perhaps it was because it was too early, but the library was very quiet. Other than Jianchen, there was only a middle-aged woman who was busy cleaning the library. The middle-aged woman seemed to be in her 40s. She had an ordinary appearance and belonged to the general population. Due to her lack of talent in cultivation, her saint force was only at the 6th layer even though she was already in her 40s. Even Kargas and the other new students were stronger than her. The middle-aged woman raised her head and looked at Jianchen, who was engrossed in reading. Although she did not know Jianchen's name, she had a very deep impression of him. This was because, other than the past 3 days, Jianchen was the first student to come to the library every morning. Moreover, he would often read for an entire day. Sometimes he would even skip lunch. She had been cleaning the library in the academy for several years now. Jianchen was the first student she had met who was so hard-working. What a hard-working child! The middle-aged woman let out a soft sigh. She then ignored Jianchen and continued with her work. In a spacious stone house, a young man in his 20s stood in the middle of the stone house with his eyes closed. His body was in a very strange posture, as if he was a piece of wood standing there, motionless. Dong dong dong. At this moment, a dull knocking sound came from the outside. At the same time, the young man's closed eyes slowly opened. He turned his head slightly, still maintaining that strange posture as he looked in the direction of the door. He said in a low voice, "Who is it?" "Young master, it's me, Luo Yun." A soft voice came from outside the door. "Come in," the young man said calmly. The door opened and a young man around 20 years old wearing a school uniform walked in. This person was one of the 4 people who had a conflict with Jianchen. His name was Luo Yun. Luo Yun looked at the young man who was sitting in a strange posture. He did not feel the slightest bit surprised, as if it was a common occurrence. This was because the young man's strange posture was their Luo family's cultivation method. In the Tianyuan continent there were countless secret manuals and methods of cultivation. Among them, not only did meditation cultivate, there were also many people who relied on some kind of movement or special posture to cultivate. The Luo family's cultivation method was obviously the latter. They used their body to make some special posture to cultivate. Luo Yun came before the young man and bowed slightly. He said respectfully, "Young master, haven't you been looking for Changyang Shoten's whereabouts all this time? Just now, I happened to find Changyang Shoten." Although Luo Yun's family was considered to have a high status in the Luo family, he did not dare to show the slightest bit of impudence in front of this young man. This young man was the only son of the Luo family's current patriarch, Luo Jian. He was deeply doted on by the patriarch and had already been decided as the future successor of the Luo family. Luo Yun only had the intention to curry favor with Luo Jian. "I've found Changyang Shoten." Hearing this, Luo Jian's eyes lit up. He glanced at Luo Yun's pale face and casually shifted his gaze downwards, landing on the faint footprint on Luo Yun's chest. He said arrogantly, "Looking at how miserable you are, you must have suffered quite a bit at the hands of Changyang Shoten." Luo Jian furrowed his brows and said in a deep voice, "Stop hemming and hawing. What did Changyang Shoten say about me?" Luo Yun's eyes were red as they flickered. He hesitated for a moment, then as if he had gathered enough courage, he said in a low voice, "Changyang Shoten said that you're nothing. You're not even qualified to carry his shoes." "What?" Luo Jian's face suddenly changed when he heard this. He immediately became furious. Although the Luo clan was not a peak clan that had stood on the Tianyuan continent for over 1,000 years, it was still one of the largest clans in the kingdom of Jessen. It had a history of over 200 years. Even with the entire kingdom of Jessen in perspective, there were only a handful of clans that were more powerful than the Luo clan. As the future successor of the Luo clan, Luo Jian's status was extremely noble. Even the princess and the crown prince of the kingdom were on equal footing with him. He had never thought that an unknown new student in Kargath Academy would actually dare to speak such arrogant word. How could Luo Jian, who had been proud since he was young, swallow this anger? Luo Jian stared sharply at Luo Yun and said in a low voice, "He really said that?" Luo Jian's voice was filled with unconcealable anger. Seeing Luo Jian's reaction, Luo Yun's eyes flashed with a trace of joy. However, he was quickly stunned by Luo Jian's reaction. He hurriedly said, "Yes, young master. Luo Yun's words are all true. I don't dare to have the slightest intention of offending you. This Changyang Shoten has really gone too far. He doesn't even respect you, young master. Moreover, he has arrogantly insulted you. If you don't properly teach him a lesson, where will you put your face in the future? I'm afraid you'll become a laughingstock in the academy." Hearing Luo Yun's words, Luo Jian's face gradually darkened. He then slowly stood up and said in a low voice, "Where is Changyang Shoten? Lead the way. Since he doesn't respect me, I'd like to see just how capable he is." Yes. Young master, please follow me." After saying that, Luo Yun walked out of the stone house and led the gloomy Luo Jian towards the direction of the library. At the same time, in another direction of the Kargath Academy, Karl, who had just left, was respectfully leading a few arrogant young men around the age of 20 towards the library. When the few of them passed by the field, some of the older students recognized them and their expressions changed. Soon after, whispers of discussion could be heard from all directions. Isn't the person in the middle young Master Cheng? He hasn't walked around the academy for a year. What kind of wind blew him out today?" A 20-year-old senior stared at the few young men not far away and muttered in a low voice, His tone was filled with surprise. I heard that young Master Ching had already reached the strength of an intermediate saint a year ago. I wonder how strong young Master Ching is now. Young Master Ching is a publicly acknowledged genius in our Kargath Academy. He condensed a saint weapon at the age of 19 and became a saint. He reached the strength of an intermediate saint at the age of 20. Now that a year has passed, with young Master Cheng's talent, he should have already reached the strength of a high-level saint. Yeah, young Master Ching is the person with the fastest cultivation speed in our Kargath Academy. I heard that the principal once said that young Master Ching will definitely reach the strength of a great saint before the age of 23. Reaching the strength of a great saint at the age of 23, young Master Ching is really amazing. There are many older students in the academy who are still stuck at the peak of the 10th layer of Saint Force at his age. As Carl's group slowly passed by the field, the older students they met along the way discussed in low voices. Young Master Ching was an extremely famous person in Kargath Academy. It wasn't because of his character, but because of his astonishing cultivation speed. Even on the Tian Yuan continent, he could be called a genius. Among the students of Kargath Academy, young Master Cheng's strength was already at the peak. Chapter 28. Very soon, Luo Yun brought Luo Jian to the entrance of the library. Not far from the entrance, Chen Feng, who was tailing Jian Chen, was leaning against a small tree. From time to time, he would glance at Jian Chen, who was engrossed in reading the books in the library, as if he had completely entered a state of selflessness. When Chen Feng saw Luo Yun and Luo Jian, he immediately ran over and bowed slightly to Luo Jian. With a flattering smile on his face, he said, "I didn't think that I would meet young Master Luo here. It's really an honor for me to meet you here." Chen Feng's attitude was quite respectful. Although his family was still a noble, it was only a small noble in the kingdom of Jessen. In the academy, he only dared to collect protection fees by mingling with the children of the big families. At this moment, if he could make use of Changyang Shoten's matter to establish a relationship with the young master of the Luo family, it would be very beneficial for him in the future. Even his family would be able to climb up a big tree because of this. After all, Luo Jian was the future successor of the Luo family. Luo Jian arrogantly looked at Chen Feng, who was being respectful towards him. He impatiently waved his hand and said, "Don't talk so much nonsense. Is Changyang Shoten in the library right now?" Hearing Luo Jian's rude words, Chen Feng's face didn't reveal the slightest trace of anger. His face was still full of smiles as he said, "Yes, yes, Changyang Shoten has always been in the library." Hearing this, Luo Jian's face gradually revealed a trace of a cold smile as he said, "Good, then you go and call Changyang Shoten out for me." The prohibition of all fighting in the library was set by the headmasters of the academy. Even if Luo Jian had a strong family behind him, he still wouldn't dare to casually break the rules of the academy. "Yes, young Master Luo. I will go and call Changyang Shoten out." After saying that, Chen Feng immediately ran towards the library. Within the library, Jian Chen's attention was completely focused on the book. He had already lowered his vigilance to the lowest level. After all, this was Kargath Academy. There was no need to worry about safety at all. There was no need to be vigilant at all times. Just as Jianchen was engrossed in reading the book, he suddenly felt someone pat his shoulder. When he reluctantly looked away from the book, he saw a young man standing beside him, looking at him with a cold smile. With Jianchen's photographic memory, he immediately recognized this young man as one of the 4 people who had stopped him on the road to collect protection fees. Chen Feng stood beside Jianchen and looked at Jianchen with eyes full of schadenfreude. He said in a very strange tone, "Changyang Shoten, you didn't expect us to meet again so soon, did you? It's you." Jianchen slightly frowned and said in a low voice without giving face, "If you are here to collect protection fees, then you can get out of here." Hearing this, Chen Feng's eyes flashed with anger. However, he didn't dare to make a move against Jianchen. Not to mention that the library was an important place in the academy where fighting was prohibited. He also understood that he wasn't Jianchen's opponent. Qin Feng's chest violently heaved up and down. He stared fiercely at Jianchen and said in a cold voice, "Changyang Shoten, although I am not your opponent, Kargath Academy is not a place where you can be arrogant. If you have the guts, then come out with me. Otherwise, you can prepare to stay in the library for the rest of your life." After saying this, Chen Feng directly walked out of the library. However, his arrival and the words he said attracted the attention of everyone in the library. Immediately, many people looked at Jianchen with curiosity, envy, worship, jealousy, and other complicated gazes. Jianchen slowly closed the book and frowned slightly. From Chen Feng's words, he understood that they had found a helper to deal with him. Jianchen's eyes flashed. He lowered his head and thought for a while. Then, he slowly closed the book and took the book to the front of the bookshelf. After putting the book back in its original position, he walked out. Now that there were people waiting for him outside, if he didn't go, then it would seem that he was afraid of them. Moreover, in order for him to be able to quietly read books in the future, in order for him to be able to live a peaceful life in Kargath Academy, he had to display a strength that would make others fear him. Otherwise, if any random cat or dog came to find trouble with him, then he wouldn't need to come to the library to read books. Although Jianchen knew that the people outside were definitely not weak and were likely to be experts at the same level as Kadiyun, he wasn't afraid at all. He was confident that with his current strength, even if he couldn't win against a saint, he definitely wouldn't lose easily. After all, no matter if it was his fighting experience or skills, they were far from what a student in the academy could compare to. Moreover, he was someone who had experienced many life and death situations. As soon as Jianchen walked out of the library, he raised his head and saw 3 youths standing outside the library. The 3 of them were about the same age and were all wearing the academy's uniform. 2 of them were the ones who had asked Jianchen for protection fees. As for the other person, Jianchen could tell from the arrogant expression on his face that he was the helper they had found. Seeing that Jianchen had really walked out of the library, Luo Yun revealed a sinister smile. He then whispered to Luo Jian, who was standing beside him, "Young master, he's Changyang Shoten." Luo Jian arrogantly sized up Jianchen. His eyes were filled with disdain as he coldly said, "Boy, you're Changyang Shoten." Jianchen looked at Luo Jian indifferently. Luo Jian looked to be about 22 or 23 years old. He was very handsome, but his expression was filled with undisguised arrogance. "And who are you?" Jianchen looked at Luo Jian indifferently and asked coldly. As soon as Jianchen finished speaking, Luo Yun, who was standing beside Luo Jian, shouted, "How dare you, Changyang Shoten? Who do you think you are? You actually dare to use this kind of tone to speak to my young master? Do you not want to stay in the academy anymore?" Changyang Shoten quickly apologized to young master Luo. "Otherwise, don't even think about staying in Kargath Academy." Chen Feng didn't want to miss such a good opportunity to curry favor with Luo Jian, so he angrily shouted at Jianchen. Hearing the words of the 2, Luo family's young master Luo Jian's expression became even more arrogant. His face was filled with pride. Jianchen's indifferent face gradually revealed a trace of a sneer. He looked at the 3 people in front of him with eyes filled with disdain and said, "From the meaning of your words, could it be that the Dean of Kargath Academy will listen to the orders of the 3 of you? Or perhaps this Kargath Academy is run by your family? Whoever you want to leave must leave. The 3 of you are really daring to actually not put the Dean in your eyes." Hearing Jianchen's words, Luo Yun and Qin Feng's complexion suddenly changed and became a little pale. Not only the 2 of them, but even Luo Jian's face became very ugly after hearing Jianchen's words. He looked at Jianchen with eyes full of resentment. Although the 3 of them had a certain amount of power behind them, and Luo Jian was the future successor of the Luo family, one of the top 2 families in the Jessan Empire, they still didn't dare to show the slightest disrespect to the Dean of Kargath Academy. If Jianshan's words were to reach the Dean's ears, then they would receive a very serious punishment. If the situation was serious, they might even be expelled from the academy. Even if Luo Jian had a great background, even if his father was the Luo family, even if Luo Jian was the future successor of the Luo family, it would still be useless. Their Luo family would absolutely not offend the Dean of Kargath Academy for him. Luo Jian's face was gloomy. He stared at Jianshan with a sharp gaze and said, "Changyang Shoten, you really are very arrogant. But I don't know if you have the qualifications to be arrogant." Jianshan smiled disdainfully and coldly said, "Less nonsense. Tell me your intentions." A cold smile appeared on Luo Jian's face. His voice was full of murderous intent as he said, "My intentions are very simple. I just want to meet you. I want to see how strong Changyang Shoten is after defeating a newly promoted saint without using his saint weapon Cardi Cloud." After saying that, Luo Jian rubbed his fists and slowly stepped forward. As he clenched his fists, a clear sound of bones cracking could be heard. At the same time, a strong pressure was emitted from Luo Jian's body, directly oppressing Jianshan. At this moment, in the library behind him, some of the students who had been reading put down the books in their hands and gathered at the entrance of the library. They were all watching Jianshan and the others talk in low voices with great interest. They were completely watching this scene with the mentality of watching a show. Jianshan was unmoved by Luo Jian's qi. He stood in place like a towering mountain. Jianshan was very clear about Luo Jian's strength. He was definitely much stronger than Cardi Cloud. However, Jianshan was not afraid at all. Instead, his fighting spirit was high. Seeing that the two sides were about to fight, some of the people in the library behind him immediately retreated far away, for fear of being affected. "How can we miss out on such a wonderful fight?" Just as the two were about to fight, a sudden voice came from behind. As soon as the voice fell, several young men in school uniforms walked over from behind. There were a total of 5 people. Except for one of them whom Jianshan recognized as one of the 4 people who had collected protection fees from him, he did not know any of the other 4. However, he could tell at a glance that these 4 people were from big families. There was always a look of superiority between their brows. However, the young man standing in the middle of the 5 people attracted Jianshan's attention. With his eyesight, he could see at a glance that this young man seemed to be surrounded by the other 4 people. This young man was not very old. Judging from his appearance, he looked to be in his 20s. "Ah! Look, isn't that young Master Ching who hasn't appeared for a year? I didn't expect him to come." "Yes, that's young Master Ching. He is a genius of our Kargath Academy. It is said that his strength had reached the intermediate stage of the Saint Realm a year ago. With his cultivation talent, I thought young Master Ching had broken through the Saint Realm to become a great saint and graduated. I didn't expect him to still stay in the academy. I just don't know what young Master Cheng's strength has reached now. Has he reached the great Saint Realm?" The 3 people standing next to young Master Ching seemed to have condensed a holy weapon. "I didn't expect that the Academy's rarely seen experts would come here." As soon as they saw the young man in the middle, the students standing in the library suddenly exclaimed in a low voice and began to talk. Chapter 29. The young man named Qing Mingxiang who was standing in the middle smiled and said, "There's no way I'd miss such a good show." Qing Mingxiang glanced at Jianshan as a look of disdain appeared on his face. He said disdainfully, "You're probably Changyang Shoten, right?" "That's right, young Master Qing. He's the Changyang Shoten who injured the 4 of us," Carl hurriedly answered as soon as Qing Mingxiang finished speaking. Qing Mingxiang nodded slightly and said arrogantly, "Changyang Shoten, you're not bad. You even dared to hit the person I'm protecting." Qing Mingxiang's voice became deeper and deeper as he spoke. Jianshan already knew that the other party was a group of unreasonable hedonistic young masters. It was useless to reason with them. The only way was to use strength to speak. Thinking to this point, Jianchen did not waste any more words with him. He coldly snorted and said, "So what if I hit you? If you're not convinced, then go ahead and attack. There's no need to talk so much nonsense." Hearing Jianchen's words, Qing Mingxiang's face gradually turned ashen. He angrily said, "Good, good, good. Then let me see just how capable you are." With that, Qing Mingxiang's body flashed and crossed the distance of nearly 10 meters in the blink of an eye. He arrived in front of Jianchen and directly punched at Jianchen's nose. Qing Mingxiang did not plan on using a saint weapon to deal with a new student who was not even a saint yet. Jianchen also knew that Qing Mingxiang was much stronger than Jianchen. The difference in saint force between them was too great, so Jianchen did not choose to receive Qing Mingxiang's attack head-on. Just as Qing Mingxiang's fist was about to land on Jianchen's head, Jianchen tilted his head slightly and dodged it by a hair's breadth. At the same time, Jianchen instantly raised his arms and grabbed Qing Mingxiang's arm. He then lowered his waist and straightened his back, pulling Qing Mingxiang's arm back with both hands. Qing Mingxiang's center of gravity was already tilted forward when he threw the punch. Now that Jianchen was pulling him, his body immediately tilted forward uncontrollably. However, Qing Mingxiang reacted very quickly. He immediately took a step forward and leaned back, trying his best to control his body. However, at this moment, Jianchen suddenly let go of Qing Mingxiang's arm. Both of his hands formed palms and slammed into Qing Mingxiang's chest as fast as lightning. Qing Mingxiang's center of gravity was already tilted to the back. Now that he received Jianchen's almost full-force attack, he immediately began to stagger backwards. Looking at the momentum of his retreat, it was as if he could lose his balance and fall to the ground at any time. After retreating more than 10 meters, Qing Mingxiang finally stabilized his body. However, at this moment, his face had already turned the color of pig liver, gloomy and dark. His eyes were filled with hatred as he looked at Jianchen. With his status, he was one of the top powerhouses in the academy. At this moment, he actually suffered such a big loss in the hands of someone who was much weaker than him and had not even reached the saint realm. How could he not feel angry? If this matter were to spread in Kargath Academy, not only would he lose face, but he would also become a huge laughingstock. Thinking of this, Qing Mingxiang could not help but feel a killing intent towards Jianchen. Because for him, this was absolutely an unacceptable humiliation. At this moment, the surroundings had already become deathly silent. Everyone, including Luo Jian, had a dull expression on their faces. Their gazes towards Jianchen were filled with astonishment, shock and disbelief. This result was clearly out of everyone's expectations. No one would have thought that Qing Mingxiang, who had been famous in Kargath Academy for a long time and was known as a cultivation genius, would suffer such a huge loss in just a short exchange of blows with someone who hadn't even reached the saint realm. Moreover, he appeared to be in an extremely sorry state. Qing Mingxiang's face was gloomy as he stared fiercely at Jianchen. Then, a silver-white two-handed sword gradually appeared in his hand. He shouted angrily, "Changyang Shoten, today I will definitely cripple you." After saying that, Qing Mingxiang rushed towards Jianchen with the silver-white two-handed sword in his hand. "Stop!" Just as Qing Mingxiang moved, a deep voice suddenly sounded from outside. Then, a rather sturdy and dark-skinned young man slowly walked in. When Jianchen saw this sturdy young man, a trace of surprise appeared in his eyes. This was because this person was the man with innate divine strength that he had met in the freshman competition, Tai Ta. When Luo Jian and Qing Mingxiang's gaze fell on Tai Ta, their faces changed slightly and a trace of fear appeared in their eyes. Luo Yun did not recognize Tai Ta. He shouted at Tai Ta arrogantly, "Who are you? It's best if you don't meddle in the matters between our young master and young Master Qing. Otherwise, don't blame. Shut up!" Without waiting for Luo Yun to finish his words, Luo Jian suddenly shouted and interrupted Luo Yun. Ignoring the stunned Luo Yun, Luo Jian's face hung a trace of a smile. He slightly cupped his hands towards Tai Ta and said with a smile, "So it's Brother Tai Ta. I wonder what brings Brother Tai Ta here." Tai Ta looked at Luo Jian strangely and said in a low muffled voice, "Who are you? I don't know you." Tai Ta then ignored the unsightly Luo Jian and directly walked to Jianshan's side. He raised his hand and fiercely patted Jianshan's shoulder. He laughed and said, "Changyang Shoten, I didn't expect to meet you here. I haven't seen you for several days." Jianshan smiled slightly and said, "Tai Ta, let's talk later. Let me deal with this troublesome matter first." Hearing this, Tai Ta's gaze slowly swept across Qing Mingxiang and Luo Jian's group. He then pointed at them and said in a low muffled voice, "Changyang Shoten, did they bully you?" You can say that." Jianshan slowly crossed his arms in front of his chest and said indifferently. Hearing this, Tai Ta immediately rolled up his sleeves and looked fiercely at the group opposite him. He said loudly, "Changyang Shoten is my brother. If you bully him, you bully me. If anyone wants to fight me, stand out. You may be stronger than me, but I, Tai Ta, am not afraid of you." Hearing Tai Ta's words, Jianshan was slightly stunned. He looked at Tai Ta with a puzzled expression. He didn't understand when he became Tai Ta's brother. Qing Mingxiang and Luo Jian's expression slightly changed. They looked at each other and saw a trace of dignified expression in each other's eyes. Obviously, they were deeply afraid of Tai Ta. Although Tai Ta's strength wasn't strong and they could easily defeat him, Tai Ta had a powerful backer behind him that even they were afraid of. This was why they didn't dare to touch Tai Ta in the slightest in Kargath Institute. They didn't speak again. Carl, Luo Yun, and Luo Jian could see that Tai Ta's identity wasn't ordinary from Luo Jian's attitude. Therefore, they were very smart and didn't say anything. For a moment, the atmosphere around them became a little strange. After a moment of silence, it was Luo Jian who broke the silence. "Brother Tai Ta, this is a matter between us and Changyang Shoten. I hope you won't interfere." Luo Jian's tone was extremely polite. He knew that although Tai Ta was born a commoner, his current status was no weaker than his own. In fact, Tai Ta's status was even slightly higher than his. Even if he became the head of the Luo family in the future, he would only be able to maintain an equal status with Tai Ta. Luo Jian's words shocked all the students in the library. Many of the older students recognized Luo Jian and Qing Mingxiang. They knew that not only were they powerful, but they also had a huge clan behind them. However, the two of them were actually so polite to Tai Ta, who had appeared out of nowhere. This made all the students in the library guess at Tai Ta's identity. They wondered just what kind of background Tai Ta had to make the arrogant Luo Jian and Qing Mingxiang, who were usually so arrogant in the academy, so afraid of him. Unfortunately, Tai Ta didn't appreciate their kindness at all. He said without giving them any face, "I've already said that Changyang Shoten is my brother. His matters are my matters. If there's anything, just come at me." Luo Jian's expression changed slightly when he heard that. His eyes became slightly stern. He really didn't dare to offend Tai Ta too much. At this moment, the gloomy Qing Mingxiang coldly snorted. He glared at Tai Ta and said in a deep voice, "Tai Ta, are you really going to interfere in this matter?" After suffering a big loss at the hands of Jianshan, Qing Mingxiang already hated Jianshan. Being forced into such a difficult situation by a freshman who hadn't even reached the Saint Realm was definitely a great humiliation for Qing Mingxiang. If he couldn't wash it off, then he wouldn't be able to stay in the academy in the future. "That's right, I'm going to interfere." Tai Ta's expression darkened as he shouted loudly. Although he knew that Qing Mingxiang was very strong, Tai Ta didn't show the slightest fear. Jianshan pulled Tai Ta and said, "Tai Ta, this is between me and them. Don't interfere. Otherwise, it'll bring you a lot of trouble." A trace of anger flashed through Tai Ta's eyes. He suddenly turned his head to look at Jianchen. He frowned and said unhappily, "Changyang Shoten, what are you saying? Do you think I'm afraid of trouble? Do you still treat me as a friend?" Jianchen couldn't help but feel puzzled when he heard that. He didn't know when he had such a close relationship with Tai Ta. It seemed that they hadn't even met many times. The only place where they had some interaction was at the freshman competition. "Humph, Tai Ta, since you're asking for trouble, don't blame me. Don't think that I won't dare to touch you just because you're the principal's disciple. Let me see how capable the principal's disciple is." Qing Mingxiang directly charged at Tai Ta. Hearing Qing Mingxiang's words, Jianchen was slightly surprised. He didn't expect Tai Ta to actually become the principal's disciple. If this news were to spread throughout the academy, it would probably set off a frenzied wave. At this time, Qing Mingxiang had already arrived in front of Tai Ta and directly punched at Tai Ta's chest. Due to Tai Ta's special status, Qing Mingxiang didn't dare to really hurt him. This punch only used 50% of his strength. In his opinion, even with 50% of his strength, it wasn't something that Tai Ta, who hadn't even advanced to the Saint Realm, could withstand. Chapter 30. Bang! Tai Ta and Qing Mingxiang's fist collided with a muffled sound. Their fists separated as soon as they came into contact, and the strong recoil caused both of them to quickly retreat. Qing Mingxiang's expression changed slightly when he sensed the power in Tai Ta's punch. He looked at Tai Ta in surprise. Although Tai Ta was not a saint, even a saint would not be able to unleash the power in that punch. If it weren't for the fact that Qing Mingxiang was so much stronger than Tai Ta, he would have been at a disadvantage in that clash. But even so, Qing Mingxiang's entire right arm was aching faintly. Qing Mingxiang moved his right arm slightly. Now, his gaze toward Tai Ta had changed a little. He thought to himself, the principal's disciple is really not simple. The power contained in his punch is actually so terrifying. It completely suppressed my punch with 50% of my strength. If it were an ordinary saint, he would probably be at a disadvantage in the face of Tai Ta's punch. Tai Ta was born with divine strength. His strength was unbelievably great. No one of his peers dared to compare with him. Apart from that, Tai Ta's body was also terrifyingly strong. Even Jianchen was amazed. Tai Ta was not injured at all in the clash with Qing Mingxiang. Tai Ta laughed excitedly and roared, "Come again. Have a good fight with me." With that, Tai Ta raised his fist and charged toward Qing Mingxiang again. Qing Mingxiang frowned slightly when he saw Tai Ta charging toward him again. He then signaled to Luo Jian and said in a low voice, "Tai Ta, I'll deal with Tai Ta. I'll keep Tai Ta busy. Go teach Changyang Xiangtian a lesson." With that, Qing Mingxiang charged at Tai Ta and began an intense battle with him. Because of Tai Ta's special status, Qing Mingxiang did not dare to use his saint weapon. He directly used his fists to fight Tai Ta. However, after a few rounds, Qing Mingxiang began to complain in his heart. Tai Ta's strength was just too abnormal. His body was as hard as steel. Without using his saint weapon, fighting Tai Ta was like fighting a moving steel fortress. The strength of his body and that terrifying strength had completely made up for Tai Ta's lack of saint force. Although Qing Mingxiang's saint force was much stronger than Tai Ta's, without using his saint weapon, he could not do anything to Tai Ta. Towards the end, he gradually began to use his full strength. Even so, he could only barely suppress Tai Ta. Moreover, he did not dare to clash with Tai Ta's fists for too long. Seeing Tai Ta fighting with Qing Mingxiang so intensely, some of the students in the library who knew Qing Mingxiang's identity opened their eyes wide in disbelief. Although many of them had never seen Tai Ta before, many of them had heard of his name. After all, Tai Ta had obtained second place in the new student competition. Although he was not very famous in the academy, there were many people who knew his name. It was really hard for them to imagine that a new student who had not yet advanced to the Saint realm actually had such powerful strength. He was actually evenly matched with Qing Mingxiang, who had already advanced to the Saint realm and was known as a cultivation genius in Kargath Academy. The news that the champion of the freshman competition, Changyang Xiangtian, was able to defeat Kadiyun, who had just broken through to the Saint realm, with just 80% of his Saint force, was shocking enough. But now Tai Ta, who had clearly not broken through to the Saint realm, was actually able to fight to a draw with Qing Mingxiang, one of the top experts in Kargath Academy. To them, this news was absolutely unacceptable. While Qing Mingxiang and Tai Ta were fighting intensely, Luo Jian was not idle either. He rushed towards Jianchen. Luo Jian did not use his saint weapon. With his strength as an intermediate saint, he disdained to use his saint weapon against someone who had not yet become a saint. Luo Jian quickly rushed in front of Jianchen. Without giving Jianchen time to prepare, he quickly kicked out with his right leg towards Jianchen's stomach. Luo Jian's kick was fast and ruthless. He did not hold back at all. He did not care about Jianchen at all. Although Luo Jian's kick was very fast, he still underestimated Jianchen's reflexes and dodging speed. Just as Luo Jian's kick was about to hit Jianchen's body, Jianchen moved slightly to the side. Luo Jian's leg brushed past Jianchen's clothes. Although Jianchen seemed to have dodged Luo Jian's attack by a hair's breadth, there was no trace of panic on his face. He was completely calm. Seeing that his attack had missed, a trace of surprise appeared in Luo Jian's eyes. However, in the next moment, Azure Saint Force immediately surged out of his body. As soon as the Azure Saint Force appeared, a faint breeze mysteriously appeared around Luo Jian's body. Jianchen was surprised when he sensed the breeze that had suddenly appeared around Luo Jian. According to what he had read in the books, this phenomenon was clearly the manifestation of wind-attributed Saint Force. Saint Force with an attribute was usually much more powerful than Saint Force without an attribute. Moreover, there would be additional abilities contained within the attribute depending on the attribute. People with wind-attributed Saint Force were definitely much faster. It was very difficult for people with the same level of strength to surpass people with wind-attributed Saint Force in terms of speed. As soon as the Azure Saint Force appeared, Luo Jian's right fist was wrapped in Azure Saint Force and struck towards Jianchen's face at an extremely fast speed. This punch was extremely fast. Wherever it passed, it was like a phantom. It was impossible for the naked eye to catch it. Jianchen had a serious expression on his face. He tilted his head slightly and dodged Luo Jian's punch. Following that, he suddenly kicked out with his right leg, kicking towards Luo Jian's body with a speed that was not much slower than Luo Jian's punch. Luo Jian's eyes flashed. Jianchen's reaction speed was much faster than he had imagined. At this moment, he did not have enough time to withdraw his right hand. Facing Jianchen's kick that was not any slower than his own, Luo Jian had no time to dodge. Without any other choice, he quickly gathered wind-attributed Saint Force in his left hand. Then, with a violent surge of Saint Force, he sent a punch towards Jianchen's kick with an unstoppable momentum. Luo Jian's punch that was filled with powerful Saint Force collided with Jianchen's kick. The powerful force of the punch directly sent Jianchen, whose Saint Force was much weaker, flying. Jianchen's body quickly slid backwards. His feet rubbed against the ground, leaving behind two extremely clear marks. After retreating nearly 10 meters, Jianchen finally neutralized the powerful force. From his expression, Jianchen did not seem to have suffered much damage. Luo Jian casually rubbed his left hand. He looked at Jianchen with a rare serious expression. After the short exchange, he already understood that he could not judge Jianchen as an ordinary person. Although Jianchen had not reached the Saint Realm, his battle prowess had definitely reached the Saint Realm. Luo Jian's eyes flickered with uncertainty. After hesitating for a while, he finally made up his mind. Based on the current situation, if he wanted to defeat Jianchen as quickly as possible, he could only use his saint weapon. Although this would inevitably make others laugh at him, he understood that if he did not use his saint weapon, it would be very difficult for him to defeat Jianchen in a short period of time. If he had to spend a lot of time dealing with a new student who had not even reached the saint realm, it would have an even greater impact on his reputation. Luo Jian could not help but feel vexed when he thought about how he needed to use his saint weapon to deal with someone who had not even reached the saint realm. This made his hatred for Jianchen deepen even more. Regardless of the outcome of today's battle, he would lose a great deal of face. On the other hand, Jianchen's reputation would probably soar because of today's battle, spreading through the entire Kargath Academy once again. Luo Jian's eyes flickered with a chilling light. No one dared to look at his sharp gaze. Powerful azure saint force crazily surged out from his hand, gradually condensing into a huge azure sword. The huge sword was 5 feet long and 3 inches wide. The entire sword was wrapped in a hazy azure light. The sharp edge of the sword reflected a dazzling light under the sunlight, causing people to tremble in fear. Sensing the powerful saint force radiating from the huge azure sword in Luo Jian's hand, Jianchen's face gradually became serious. With a saint weapon in hand, Luo Jian's strength had increased by several times. If Luo Jian did not use his saint weapon, Jianchen would still be able to barely deal with him. However, once he used his saint weapon, Jianchen would have to carefully and cautiously face the battle. With his rich battle experience from his previous life, he might be able to remain undefeated under Luo Jian's attacks, but it would be extremely difficult for him to win. With a saint weapon in hand, Luo Jian's aura suddenly soared. He stared sharply at the solemn Jianchen and said in a deep voice, "Changyang Shoten, I'll definitely cripple you today." Saying that, Luo Jian raised his huge azure sword high up. The entire sword shone with an azure light, and powerful saint force undulations caused the students who were hiding in the library to tremble. "Ah!" Luo Jian roared. The huge azure sword that was raised high above his head left behind a beautiful azure trail in the air. It suddenly slashed down at an extremely fast speed. A powerful azure sword chi left the sword and shot towards Jianchen with lightning speed. Feeling the power of this sword chi, Jianchen's face immediately became incomparably serious. It was definitely not something he could block with his current strength. The speed of the azure sword chi was extremely fast, so fast that it was inconceivable. Jianchen did not even have time to think. All of the strength in his body was concentrated on his legs. Just as he was about to use all of his strength to dodge, suddenly, a white shadow shot out from outside the field at an even faster speed than the azure sword chi, blocking in front of Jianchen. When the azure sword chi hit the white shadow, it actually disappeared without a trace. It did not even cause a single spark. The white shadow that had just arrived was a middle-aged man around 40 years old. The middle-aged man was wearing a white robe. His scholarly face was currently filled with seriousness. His ordinary eyes were filled with anger. When Luo Jian saw the middle-aged man wearing a white robe, his face suddenly changed and became slightly pale. The huge azure sword in his hand disappeared in an instant. He immediately bowed and respectfully greeted, "Vice Principal." These 3 short words revealed the faint fear in Luo Jian's voice. Chapter 31. Bian's sharp gaze paused on Luo Jian for a while before he coldly snorted. His gaze then turned to Tai Ta and Qing Mingxiang, who were fighting fiercely. He shouted in a deep voice, "Why aren't you stopping?" Bian's voice was like a thunderclap that exploded in their ears, causing them to temporarily lose their sense of hearing. Tai Ta and Qing Mingxiang stopped at the same time. When they saw Vice Principal Bian suddenly appear in the field, Tai Ta immediately beamed with joy and excitement, while Qing Mingxiang's expression changed slightly and became a little unsightly. Tai Ta came to Jianchen's side and carefully sized up Jianchen from head to toe. He asked in a low, muffled voice, Changyang Shoten, are you hurt? Jianchen gently shook his head and gave Tai Ta a look, telling him not to speak. Tai Ta chuckled. Although he looked silly, he could understand Jianchen's meaning at this time. He simply stopped talking nonsense and stood obediently by Jianchen's side without saying a word. However, he kept winking at Qing Mingxiang, who had an unsightly expression on his face. His expression was full of provocation. It was obvious that the battle just now had not satisfied Tai Ta completely. Vice Principal Bian's sharp gaze stared at Luo Jian and Qing Mingxiang. He said in a deep voice, Luo Jian, you have violated the Academy's rules. You are guilty. Luo Jian indignantly raised his head and said, Vice Principal, it is a very normal thing for students to exchange pointers. I was only exchanging pointers with student Changyang Shoten. How is that a crime? As for violating the Academy's rules, please tell me clearly where I have violated the Academy's rules. Humph, you still dare to quibble. The Vice Principal's face darkened and he said in a deep voice, Luo Jian, what is the 66th rule of our Kargath Academy? Hearing this, Luo Jian bowed his head and thought for a moment. After a while, he said, the 66th rule is that fighting and destroying everything in the library are prohibited. Vice Principal Bian sneered and said, if I hadn't blocked that sword chi just now, I'm afraid that the gate of the Academy's library would have been destroyed by you. Luo Jian, don't you know that you are guilty? Hearing this, Luo Jian's face suddenly changed. Vice Principal Bian was right. If Jianchen had successfully dodged the sword chi just now, the gate of the library would have been destroyed, and even the students who were watching the fun would have been injured. As for the situation where Jianchen was unable to dodge the sword chi, Luo Jian did not dare to say it out loud. If he did, he would probably be charged with an even greater crime. This was because there was a clear rule in the academy that students could spar with each other, but if they intentionally injured others, they would be punished. Moreover, he had actually used a saint weapon to deal with a freshman who was not even a saint. Moreover, he had used a saint weapon and used almost all his strength to send out a powerful sword chi. This was no longer a simple matter of intentionally injuring others. Although he had already known the consequences of doing so, he had enough reasons to get away with it. However, at this moment, he was unexpectedly caught by the vice principal. The development of the matter was completely beyond his expectations. Now Luo Jian could only pray that the vice principal would not put a bigger crime on him. Luo Jian is guilty. Luo Jian didn't dare to be arrogant in front of the vice principal. Vice Principal Bian snorted coldly and continued, Luo Jian, now that you have violated the rules of the academy, I'll punish you to face the wall in the meditation hall for a month. Do you have any objections? The meditation hall was the place where Kargath Academy punished students who had made mistakes. Although it was called a hall, it was actually just a small stone house built entirely out of stone. Unlike the dormitory, this stone house was extremely small and could only accommodate one person. Once the door was closed, the interior would be plunged into complete darkness. No matter how strong the light from the outside was, it would not be able to penetrate the completely sealed stone house. Once the heavy stone door was closed, the interior would be plunged into a deathly stillness. Even if the sky was filled with thunderstorms, one would not be able to feel it at all. Luo Jian is wholeheartedly convinced. I have no objections. Luo Jian lowered his head and said respectfully. No one noticed that at this moment, Luo Jian's eyes were full of resentment. He was getting more and more resentful towards Jianchen in his heart. Vice Principal Bian nodded slightly, his expression becoming a bit better. After we leave, you can go to the meditation hall to face the wall and reflect. Subsequently, Vice Principal Bian's gaze fell on Qing Mingxiang, who had an uneasy expression on his face. He said solemnly, Qing Mingxiang, with your strength, you actually went to bully a new student. You've brought shame to our Kargath Academy. Qing Mingxiang's face was expressionless as he said in a low voice, Vice Principal's lecture is correct. Mingxiang knows his wrongs. There definitely won't be a next time. Qing Mingxiang, I hope you remember that this is Kargath Academy, and not your Huayun sect. As long as you are in Kargath Academy, you will have to abide by the rules of Kargath Academy. Otherwise, even if you are the Huayun sect's junior sect master, you will still be severely punished. I hope you won't have a next time. You can leave now. The vice principal was clearly somewhat afraid of Qing Mingxiang and didn't dare to go too far. Qing Mingxiang didn't say a word and silently left with the few students that had followed him. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, Luo Yun, Chen Feng, and Carl also didn't continue to stay and left with their tails between their legs. After they left, Vice Principal Bian's gaze fell on Jianchen and he said with a smile, You must be Changyang Shoten. Jianchen nodded and said in a neither haughty nor humble tone, That is me. Vice Principal Bian carefully sized up Changyang Shoten. The solemn expression on his face had long since disappeared. He smiled and said, With strength that hasn't even reached the saint realm, you were actually able to force Luo Jindu to use his saint weapon. Changyang Shoten, you are very good. Vice Principal, you praise me too much. I was just lucky for a moment. Jianchen indifferently replied, not revealing the slightest trace of arrogance on his face. Looking at Jianchen's calm expression, Vice Principal Bian nodded in admiration and said, Changyang Shoten, cultivate well and strive to become a saint as soon as possible. Thank you for your concern, Vice Principal. I will definitely work hard to cultivate. Jianchen smiled. Bian then turned his gaze to Tai Ta and said, Tai Ta, although you have become the principal's disciple and your status is different from before, you must remember that only by increasing your strength will you truly be respected by others. Only then will you be able to stand firm on the Tianyuan continent. Do you understand? Tai Ta nodded obediently and said in a low muffled voice, Tai Ta understands. Good. The vice president nodded and continued, Although your innate talent is top-notch and your future achievements are limitless, but you must not be arrogant. You must face everything with an ordinary and calm heart. Remember, you must not learn from those hedonistic sons of aristocratic families. Now that you have become the vice president's disciple, you must work harder in your cultivation in the future. You must spend more time on your cultivation. You must not disappoint the vice president's painstaking efforts. Hearing that, Tai Ta patted his chest and promised Bian, Vice Principal, don't worry. Tai Ta will definitely work hard on his cultivation. I definitely won't embarrass Master. The vice principal nodded with a smile before leaving. After the vice principal left, Jianchen and Tai Ta chatted for a while longer before bidding each other farewell. He returned to the library to read his books. When Jianchen returned to the library, all the students who were originally reading in the library had already disappeared without a trace. Not long after, two sensational pieces of news spread through the entire Kargath Academy at an inconceivable speed. Tai Ta, who obtained second place in the freshman competition, actually became the principal's disciple. He even had a fierce battle with Qing Mingxiang, who was known as a cultivation genius in the academy. In the freshman competition, the king of freshmen, Changyang Shoten, fought Luo Jian, who had the strength of an intermediate saint. He forced Luo Jian to use his holy weapon to fight with him. In the end, Vice Principal Bian was alarmed and was punished to face the wall for a month. These two pieces of news spread to every corner of the Kargath Academy in just a few hours, causing all the teachers and students to be shocked. At the same time, Tai Ta also became a famous person in the Kargath Academy. Originally, he was only a commoner, but now, his status had undergone an earth-shattering change. Those aristocratic disciples who looked down on his background before had no choice but to change their expression when facing Tai Ta. At the same time, Tai Ta had become the target of all the disciples in the academy. Although Jianshan's reputation had also spread throughout the entire academy, it had been completely overshadowed by Tai Ta's extremely dazzling radiance. Regarding this, Jianshan did not mind at all. Even so, there were still many female students who cast their bright and infatuated gazes on Jianshan. Jianshan's appearance was extremely handsome, definitely not inferior to any male student in the Kargath Academy. Coupled with his unique aura and powerful strength, he was definitely a lady killer. Therefore, in the Kargath Academy, Jianshan had already become the Prince Charming in the hearts of many young girls. Ever since the battle in the library, Jianshan's days had not been peaceful. Every time he appeared in the academy, there would always be many male students who would use various reasons as an excuse to challenge him. Even when Jianshan went to the library to read, there would be many people who would harass him, causing him to not even be able to read in peace. For this reason, Jianshan had made a few moves and taught a few self-righteous and arrogant hedonistic disciples a lesson. However, perhaps because Jianshan was too lenient, the deterrence effect was negligible and could almost be ignored. In the end, Jianshan had no choice but to bring the book to the dormitory to read after getting the agreement from the vice principal. Apart from reading, Jianshan spent all his free time on cultivation. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months had already passed. Early in the morning, when the sun slowly rose into the sky, Jianshan, who was sitting cross-legged on his bed, finally opened his eyes slowly. The moment he opened his eyes, 2 rays of light flashed through his eyes. Jianshan slightly lowered his head and slowly opened his palm, only to see that his palm was completely empty. The Class 3 monster core that was originally in his hand had already completely disappeared. Feeling the powerful saint force that was surging like the Yangtze River in his body, Jianshan's face finally revealed a trace of a smile. Saint force at the peak of the 10th layer. Chapter 32. Jianshan looked at the sky outside the window. The sun was already high up in the sky and it was getting late. Today was a special day for Kargath Academy, because today, Kargath Academy would be holding a large-scale activity. All the teachers and students of the academy had to participate, and the activity was called Wilderness Survival Battle. All the students had to go to a small forest 20 miles away from Kargath Academy and stay there for 3 days. Students who had yet to reach the Saint Realm had to obtain at least 2 rank 1 monster cores in these 3 days to pass the test, and students who had reached the Saint Realm had to obtain at least 2 rank 2 monster cores in order to pass the test. There was no limit to the number of monster cores that could be handed in, but the student who handed in the most monster cores would receive a very rich reward, a rank 4 Earth monster core and a spatial ring. Even in the eyes of the rich children of large clans, such a rich reward was enough to move them. At the same time, all the students who passed would be able to read various books on battle skills and cultivation methods on the 4th floor of the library. This reward was even more attractive to the students who came from ordinary families. Battle skills were battle skills that could unleash powerful attack. Through the unique use of Saint Force, one could unleash 120% of one's strength, or even unleash powerful attacks that completely exceeded one's own strength. Cultivation methods could only be used by saints. Some commoner families did not even have the lowest level of cultivation method. The children of commoner families basically relied on the most shallow breathing method to cultivate Saint Force. This breathing method was spread to every corner of the continent and its contents were extremely simple. Almost every commoner knew its contents. The only flaw was that this breathing method could only allow one to cultivate Saint Force to the 10th layer. It was completely useless to those who had already reached the Saint Realm. Therefore, in the eyes of those students who were born in commoner families, a combat skill and cultivation method was already a rare treasure. On the Tian Yuan continent, all battle skills and cultivation methods were divided into 4 grades, which were the Saint Tier, Heaven Tier, Earth Tier, and Human Tier. Each grade was further divided into elementary, intermediate, and advanced grades. After leaving the dormitory, Jianshan headed straight for the field. The activity this time had been announced 3 days ago. After 3 days, almost all the students had finished their preparations and adjusted their strength to their peak. When Jianchen arrived at the field, it was already filled with people. However, it was very clear that they were divided into 2 camps. One camp was made up of all the rich children, while the other camp was made up of commoners without any background. All the students who had not reached the Saint Realm held a weapon that shone with a cold light in their hands. Because they were going to fight against the magical beasts, the Academy allowed them to choose a defensive weapon of their own. Jianchen went straight to the weapon rack, but when he saw the few remaining weapons, he could not help but frown slightly. Almost all the good weapons had been chosen by the students in front of him. The remaining weapons were either inferior or heavy weapons that required brute force to wield. They were not suitable for him at all. His gaze slowly swept across the weapon rack. When Jianchen found a broken iron rod that was as thick as a finger, his eyes suddenly lit up. He immediately reached out and pulled it out with difficulty. The iron rod was about 1 meter long and as thick as a finger. It was covered in brownish-yellow rust, and had a very sharp tip on one end. Jianchen weighed the rusty iron rod in his hand and then tested its hardness. Only then did he nod in satisfaction. Although it was inconvenient to hold the iron rod, its weight and length were just right for Jianchen to use. Among the remaining weapons, this iron rod was undoubtedly the only one that could allow Jianchen to exert as much of his strength as possible. At this moment, Tai Ta walked out of the crowd. He was carrying a huge axe that was slightly larger than his body on his back. He looked even more majestic now. Tai Ta walked up to Jianchen. When his gaze fell on the rusty iron rod in Jianchen's hand, he could not help but show a trace of doubt in his eyes. He asked in confusion, "Hey, Changyang Shoten, what are you doing with this iron rod?" Jianchen chuckled, "What else can it be? Obviously it's a weapon." "No way, Changyang Shoten, you're actually using this broken iron rod as a weapon? Is there something wrong with your head?" Tai Ta was shocked. Jianchen gently chuckled and did not explain any further. Although Tai Ta was very confused by Jianchen's use of a broken iron rod as a weapon, he did not dwell on the matter. He continued, "Changyang Shoten, why don't we fight together? If we work together, there won't be a single Class 1 magical beast that can threaten us. We can even kill Class 2 magical beasts that are stronger than us. Moreover, I've been fighting with wild beasts in the forest since I was young, so I've gradually gained some experience in surviving in the wild. You'll definitely suffer a lot less if you're with me." With that, Jianchen pondered slightly before nodding in agreement to Tai Ta's suggestion. The Academy did not forbid students from gathering in groups of 3 or 5 to hunt magical beasts, so most students were allowed to travel in groups of 3 or 5. At this moment, a handsome and arrogant rich man arrived before Tai Ta. He smiled and said, "Hello Tai Ta, I'm Sumis, at the peak of the 10th layer of Saint Force. Why don't we work together? I believe that if we work together, it'll be easier for us to kill magical beasts." Tai Ta glanced at Sumis before shaking his head. "No need. Changyang Shoten and I are enough. We don't need anyone else." Sumis was not discouraged at all by Tai Ta's rejection. He turned to Jianchen and immediately became rather arrogant. He said, "You must be Changyang Shoten, the 4th young master of Changyang Prefecture in Lore City. You really are a talent. Changyang Shoten, I'm from the Sumis clan in the Forbidden City. My father is the patriarch of the Sumis clan. May I ask if Junior Changyang Shoten would be happy to have me join your group?" Although Sumis's words could be considered polite, his tone faintly carried a hint of coercion. The Forbidden City was a royal city, but for the Kingdom of Jessen, the Forbidden City was an imperial city because the royal palace was located in the Forbidden City. Hearing Sumi's threatening tone, Jianchen frowned. He glanced at Sumi's handsome face and said indifferently, "I'm sorry, but we don't need anyone to join us. After all, we're facing a rank 1 magical beast. We don't have the time to take care of others. Hearing this, Sumi's face turned dark. Jianshan's words clearly showed that he looked down on his strength. Sumi's face was gloomy. He glared fiercely at Jianshan's calm face, then snorted coldly and left. After Sumi's left, many people with extraordinary identities came one after another. These people either greeted Tai Ta or wanted to join Tai Ta's team. However, they were all rejected by Tai Ta. Tai Ta didn't have a good impression of these people and didn't want to say a word to them. After everyone left, a burly young man, not much smaller than Tai Ta, walked over from the distance with 3 students in their 20s. They arrived in front of Jianshan and patted Jianshan's shoulder. He laughed and said, "Fourth brother, you're now famous in the academy. In our Kargath Academy, there's probably no one who doesn't know your name. Not bad, not bad. You didn't lose face for our Changyang prefecture and let Big Brother share a lot of glory with you." The burly young man was Jianshan's big brother, Changyang Hu. At this moment, Changyang Hu's face was filled with a happy smile. That excitement came from the bottom of his heart. A smile appeared on Jianshan's face. "Big brother, don't make fun of me. Right, you came at the right time. Why don't we travel together this time?" Changyang Hu shook his head. He seemed to have thought of something and smiled happily. "Fourth brother, if you said this to me 7 days ago, I might have been happy to go with you. But now I can't. 7 days ago, I finally condensed a saint weapon and became a saint. This time, we're going to enter the 3rd level of the forest to hunt Class 2 magical beasts, so I can't go with you." As he spoke, powerful saint force surged out of Changyang Hu's body. With a flash of yellow light, a huge double-edged axe appeared in Changyang Hu's hand. The axe was extremely large, even larger than a washbasin. The entire axe shined with a yellow light. "Fourth brother, not bad, right?" After condensing a saint weapon, I was pleasantly surprised to find that my saint force was actually of the earth attribute. Changyang Hu was very proud of himself. A battle between a saint weapon with an elemental attribute and a saint weapon without an elemental attribute would usually result in an extremely large advantage. If 2 people of similar strength were to fight, the person with the elemental attribute would almost always be the final victor if nothing unexpected happened. Everyone could only discover the attribute of saint force after condensing a saint weapon. As a result, it was very difficult to discover the attribute of saint force before becoming a saint. However, the chances of having saint force with an attribute were extremely low. On average, only 1 in 1,000 people would have a saint weapon with an attribute. Kargath Academy was basically filled with the students with the most potential in the entire kingdom of Jessen, so it was very normal for there to be many students with an attribute of saint force. Looking at the double-edged axe in Changyang Hu's hand, Jianshan couldn't help but smile happily. "Big brother, congratulations on condensing a saint weapon and becoming a saint weapon with an attribute." Changyang Hu was extremely happy. He extended his hand and pointed at the young men who had come with him. "Oh right, fourth brother, let me introduce you. They're the more outstanding ones among my direct descendants. They're Changyang Aojian, Changyang Feng, and Changyang Xiaotian. We greet the 4th young master." The 3 young men all bowed towards Jianshan. They were extremely respectful. The hierarchy in Changyang Prefecture was extremely strict, so even though they were direct descendants of Changyang Prefecture, their status was slightly lower than Jianshan's. Even though many of them were older than Jianshan, they still treated Jianshan with respect. Moreover, the 3 of them didn't feel the slightest bit of injustice towards Jianshan, who was slightly younger than them. Instead, they were filled with pride. This was because Jianshan had used only 80% of his saint force to defeat Saint Kadiun, who didn't use a saint weapon. It was the same as when he fought Luo Jian empty-handed a few months ago. In the end, he even forced Luo Jian to use his saint weapon. Jianshan's achievements caused all the teachers and students in Kargath Academy to sigh in admiration. Chapter 33. After introducing Tai Ta to Changyang Hu, Jianchen began to chat with Changyang Hu. Only when Vice Principal Bai En arrived did they part. Vice Principal Bai En then gave a speech and cleaned up all the students, temporarily taking away their space belts and space rings to prevent some people from using the magic cores in their space rings to make up the numbers. Afterwards, he gave all the students a space belt of the lowest grade. These space belts were not worth much on the Tianyuan continent. They were very common items, which was why the Academy could take out over 1,000 of them at once. The space in each space belt was very small, only 1 meter square. However, it was enough to store monster cores. Inside each space belt there were some healing medicines. When everything was ready, the 1,000+ students began to leave Kargath Academy in a grandiose manner. They walked towards a forest 20 miles away, accompanied by dozens of Academy teachers. Their mission was to spread out in the forest and be ready to rescue any students in danger at any time. The one leading the team was the Vice Principal, Bai En. After leaving the Academy, everyone gradually increased their speed. After all, even the weakest among them had reached 80% of Saint Force. Even though they did not travel at full speed, their speed was still very fast. After 2 hours of travel, everyone finally arrived at the outskirts of the forest. When they arrived, everyone could clearly see that the entire forest was enveloped by a layer of faint white light. Jian Chen's eyes were filled with curiosity as he looked at the forest shrouded in a layer of white light. He had read a large amount of books in the library, so he was very clear about the origins of this forest. 300 years ago, this place was a wasteland filled with weeds. There was no such forest at all. Later on, the principal of Kargath Academy mobilized the strength of thousands of people and spent an entire year to develop this place. In the end, this forest was not very large. Even so, this forest still covered an area of 50 kilometers. After more than 100 years of development, this forest gradually turned into a primeval forest. When the forest was fully formed, the Dean of Kargath Academy, Bunain, personally took action. He spent 3 days and 3 nights to lay down a huge enchantment that enveloped the entire forest. Moreover, he divided the forest into 3 regions. Each region was covered by a layer of powerful enchantment. Finally, he released some magic beasts with low attack power but strong reproductive ability to enter. This was to be used by the students of the Academy to gain experience. In order to nurture more talents for the Jessen Kingdom, Headmaster Bunain had spent a great deal of effort. However, at that time, Headmaster Bunain was someone else and not the current headmaster of Kargath Institute. At this moment, the calm voice of the vice principal rang out from the front. Students, from now on, you must stay in the forest for 3 days and hand over at least 2 monster cores to pass. If you leave the forest midway or fail to hand over 2 monster cores, you will fail and will not receive any rewards. The vice principal's voice rang out clearly in the ears of every student present. Now, everyone will split up. Students who have yet to reach Saint Realm can work together to hunt magical beasts in the 2nd region. Students who have reached Saint Realm, please head to the 3rd region. Afterward, everyone gradually split up. Changyang Shoten and Tai Ta walked together very naturally. Since the barrier only targeted magical beasts, they were not stopped at all when they entered the barrier. Jianshan and Tai Ta arrived in the 1st region after entering the barrier. The magical beasts in this region were not very powerful. They had not reached Class 1 yet. These magical beasts were usually called wild beasts on the Tianyuan continent because they could only be called magical beasts after reaching Class 1. With over 1,000 students walking together, even a few particularly ferocious beasts did not dare to cause trouble. As a result, it was extremely peaceful along the way. Very soon, they passed through another barrier and arrived in the 2nd region. All the magical beasts in this region were Class 1 magical beasts. To people who had not even reached Saint Realm, even Class 1 magical beasts with low attack power were enough to pose a threat to them. After entering the 2nd region, Jianchen and Tai Ta took the initiative to separate from the group. They made their way into the depths of the dense forest. The surroundings were filled with weeds that were as tall as a person, which greatly affected their vision. They were unable to make out the path at all. There were only traces left behind by many large magical beasts on the ground. Changyang Shoten, we can come across magical beasts at any time. We need to be careful. We can't be careless, Tai Ta said rather sternly. He had fought with wild beasts in the forest since he was young, so he was extremely experienced. He understood very well just how dangerous the forest was. As long as he was careless, he could lose his life here. Jianchen revealed a sliver of confidence. He said indifferently, "Don't worry. Even if you come across danger, I might not be in danger." With the memories from his past life, Jianchen could not be treated like a normal person. He had lived in primitive forests many times in his past life, so it could be said that Jianchen's experience in surviving in the forest was much greater than Tai Ta's. Moreover, he had read a large number of books in the library. Many of them were experiences of surviving in the forest of magical beasts. Tai Ta tightened his grip on the huge axe in his hand. He looked around cautiously and said, "I've killed many wild beasts in the past, but I've never killed a Class 1 magical beast. Those are powerful magical beasts that have reached the level of saint. Even saints with saint weapons might not be able to kill them. I wonder if we can kill a Class 1 magical beast if we come across one. After all, those magical beasts will run away. We definitely won't be able to catch up here." Jianchen gently smiled. "Tai Ta, do you have so little confidence in your own strength?" Tai Ta blushed slightly. He scratched his head and said honestly, "No, I'm very confident in my own strength. My teacher said that I can defeat regular saints with my current strength, but I've never killed a Class 1 magical beast before. I haven't even seen one." As soon as Tai Ta said that, Jianchen's face stiffened slightly. He immediately extended his hand to stop Tai Ta from continuing. Light flickered through his eyes as he looked around in interest. Tai Ta immediately knew that danger was approaching when he noticed Jianchen's sudden seriousness. He immediately became cautious as if he was facing a great enemy. He slowly scanned the dense weeds around him. Jianchen looked around sharply. However, the weeds had grown extremely strong after years of production, completely blocking his vision. As a result, Jianchen was unable to see anything. Jianchen gently gripped the metal rod in his right hand as he slowly closed his eyes. His ears trembled slightly as he listened carefully to the movements around him. After a few seconds, Jianchen suddenly opened his eyes. Immediately, a sharp light flashed through his eyes. Afterwards, Jianchen took a step forward. The rusty metal rod in his right hand suddenly stabbed out with lightning-like speed as it shone with a brownish-yellow light. At the same time, a green branch suddenly shot out from the weeds, shooting towards Jianchen as quickly as it could. Jianchen's metal rod collided with the green branch in the air. The branch was immediately obstructed, pausing slightly in the air. The tip of the metal rod had already pierced the branch's body. At this moment, he suddenly discovered that the branch was actually a green, venomous snake. It was as thick as an adult's arm. Just the part of its body that was exposed was 2 meters long. At this moment, a strong gust of wind whistled past Jianchen's ears. Tai Ta swung his huge axe towards the green venomous snake with an ear-piercing sound. The axe viciously struck the venomous snake's body. The powerful force directly sent it flying far away. It flew for close to 10 meters before falling to the ground with a soft thud. However, there were just too many weeds here. Jianchen and Tai Ta could not even see the snake clearly from 5 meters away, let alone 10 meters. "Chase after it. We can't let it hide." Jianchen understood his situation very well. As soon as he spoke, he quickly chased after the venomous snake. If the venomous snake carefully hid in an environment like this, it would cause a lot of trouble for the two of them. After all, they would brush against countless weeds with every step they took. Moreover, it was very difficult to see what was beneath their feet. It would be very troublesome to guard against a venomous snake that was prepared. Tai Ta did not hesitate at all and quickly chased after Jianchen. When Tai Ta caught up to Jianchen, he saw that Jianchen had already stopped. 3 meters away, the venomous snake raised its head high and stared at the two of them with a pair of cold eyes. Its mouth was constantly spitting out snake apricot. This venomous snake was already 1.5 meters tall when it raised its body. There were 2 wounds on its body that was as thick as an adult's arm. One of them was a deep bloody hole left by Jianchen, and the other was a long wound left by Tai Ta's axe. The wound was cut horizontally across its waist, and the flesh around the wound was cut open. Bright red blood continuously flowed out from the wound. Jianchen stared at the venomous snake cautiously. Even though the snake before him had weaker attacks, it was still a Class 1 magical beast after all. It was no weaker than a saint who had condensed a saint weapon. Tai Ta stared at the snake sternly as well. The veins on his hands bulged as he gripped his axe tightly, ready to strike as hard as he could at any time. After a short moment of stalemate, Jianchen finally moved. The short distance of 3 meters was almost negligible in his eyes. With a slight sway of his body, Jianchen had already crossed the distance of 2 meters. In an instant, he arrived in front of the viper. With an ear-piercing sound, the iron rod in his hand pierced through the air at a speed that was difficult to follow with the naked eye, aiming straight for the viper's heart. The venomous snake let out a hoarse roar. Its body nimbly shifted slightly, dodging the fatal blow. Even so, the rusty iron rod still pierced deeply into its body, penetrating through. The tip of the rod came out from the other side of its body. Hiss! The intense pain made the green venomous snake release a hoarse roar, its mouth wide open. Yaha! Tai Ta was not slow either. He swung his axe with all his might and chopped at the snake's head with all his might. Chapter 34. Looking at the head that flew high up in the air, and the body that was still crazily spraying blood, Tai Ta was stunned. He couldn't believe that a first-level magical beast could be killed so easily, because this green poisonous snake didn't require much effort at all. Jianchen slowly pulled out the iron rod that was still stuck in the snake's body, and casually wiped the blood that was left on the tip of the iron rod on the surrounding weed. In fact, the biggest contribution in killing this first-level magical beast was Jianchen. If it wasn't for his lightning-fast sword that pierced the snake's body and gave Mao a huge wound, Tai Ta's axe wouldn't have been able to chop off the snake's head so easily. Tai Ta took back his axe, and looked at the snake's body that had lost its head and was constantly twisting. He murmured, "Changyang Shoten, is this really a first-level magical beast? Why is it so weak?" Hearing this, Jianchen chuckled. "Actually, it's not that this magical beast is too weak, but the two of us together are too strong. And this first-level magical beast is enough to bring a lot of trouble to some people who have just advanced to the saint level." Iron Tower chuckled as he wiped the blood off his axe. He then placed the axe on his shoulder and said with a silly smile, "If that's the case, then we can easily kill Class 1 magic beasts here." Hearing this, Jianchen seemed to have thought of something. He couldn't help but reveal a happy smile. "That's right. With our strength, even if we were to encounter a Class 1 magical beast alone, we would still be able to kill it, not to mention if we were to work together. It can be said that there are basically no magical beasts in the second area that can pose a threat to us. After all, the magical beasts here are all raised by the Academy. Their purpose is to train the students' actual combat ability. It's impossible for there to be overly powerful magical beasts, unless..." Speaking to this point, Jianchen paused as a thoughtful expression appeared on his face. Tai Ta became excited when he heard Jianchen's words. He said, "Unless what? Unless we meet a group of magical beasts, but I don't know if there will be any here." With that, Jianchen's face gradually became serious. With their strength, they wouldn't have any trouble dealing with a single first-level magical beast, but if they met a group, it would be hard to say. Tai Ta frowned and said uncertainly, "It shouldn't be possible. I've fought with beasts in the forest for a long time, and I've never met a group of beasts." "That's not necessarily true. I've read many books about magical beasts in the library, and I've discovered that some magical beasts basically all live in groups. They have a very strong sense of unity, and they rarely move alone." As he spoke, Jian Chun arrived before the headless snake. Only now did he discover that the snake was actually 6 or 7 meters long. Afterward, Jian Chun stabbed his rod into the snake's weak point and removed a blood-soaked crystal. On the Tian Yuan continent, there were many different types of magical beasts, and their monster cores were all located in different places. Some were in their heads, some were in their chests, and some were in their stomach. The monster cores of snake-type magical beasts were located at the 7th inch of their bodies. This was something that Jian Chun had already learned from books. Bang! Tower swung the axe on his shoulder at a tree beside him, directly chopping the tree that was as thick as a water bucket in half. He yelled out heroically, "If we really encounter a group of magical beasts, I, Lord Tower, will definitely make sure they don't return alive." Jian Chun picked up the monster core from the snake's body and wiped off the blood on the grass before tossing it to Tai Ta. He said, "All right, stop howling. Although there are quite a few magical beasts that live in groups on the Tian Yuan continent, who knows if we'll be able to come across them? After all, this isn't the magical beast forest." Tai Ta then took the monster core that Jian Chun threw over and asked doubtfully, "Why are you giving it to me?" Jian Chun smiled. "This snake was killed by you, so this monster core should be yours." Seeing that Tai Ta was about to refuse, Jian Chun continued, "Don't refuse this monster core, just take it. After all, we still have at least 3 days. During this time, our harvest will be very rich, so we don't care about this monster core." Hee, alright then. I'll take this monster core first. No matter which one of us kills the next magical beast, the monster core will be yours. Tai Ta was overjoyed as he held the monster core that still had some traces of blood on it. After all, this was the first monster core he had obtained from killing a magical beast. Afterwards, the two of them continued on their way. Since he knew that Jian Chun was extremely sensitive to danger, Tai Ta straightforwardly gave the task of being on guard to Jian Chun. He, on the other hand, constantly swung his axe, clearing the path ahead. Although swinging such a heavy axe was extremely exhausting, it was like eating a normal meal to Tai Ta, who was born with great strength. It did not exhaust him at all. After all, not only was his strength frighteningly great, it was almost limitless. It was almost impossible for him to run out of strength. Not long after the two of them started walking, Jian Chun's ears twitched slightly, and his footsteps suddenly stopped. He immediately reached out and pulled Tai Ta, who was constantly chopping at the weeds in front of him, and made a silent gesture. Tai Ta understood and stopped chopping at the weed. He held the axe tightly with both hands and came to Jian Chun's side, standing side by side with Jian Chun. His eyes shone brightly as he vigilantly looked around. The two of them breathed very lightly, and their expressions were full of vigilance. The difference was that Tai Ta's eyes were constantly looking around, while Jian Chun closed his eyes slightly, using his perception to feel everything around him. The weeds were overgrown, so it was very difficult to see anything with one's eyes. Even if there really was an unknown danger hidden here, it was probably not something that could be seen with one's eyes. As a result, Tai Ta did not discover anything even after looking around for quite some time. Jian Chun gently closed his eyes. His sensitive ears twitched from time to time, capturing all the sounds around him. At the same time, Jian Chun's mind was also on high alert, using his powerful spirit to sense everything around him. At this moment, Jian Chun could not help but reminisce about the battle between him and Duguqiubai in his previous life. In the end, he made a breakthrough right before his death, reaching the realm of wielding a sword with his spirit. At that time, his spirit had become extremely powerful and could easily spread out, enveloping everything around him. Nothing within the range of his spirit could escape his perception. However, Jianchen felt regretful. Although his spirit was extremely powerful after his reincarnation, he was unable to spread it out. Otherwise, this forest would not have been a problem for Jianchen at all. It would have been extremely easy for him to find the magical beasts hiding here. Jianchen's spirit was highly focused as he tried his best to sense everything around him. Slowly, his mind entered a special state. Although his spirit did not spread out at this moment, his spirit seemed to have established a subtle connection with the various plants around him. It was as if they had merged into one. This feeling was very mysterious. However, when Jianchen entered this state, his perception suddenly reached a new height. Finally, a faint breathing sound entered Jianchen's perception. This breathing was simply too subtle. Even if you were standing next to it, you would probably not be able to sense it. Jianchen's tightly closed eyes opened in an instant. Immediately, his body flashed and disappeared from where he was standing. He quickly rushed to the side. On the way, Jianchen's body constantly twisted and adjusted, avoiding the weeds and branches that blocked his path. In a short moment, Jianchen had already crossed a distance of 10 meters. Then, he quickly stabbed the iron rod in his hand. Along the way, the iron rod silently pierced through a few leaves and a few weeds. With lightning speed, he stabbed towards a black shadow hidden in the weeds. "Ayo!" A scream mixed with pain suddenly sounded. Then, a black shadow jumped out from the grass. It opened its bloody mouth and pounced towards Jianchen. This was a black panther, a full 2 meters long. At this moment, there was a finger-sized hole in the black panther's forehead. A torrent of blood continuously flowed out from the wound, slowly flowing down the black fur on its face. It looked even more ferocious. Jianchen's gaze was as sharp as a sword. His indifferent face revealed a trace of a cold smile. Then, with a shake of his arm, he once again stabbed the iron rod in his hand at an inconceivable speed. The target was the Black Panther's throat. In the end, before the Black Panther could react, the tip of the iron rod had already pierced deeply into the Black Panther's throat. Coupled with the fact that the Black Panther's body was in a forward pouncing posture in midair, its cumbersome body was constantly falling down. In the end, the iron rod pierced through its throat and came out from its spine. This time, the Black Panther did not even have the time to cry out before it died. It collapsed on the ground with its eyes wide open. It had died with remaining grievances. Only at this moment did Tai Ta rush over from behind. When he saw the Black Panther lying on the ground with its throat pierced by the rusty iron rod, his eyes immediately widened. He was as shocked as he could be. "Changyang Shoten, did you kill it?" Tai Ta asked with a trembling voice. Even though he had seen Jianchen's weapon pierce the Black Panther's throat with his own eyes, he still could not believe what he had just seen. This was because far too little time had passed. When Jianchen had rushed over, Tai Ta had followed as quickly as he could. However, by the time he arrived, a Class 1 magical beast had already died at Jianchen's hands. It had taken less than a breath, not even half a breath. Killing a Class 1 magical beast in less than half a breath was naturally extremely easy for some expert. However, Tai Ta understood Jianchen's strength very well. He definitely had not become a saint yet, and the weapon he used was only a rusty iron rod. Jianchen stepped on the Black Panther's head and slowly pulled out the iron rod. He smiled carelessly and said, "That's right, I killed it. It was just a coincidence. It shouldn't have died so quickly, but it insisted on drilling into my weapon. As a result, it died before it could even cry out." Tai Ta scratched the back of his head when he heard that. He stared at Jianchen's calm face in doubt and asked in disbelief, "Really? You're not lying to me?" Jianchen chuckled, "Of course it's true. Why would I lie to you?" Chapter 35. After retrieving the monster core, Jianchen and Tai Ta continued their journey of hunting magical beasts. Hunting a Class 1 magical beast with the strength of a saint was definitely an extremely difficult mission for regular students of the academy. Their lives could be in danger at any time. However, in the eyes of Jian Chun and Tai Ta, it was nothing more than a game. The second zone had completely become a golden ground for the two of them to hunt for monster cores. A day passed very quickly. Night fell. Jianchen and Tai Ta sat in an empty space that had been cleared out. There was a torch between the two of them. The bright light constantly flickered in the dark night, causing their reflections to constantly distort. They seemed like demons baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. The surroundings were pitch black. Outside of the range of the flames, one couldn't even see one's own fingers. The night was not so calm. In the woods, who knew how far away, there were constant roars and howls of magical beasts, making one's hair stand on end. If a timid person were to spend the night in such an environment, he would probably be scared out of his wit. Tai Ta flipped over a large piece of unknown magical beast meat on the rack. With the light from the fire, he could clearly see that Tai Ta and Jianchen's clothes were all tattered and covered in blood. These bloodstains were all from the magical beasts, and their clothes were all cut by some thorns. Changyang Shoten, you really are amazing. I never thought that your rusty metal rod would be so powerful. You basically killed all the magical beasts we killed today. Only the small snake we met at the beginning was killed by me, Tai Ta praised. Jianchen smiled faintly. I just happened to grasp the opportunity. If you hadn't heavily injured the magical beasts, it would have been rather difficult for me to kill them. Tai Ta chuckled. He finally found some comfort in his heart. He continued, Changyang Shoten, can you tell me why you're always able to sense the approach of magical beasts beforehand? Tai Ta's face was filled with curiosity. He had been holding this question in his heart for an entire day, and now he finally found the right opportunity to ask. Jianchen did not hide anything. He pointed at his ears and head and said, use this and this. Iron Tower followed Jianchen's actions and pointed at his ears and head. He asked curiously, are you talking about stopping with your ears and thinking with your head? You're half right. Jianchen rubbed the tip of the iron rod against a large rock that he had purposely moved near his feet. He replied absent-mindedly, apart from listening with your ears, you also need to use your spirit to sense the surroundings. However, the latter method is still a little too difficult for you right now. Oh! Tai Ta nodded as if he didn't fully understand. Then, a thoughtful expression appeared on his face. Jianchen placed the iron rod, which was almost molded, beside him. He untied the spatial belt around his waist and said, Iron Tower, let's look at today's harvest. With that, Jianchen continuously shook the spatial belt and poured out all the monster cores stored inside. As the monster cores rolled out of the spatial belt one after another, they gradually formed a small mountain in front of Jianchen. Iron Tower did the same. He took off his own space belt and poured out all the magic cores inside. In the end, he also piled them up into a small mountain of 1 foot high. I have a total of 48 here. Jianchen wore a satisfied smile on his face. Today's harvest was undoubtedly huge. I have a total of 49 here, one more than you. Tai Ta's voice was filled with excitement. It was definitely the first time he had seen so many monster cores in his life. In the past, he had never thought that he would actually possess so many monster cores one day, even though they were all at the first level. However, to Tai Ta, who was born in a commoner family, this was already a huge amount of wealth. To have such a bountiful harvest on the first day, it's not bad. I wonder if we can become the person with the most monster cores with our current number of monster cores. After all, the rewards are very generous. A 4th level monster core and a spatial ring. Jianchen was also moved by the bountiful rewards. Most importantly, it was the 4th level monster core. The energy of a 4th level monster core was much purer than a 1st level monster core. At this time, Jianchen's eyes suddenly narrowed. He shouted in a low voice, quickly put away the monster cores. Someone is coming. After saying that, Jianchen immediately put the monster cores on the ground into his spatial belt and hung it on his waist. Tai Ta was not slow either. As soon as he heard Jianchen's reminder, he began to pick up the monster cores on the ground in a flurry. When Jianchen finished, Tai Ta had also put all the monster cores into his spatial belt. After the two of them stored all the monster cores into their spatial belts, they waited for a few breaths of time before the grass in the distance began to sway slightly. With a rustling sound, a thin person walked out from the grass. When he saw Jianchen and Tai Ta standing in front of the bonfire, he was clearly stunned. Then, he let out a cry filled with joy. Like a weak girl who had grabbed onto a life-saving straw, he ran over with messy steps. I finally found someone. I finally found someone. I beg you to save me. Don't leave me behind. I'm scared. I'm really scared. Those magical beasts want to eat me. That person's tone was very flustered and full of fear, but his voice was very soft. Hearing this, Jianchen and Tai Ta finally understood that this person was actually a girl. With the help of the flickering firelight, they could vaguely see that the girl was wearing Kargath Academy's uniform. However, the uniform had been torn by the thistles and thorns in the forest. It was already a bit of clothing that didn't cover her body. Even her white underwear was exposed. Moreover, her clothes were also covered with mud. It seemed that she had fallen many times. The girl's face was full of mud and couldn't be seen clearly. However, her long cheeks had two clear lines of tears. Her pair of watery eyes were full of pleading as she looked at Jianchen. She looked very pitiful and helpless. Sit down first. Jianchen tried his best to make his tone more amiable. With regards to the girl's situation, he already had a good guess. In this kind of environment, even some men who hadn't experienced the hardships would feel their hair stand on end, let alone a girl. Seeing that the other party was actually a delicate girl, Tai Ta also relaxed his vigilance. He gently put down the axe in his hand and looked at the girl with curiosity. Jianchen looked at the girl and asked, "Can you tell me your name?" "I'm called Liang Xiaola." The girl answered a little timidly. She looked at Jianchen and Tai Ta evasively. Her eyes were full of fear, as well as some faint worry and fear. "You're a girl, why aren't you with others? You're so timid, yet you still want to walk alone in the forest. Just a few random roars scared you to this extent?" Tai Ta asked in a low, muffled voice. Liang Xiaola looked at Tai Ta timidly and said in a low voice, "I was originally with a few friends. Unfortunately, we met a magical beast later on. That magical beast was very strong. Even with all of us together, we couldn't beat it. Very quickly, a few of us were injured. In the end, when we were running away, I accidentally got separated from everyone." Hearing this, Tai Ta pouted in disdain and muttered to himself, "A few people can't even deal with a first-rank magical beast. How useless. Chongyang Shoten and I killed almost 100 magical beasts today." Thinking of this, a sense of pride spontaneously rose in Tai Ta's heart. Golyalu. At this moment, a strange sound suddenly sounded. Immediately, Jianchen and Tai Ta's eyes focused on the source of the sound. It was actually Liang Xiaola's stomach. At this moment, her stomach was continuously making Golyalu sounds. Hungry. Jianchen's face revealed a trace of a smile. And Liang Xiaola nodded a little shyly and said in a soft voice, "I haven't eaten for 2 meals. Saying this, Liang Xiaola's eyes kept glancing at the golden magical beast meat on the fire. Her nose greedily sniffed the faint fragrance, but the more she was like this, the more her stomach growled. In the end, Jianchen and Tai Ta heard a rumbling sound in their ears. Jianchen smiled and picked up the stick with the magical beast meat. He was not afraid of the heat and directly tore off a large piece with his hands and placed it in front of Liang Xiaola. He said, "Take it and eat. Be careful, it's hot." Liang Xiaola rubbed her hands together and wiped the dirt off her hands with the corner of her tattered cloth. She carefully took the magical beast meat and ate it in big mouthfuls without caring about the hot meat. Liang Xiaola was probably starving. He quickly ate up such a large piece of magical beast meat, and still looked at the remaining large piece of magical beast meat with an unsatisfied expression. Jianchen smiled and tore off another large piece of magical beast meat and placed it in front of Liang Xiaola. He said, "Take it and eat." Looking at the piece of magical beast meat in front of her, Liang Xiaola hesitated for a moment. In the end, she did not reach out to take it. Instead, she looked at Jianchen and Tai Ta and said in a soft voice, "I'm done eating. What are you going to eat?" Hearing this, Tai Ta laughed and said, "Don't worry, we still have a big one. Look under that tree." Tai Ta pointed in a direction. Liang Xiaola looked in the direction of Tai Ta's finger and found that there was an unknown magical beast under a big tree not far away. One of its legs had disappeared and there were still traces of blood on the ground. Looking at the corpse of the magical beast, Liang Xiaola swallowed hard and said, "You guys are really amazing. 2 people can kill a level 1 magical beast. TSK, this is nothing." Tai Ta did not care. Time passed silently. Very soon, Jianchen and Tai Ta had finished eating as well. They were about to rest. "Oi, where am I going to sleep?" Liang Xiaola asked awkwardly. Jianchen pointed at the tree nearby and said, "Go rest in the tree. That way, even if magical beasts attack at night, they won't hurt you." "Ah, there are magical beasts attacking at night?" Liang Xiaola's face paled when she heard that. Her eyes were filled with fear as she trembled all over. "What about you? Where are you going? Don't leave me behind at all, or I'll definitely be eaten by those vicious magical beasts." Liang Xiaola followed up with a question. She stared at Jianchen and Tai Ta nervously, afraid that they would leave her behind and run off. Jianchen sighed inside. He really had no way of dealing with the timid Liang Xiaola. Young ladies from noble families like her had never experienced much. They had grown up in a greenhouse, so they would lose their cool when they encountered danger. "Don't worry, we won't go far. We'll just rest under that tree," said Jianchen. Liang Xiaola finally felt some comfort when she heard that. However, the lingering fear in her heart did not disappear. Chapter 36. In the middle of the night, Jianchen and Tai Ta sat under a tree and cultivated quietly. Their torches had already been extinguished. Liang Xiaola sat on a branch that was 5 or 6 meters above the ground behind them. She looked around nervously. Whenever the roar of a wild beast rang out in the night sky, she would become nervous for half a day. How could she dare to sleep in an environment like this? How could she sleep? Liang Xiaola's bright eyes constantly glanced past Jianchen and Tai Ta, who were cultivating under the tree. It seemed like she was keeping an eye on the 2 of them. She did not want to see the 2 people she had encountered after so much difficulty run away right under her nose at a critical moment like this. She would lose her only protection. At this moment, a gentle breeze blew by, causing the surrounding trees to rustle. At the same time, Jianchen, who had been cultivating under a tree, suddenly opened his eyes. Immediately, a sharp gaze shot out from his eyes, directly towards the depths of the forest. Afterwards, he stood up from the ground with a bang, tightly gripping the rusty metal rod in his hand. Liang Xiaola stared at Jianchen, who had suddenly stood up in confusion. For some reason, she suddenly felt an intense sense of unease from the depths of her heart. "Hey, what's wrong?" Liang Xiaola whispered and asked carefully. She did not dare to speak loudly in an environment like this, afraid that she would attract the attention of a magical beast. Jianchen did not answer Liang Xiaola. Instead, he looked at Tai Ta, who was still cultivating, and called out, "Tai Ta, wake up. There's an attack from a magical beast." "Ah, what did you say? There's an attack from a magical beast?" Liang Xiaola paled in fright. Her face became extremely pale in an instant, devoid of blood. Due to excessive fear, her entire body began to tremble. Tai Ta was cultivating, but he still maintained a sliver of vigilance towards the outside world even though he was cultivating in an environment like this. As a result, when he heard Jianshan's words, he immediately stopped cultivating and stood up. He picked up the axe and carried it on his shoulder. Changyang Shoten, where are the magical beasts? Iron Tower looked around. Not only did he not find any traces of magic beasts, he did not even hear any movement. Jianshan slowly turned his head and stared around sternly. He said with a deep voice, "Tai Ta, be careful this time. It's not just one magical beast attacking. It's a group. A bunch." Tai Ta's nonchalant expression immediately vanished when he heard that. It was replaced with a stern expression. "What? A group? No way. Hey, I beg you, don't scare me, okay?" Liang Xiaola, who was hiding in the tree, cried and pleaded. She would rather take these words as Jianshan's threat to her. Jianshan frowned, then shouted at Liang Xiaola, who was shouting in the tree, "Be quiet, are you trying to lure all the magical beasts over here?" Without a doubt, Jianshan's words were extremely effective on Liang Xiaola. Liang Xiaola immediately covered his mouth with his hand and forced himself not to make a sound. "Changyang Shoten, how many magical beasts do you think there are this time?" Tai Ta asked with a deep voice. "There's a lot. There's at least a dozen. They've made their preparations and have already surrounded us," Jianshan said sternly. Tai Ta's expression became more and more stern when he heard that. If there was only one magical beast, he could deal with it alone. If there were 2 or 3 of them, it would naturally not be a problem for the 2 of them. However, there were over a dozen of them now. Even with Tai Ta's pride, he could not help but feel a headache coming on. However, when Liang Xiaola heard Jianshan's words, her pale face became even paler. Her mind was completely filled with fear. Only a single thought circled around in her head: "It's over, it's over. We're dead for sure this time. We definitely won't be able to survive." As the weeds in the distance rustled gently, green specks of light appeared before their eyes one after another. They were everywhere. There were many specks of light, close to 50 of them. As the specks of light drew closer, Jianshan and Tai Ta finally managed to see clearly. These specks of light were actually the eyes of magical beasts. There were over 20 of them. "These are Class 1 Azure Wolves. Tai Ta, run to a tree if you can't hold on any longer," Jianshan said sternly as he stared sternly at the 20 or so wolves in the surroundings. Tai Ta stared around viciously. He waved his huge axe viciously and roared out heroically, "Don't worry, Changyang Shoten. Aren't there just 20 or so Class 1 magical beasts? I guarantee that they won't be able to return alive." When she heard that there were more than 20 magical beasts attacking this time, Liang Xiaola, who was hiding in the tree, paled in fright. At this moment, no matter how confident she was in Jianshan and Tai Ta, she definitely did not believe that 2 people who were not even saints could survive the attack of more than 20 magical beasts, unless a teacher from the academy came to save them. "Teacher, where are you? Quickly come and save us." Liang Xiaola's face was filled with fear as she looked at the pairs of green eyes around her. She begged in a low voice. Now, she could only hope that the teachers of the academy would come and save them. Unfortunately, there were so many magical beasts here. She was so timid that she didn't even dare to shout out loud. She was afraid that she would attract the attention of the magical beasts. The 20 or so wolves slowly approached Jianshan and Tai Ta. They stared at the 2 of them coldly and emotionlessly with their green eyes. They only stopped when they were only 5 meters away from Jianshan and Tai Ta. Jianshan and Tai Ta both gripped their weapons tightly. Even though they were surrounded by over 20 Class 1 magical beasts, they did not show any fear at all. "A woo!" Suddenly, one of the green wolves howled at the sky, followed by the other 20 green wolves howling at the same time. Their howls shook the sky and their momentum was tremendous. The howls of the 20 green wolves overlapped perfectly, forming a powerful sound wave that spread out in all directions. Hearing this incomparably magnificent howl, Liang Xiaola, who was hiding in the tree, was scared out of his wits. He almost fell down from the tree. His whole body trembled even more violently. There was no trace of blood on his little face. It was so pale. 5 kilometers away from Jianchen and Taita, a middle-aged man was resting on a tree with his eyes closed. However, when he heard the howls of the wolves, his expression changed slightly. He suddenly opened his eyes and looked in the direction of the howls. Oh no, it's actually a pack of wolves. There are at least a dozen of them. Looks like someone is in danger. The middle-aged man's expression suddenly became incomparably dignified. His hands touched the tree trunk, and his body immediately floated down the tree. After that, without stopping for a moment, he ran in the direction of the wolf pack's howls with the fastest speed he could reach. I hope I can still make it. The middle-aged man's face was full of anxiety. He had already raised his speed to the limit. The students in the second area had yet to reach the Saint Realm, so they had no chance of winning against a pack of green wolves that were all Class 1 magical beasts. At the same time, 3 people in 3 other directions immediately put down what they were doing and ran towards the wolves as fast as they could when they heard the howls of the wolves. The howls seemed to be a signal for the wolves to attack. Afterwards, over 20 wolves charged towards Jianchen and Tai Ta at the same time. Go die! Tai Ta roared angrily. He swung the huge axe in his hand with all his might and swung it at the incoming wolves. The sharp edge of the axe made an ear-piercing sound as it cut through the air. Bang! The cyan wolf at the very front was directly struck by Iron Tower's axe, leaving a huge gash on its body. The cyan wolf's clumsy body was directly sent flying far away. Although the cyan wolf was a rank 1 magical beast, it still couldn't withstand Iron Tower's terrifying strength. Tai Ta crazily swung the huge axe in his hand. The huge axe, which weighed more than 100 pounds, was held in his hand as if it was weightless. Every wolf that approached him was ruthlessly sent flying by his huge axe. Not a single one was able to get close to his body. Almost every wolf that was sent flying by him was left with a terrible wound on their body. However, because the skin of these wolves was very tough, even with Tai Ta's astonishing strength, it was impossible for him to kill a wolf so easily. Jianchen's eyes immediately sharpened when he saw the wolves pounce towards him. He took a step forward and stabbed his iron rod towards the throat of the wolf closest to him. Spurt! After some resistance, the iron rod finally pierced through the wolf's skin and entered its throat. Afterwards, Jianchen immediately pulled out the iron rod. At the same time, he slightly moved his feet and dodged the wolves that were pouncing towards him. The wolf that had its throat pierced by Jianchen fell to the ground powerlessly. Its 4 limbs continuously scratched the ground as it desperately struggled to get up. However, no matter how hard it tried, it couldn't stand up. Bright red blood continuously flowed out from its throat. The throat was a fatal weakness for every living creature. Even magical beasts were no exception. Now that the wolf's throat had been pierced, its life was quickly slipping away. At this moment, it was only struggling on the verge of death. It simply wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Jianchen relied on his nimble movements to move through the pack of wolves. He used the tip of the iron rod in his hand to continuously leave wounds on the wolves' bodies. Even though he was surrounded by more than 10 wolves, Jianchen relied on his unpredictable movements to move around with ease. Those wolves' sharp fangs and claws simply couldn't hit Jianchen. Every time there was danger, Jianchen would always be able to narrowly dodge. The battle only lasted for a few breaths of time. 3 wolves had their throats pierced by Jianchen and lost their ability to fight. At this moment they were powerlessly lying on the ground, struggling on their deathbed. There was only one outcome waiting for them, and that was death. As for the remaining wolves that surrounded Jianchen, many of them were injured. However, the wounds were either fatal or at the joints of their limbs. Jianchen constantly moved through the pack of wolves. The iron rod in his hand continuously stabbed out. His movements were incomparably fast, but also boundlessly elegant. It was as if he was singing and dancing, and not experiencing a battle to the death. On the other side, Tai Ta constantly roared. His huge axe that weighed over 50 kilograms was swung so hard that even water couldn't penetrate it. Gradually, illusions began to appear. The dozen or so wolves surrounding him were constantly sent flying by his attack. Almost every wolf had a few abnormally terrifying wounds on their bodies. However, these wounds were all left behind by Tai Ta's random attacks, so they weren't fatal to the wolves. Chapter 37. In just a few seconds, another wolf had died at Jianshan's hands, while countless more were injured. Liang Xiaola did not hear Jianshan and Tai Ta's cries at all as she hid in the tree. Instead, she constantly heard the pained cries of the wolves. Out of curiosity, she suppressed her fear and opened her eyes to look down. However, her eyes widened in the next moment. She stared at Tai Ta and Jianshan, who were fighting the wolves, in disbelief. She was so shocked that she could not even speak. Every time Ta Ta swung his axe, he would send a green wolf flying far away. As he continued to swing his axe, not a single green wolf could get close to him. Moreover, those green wolves were covered with terrifying wounds and were dripping with blood. As for Jianshan, he quickly moved through the pack of wolves, constantly changing his range to dodge the attacks that came from all directions. As he stabbed out with his staff, he would constantly add bloody holes to the wolves around him. Liang Xiaola was unable to catch his movements clearly with her eyes. Most of the time, she could only see a blurry shadow flash by. Liang Xiaola, who had never experienced any bloody scenes before, was shaken to the core by what happened below. After understanding the situation below, Liang Xiaola's fear gradually faded. Even so, she still trembled slightly. After all, this was the first time she had experienced such a bloody scene. No matter who it was, they would not be able to adapt to it. At this moment, a wolf took advantage of Tai Ta's carelessness and bit his right shoulder viciously. Its sharp teeth pierced deeply into Tai Ta's flesh. Immediately, blood flowed from Tai Ta's shoulder. The intense pain caused Tai Ta's facial muscles to twitch slightly. Looking at the wolf that was still biting his shoulder, a trace of madness flashed through Tai Ta's eyes. The expression on his face instantly became ferocious. He immediately threw away the axe in his hand and grabbed the wolf's head with his right hand, forcibly pulling it off his right arm. Immediately, the wolf's sharp teeth left a deep bite mark on Tai Ta's right arm, and its huge mouth finally left Tai Ta's arm. Tai Ta's hands tightly pinched the two halves of the green wolf's mouth. The veins on his arms bulged, and his entire arm quickly swelled up. He suddenly let out a furious roar and exerted force with both arms. In the end, the green wolf let out a miserable howl and directly tore the green wolf's mouth into two halves. Immediately, bright red blood splashed out from the green wolf's body and sprayed onto Tai Ta's body, dyeing him red. Iron Tower's actions deterred the surrounding green wolves. Looking at the two halves of their companion's corpse, the surrounding green wolves all stopped in their tracks. There was a clear trace of fear in their eyes. However, Tai Ta did not plan on letting the wolves go. He tossed away the corpse in his hand and grabbed the axe stuck in the ground, directly chopping at the head of a wolf. The wolf tilted its head slightly and dodged Tai Ta's axe. Afterwards, it let out a short howl at the sky and lunged at Tai Ta with its huge mouth wide open. The fear in the eyes of the other wolves immediately vanished when they heard the howl. They all bared their teeth and lunged at Tai Ta once more. Tai Ta directly kicked the wolf in the stomach and sent it flying far away. Afterwards, he swung his axe and the sharp edge of the axe directly landed on the neck of a wolf beside him. Immediately, the wolf's head flew high into the air. Blood spurted out from the wolf's neck like a fountain. Tai Ta did not stop at all after chopping off the wolf's head. He immediately swung his axe to block the incoming wolf. Purring! A wolf could not dodge in time and was viciously struck in the head by Tai Ta's axe. The wolf's head was directly chopped into pieces by Tai Ta's axe, and it died instantly. After being injured, Tai Ta clearly became even more ferocious. In the blink of an eye, he had already killed 2 wolves. On the other side, Jianshan was also fiercely fighting with more than 10 wolves. At this time, a wolf leaped high into the air and pounced at Jianshan, whose back was facing Jianshan. At this time, Jianshan suddenly turned around and stared sharply at the wolf in the air. The iron rod in his hand stabbed out like lightning, directly piercing the wolf's abdomen and piercing through its heart. After this attack, Jianshan immediately withdrew his iron rod. His body slightly swayed, and he had already left this position. Just as Jianshan left, several wolves pounced at the position where he had just been standing. The wolf that had its heart pierced by Jianshan's iron rod let out a miserable cry. It fell to the ground and did not get up. Then, its entire body slightly sobbed and quickly stopped breathing. The battle continued. As time passed, more and more wolves died at the hands of Jianshan and Tai Ta. Gradually, the pressure that the two faced quickly decreased. When the iron rod in his hand stabbed into the throat of the last wolf, Jianshan had already killed a dozen wolves that had attacked him. However, Jianshan's clothes were not stained with too much blood because of this. Jianshan looked in Tai Ta's direction and saw that there were still 7 or 8 wolves there. However, the wolves were already covered in vicious wounds and bathed in blood. Tai Ta's tattered clothes that had already been pierced by the thorns became even more tattered, almost becoming strips of cloth. His clothes no longer covered his body, revealing Tai Ta's firm chest. Even one of his pants had been completely torn apart. There were many bloody wounds on Tai Ta's body as well. Jianshan did not hesitate in the slightest. Holding the iron rod, he rushed towards the wolves that were besieging Tai Ta. His hands were extremely fast as he stabbed towards the throats of 8 wolves. Because these wolves were all heavily injured by Tai Ta, and because they had been fighting with Tai Ta for so long, they were a little exhausted. Therefore, Jianshan killed them very easily, almost effortlessly. In just 8 strikes, he had ended their lives, each strike accurately hitting the wolf's throat. When all the attacking wolves were killed, Jianshan could not help but feel a little out of breath. After all, his current strength was still too weak. Fighting with so many magic beasts that were stronger than him at one time was not a small consumption for him. Tai Ta let out a long breath. Looking at the corpses all over the ground, a trace of a happy smile appeared on his face. Although he had just experienced a difficult battle, there was not the slightest trace of fatigue on his face. Instead, his spirit was trembling. Changyang Shoten, we've killed all the Class 1 magical beasts that attacked us. Tai Ta's voice was filled with excitement. This was the first time he had killed so many Class 1 magical beasts since he was young, so he could not help but feel rather excited. Jianshan smiled. Looking at the wounds on Tai Ta, he asked, "You're injured. Are they serious?" Tai Ta lowered his head to look at the wounds on his body. He did not seem to care at all. It's fine, it's fine. Although the bites hurt a lot, they're all superficial wounds. I've always been thick-skinned since I was young. Regular beasts can't hurt me at all. Hearing that, Jianshan nodded in agreement. He immediately stopped worrying. He had experienced Tai Ta's toughness firsthand. It was not an exaggeration to say that Tai Ta's body was as tough as steel. It was quite impressive that the wolves could bite through Tai Ta's skin. "Oh right, Changyang Shoten, are you injured?" Tai Ta glanced at Jianshan with concern. Jianshan shook his head and smiled. "Don't worry, those wolves can't hurt me." With that, Jianshan shifted his gaze slightly and looked at the bushes up ahead. He called out, "Haven't you seen enough after watching for so long? I wonder how long you're going to hide." Tai Ta was slightly surprised by Jianshan's strange voice. A sliver of doubt appeared in his eyes, but he soon returned to his senses. Immediately, his eyes shone brightly as he looked in the direction Jianshan was looking at. He gripped his axe tightly with both hands. "Who's hiding there? Come out, or I'll cut you down with my axe," Tai Ta roared out. With that, the bushes up ahead began to rustle slightly. With a rustle, 4 figures gradually appeared before Jianchen and Tai Ta. Tai Ta immediately became alert when he saw the 4 black figures. However, Jianchen did not move at all. He only had a faint smile on his face. Although he could not see their faces clearly due to the darkness of the night, Jianchen had already guessed their identities. The 4 black figures stopped when they were only 2 meters away from Jianchen and Tai Ta. At this time, Jianchen and Tai Ta could clearly see their faces. They were clearly 2 middle-aged men, an old man and a middle-aged woman around 30 years old. At this moment, the 4 of them were completely shocked. Their expressions were blank, as if they had seen something unbelievable. 4 teachers, it's actually you. Tai Ta clearly recognized the 4 of them and called out in surprise. The 4 of them recovered very quickly, but a sliver of deep shock still remained in their eyes. Changyang Shoten, no wonder there's a rumor in the academy that you can defeat a saint in the air. I didn't believe it at first, but it looks like the rumor is true. Your strength really is not as simple as it seems on the surface. You can kill over a dozen Class 1 magical beasts by yourself with a broken metal rod. Even students who have condensed saint weapons are nowhere close to your strength. The old man looked at Jianchen with a smile. His voice was filled with admiration. Jianchen smiled. You're too kind, teacher. I'm not as powerful as you make me out to be. These magical beasts may be Class 1 magical beasts, but their attacks are all weak. If I really do come across a powerful Class 1 magical beast, I probably won't be able to handle them so easily. Hearing that, the old man looked at Jianchen with a sliver of admiration. He then turned to Tai Ta and smiled. Tai Ta, you're very powerful as well. No wonder the headmaster thinks highly of you and accepted you as a disciple. Tai Ta rubbed his head and smiled foolishly. He was immediately at a loss for words. Elder Yun, it looks like the 4 of us have come for nothing this time. With the 2 of them together, what magical beast in the second zone can harm them? At this moment, the middle-aged woman in her 30s chuckled. Chapter 38. By the way, Changyang Shoten, how did you discover us? One of the middle-aged men asked, his tone full of doubt. Hearing this, the other 3 people suddenly became interested and looked at Jianchen. The 4 of them were also very curious about how Jianchen discovered them hiding in the bushes. This was because they did not make any sound while hiding in the bushes. Logically speaking, it was impossible for Jianchen, who was so much weaker than them, to discover them. Jianchen smiled and said, Actually, I knew when you 4 teachers came. What? You discovered us as soon as we came? How is that possible? The woman exclaimed in disbelief. The other 3 people also looked at Jianchen in disbelief. Jianchen said, Although I was fighting with the wolves, I was always paying attention to the movements around me. Otherwise, how could I always avoid the attacks from all directions at the most critical moment? Hearing this, the 4 teachers nodded and agreed with Jianchen's explanation in their hearts. Jianchen continued to explain, Teachers, although you hid in the side and did not make any sound, you made too much noise when you came. You did not hide your figures at all, so I discovered you immediately. Only with that did the 4 of them come to a realization. The old man continued to praise, Impressive, impressive. Changyang Xiangtian, I can't help but admire you now. You're even more outstanding than we imagined. Back then, when I was your age, I wasn't even half as capable as you. At this point, the old man paused and continued, Since you are no longer in danger, then we should leave. After all, we still have to protect the other students. With that, the 4 teachers did not have the slightest reluctance and turned to leave. Wait! Jianchen suddenly called out to the 4 teachers, then pointed at Liang Xiaola, who was hiding in the tree, and said, Teachers, can you help send this student out? She is too timid and is really not suitable to survive here. Hearing this, the elder frowned and thought for a while before saying, That's not a problem. However, if she leaves now, even if she pays 2 Class 1 monster cores, it will still be considered a failure. After all, she hasn't stayed here for 3 days. No, I won't go out. I must stay here for 3 days before I go out. Liang Xiaola's voice came from the tree. Then, she jumped down from the branch that was 5 or 6 meters above the ground. Her footsteps shuffled as she walked over the corpses of the green wolves and arrived in front of Jianchen and Liang Xiaola. Hey, now that there are 4 teachers leading you out, there are no demonic beasts that can harm you. Why aren't you going out? Tai Ta's tone was rather displeased. Liang Xiaola was just too timid. She would make a fuss as soon as she saw a demonic beast, which annoyed Tai Ta greatly. Liang Xiaola looked at Tai Ta a little timidly and said softly, I don't want to go out. Are you not afraid of the demonic beasts? Tai Ta asked curiously. I am. Since you're afraid, then why don't you go out? Aren't you guys here? Tai Ta, who had a simple personality and was not good with words, was immediately at a loss for words. Jianchen looked at Liang Xiaola a little helplessly and tried to persuade her. Student Liang Xiaola, you should go out with the 4 teachers. There are too many demonic beasts in this forest. It's not suitable for you to stay here. Liang Xiaola suddenly became pitiful. Perhaps she also understood that Jianchen was the backbone of the 2, so she looked at Jianchen and begged, Senior, please let me go with you guys. Because this is the first time I've seen a demonic beast and the first time I've come to this kind of place, I can't help but feel a little scared. But I promise you, I won't randomly shout when I see a demonic beast in the future, okay? After seeing the strength of Jianchen and Tai Ta, Liang Xiaola no longer had to worry about encountering any danger by their side. Moreover, she heard very clearly that even the 4 teachers in front of her said that the demonic beasts in the 2nd district were no longer a threat to them. With such a good protective umbrella, Liang Xiaola naturally would not give up so easily. Jianchen immediately had a headache. Liang Xiaola, a spoiled noble lady, would definitely be a huge burden by their side. They would have to take care of her while fighting against the demonic beast. Changyang Shoten, with the strength of the 2 of you, there are no demonic beasts in the 2nd district that can pose a threat to you. Why don't you bring her along? Students should help each other. Moreover, this is also a test for the 2 of you, the middle-aged woman said with a smile. Jianchen sighed inwardly. Since the teachers had suggested that the 2 of them bring Liang Xiaola along, he could not find any reason to refuse. Since Jianchen had agreed, even if Tai Ta was dissatisfied, he would not say anything. In fact, after this day of interaction, Tai Ta had already faintly regarded Jianchen as the backbone in his heart. Tai Ta would not reject anything that Jianchen decided on. After all, not only was Jianchen more intelligent than Tai Ta, but his strength and survival experience in the forest were also much better than Tai Ta's. It could be said that Jianchen had convinced Tai Ta wholeheartedly in all aspects. After the 4 teachers left, Jianchen and Tai Ta ignored Liang Xiaola and went to clean up the corpses of the wolves. After all, there were over 20 Class 1 monster cores. They would not let them go to waste. Since the monster cores of the wolves were in their brains, Jianchen and Tai Ta had to smash the heads of the wolves if they wanted to retrieve the monster cores. This incomparably cruel and bloody scene made Liang Xiaola's face turn pale. However, after experiencing what had just happened, perhaps Liang Xiaola's mentality had changed slightly. She actually did not turn her head away. She forcefully suppressed the fear in her heart and stared straight at Jianchen and Tai Ta's actions. It seemed like she was learning from them. The night quickly passed. Since the attack of the wolves, not a single magical beast came to harass Jianchen and the others. When the first light of dawn slowly rose from the horizon, Jianchen, who was sitting cross-legged under a tree, also slowly opened his eyes. He then stood up from the ground and casually moved his slightly stiff body. Just as Jianchen stood up, Tai Ta also opened his eyes and stood up from the ground after hearing the movement. Although the 2 of them were cultivating, they maintained a trace of vigilance towards the outside world in this environment. As long as there was any movement in the wind, it would not be able to escape the 2 of them. Tai Ta, go find some dry branches to start a fire. I'll go clean up the magical beast meat. It's time to make some breakfast, Jianchen said indifferently. Oh! Tai Ta did not have any objections. He turned around and walked into the forest to look for dry branches. Soon, Tai Ta came back with a bundle of dry branches. At this time, Jianchen also prepared a large piece of bloody magical beast meat. The meat was taken from the wolf he killed last night. Since there was no water here, the meat was not washed. He directly skewered it with a wooden stick and began to roast it over the fire. Not long after, the magic beast meat on the fire emitted a fragrant smell. Although no seasoning was used, the quality of the magic beast meat was already very high. Even if no seasoning was used, the taste was very good. Moreover, the higher the level of the magic beast, the more delicious the meat was. Moreover, it had great benefits for the body. It was said that eating the meat of a 5th-rank magic beast could also improve one's strength to a limited extent. Perhaps because she smelled the fragrance of the magical beast meat, Liang Xiaola, who had fallen asleep at some point in time, slowly woke up. She then jumped down from the tree. A height of 5 or 6 meters was nothing to Liang Xiaola, who had at least 80% of Saint force. Wow, it smells so good. Liang Xiaola skipped over to the fire. She could not help but gulp as she looked at the golden-colored magical beast meat dripping with oil. Although she had eaten a lot of exotic delicacies, she had never eaten such wild game before. After all, she had eaten meat every day for over 10 years. But when she suddenly changed her taste, even if it was cabbage, she would feel that it was much more fragrant than those delicacies. Tai Ta looked at Liang Xiaola with some dissatisfaction and muttered softly, "You were crying and screaming when you came here last night. You've forgotten so quickly. I hope you won't cry when we meet the magical beasts later." Tai Ta's voice was very soft and vague. Other than himself, even Jianchen could not hear what he was muttering. Liang Xiaola looked at Tai Ta curiously. "Tai Ta, what are you talking about?" Liang Xiaola already knew the names of Jianchen and the others from the 4 teachers last night. "Ah, it's nothing." Tai Ta waved his hand. From the looks of it, he seemed to have a guilty conscience. Liang Xiaola did not mind. She looked at Jianchen and Tai Ta and smiled. "No wonder you're so strong, able to kill over 20 Class 1 magical beasts with just the 2 of you. So you're Tai Ta and Changyang Shoten. I'm really lucky to have met you." Right now, Liang Xiaola looked like a completely different person from last night. It had only been one night, but she seemed to have already thrown yesterday's matter to the back of her mind. At this moment, there was not the slightest trace of fear brought about by the magical beast on her face. Jianchen picked up the roasted magical beast meat, tore off a piece and threw it to Liang Xiaola. "There are a lot of magical beasts in this forest, and we won't go out until 3 days have passed. Aren't you afraid?" Liang Xiaola took the magical beast meat, put it in her mouth and gently bit it, then said, "Although I am a little scared, but I believe that I will not be afraid when I get used to it, and the 2 of you are not much older than me, but last night in the face of more than 20 ferocious green wolves, not only did you not show the slightest fear, but you also killed all those green wolves. This is much better than those boys, humph, those useless boys, 5 of them couldn't beat a magical beast, and as a result, I and my good sisters were separated." Liang Xiaola suddenly stood up and said loudly, "I've decided now. I must take advantage of these 2 days to learn from the 2 seniors." Hearing this, Jianchen nodded secretly. Liang Xiaola's words had obtained Jianchen's initial approval. Although she was timid and very afraid of magical beasts, these were not important. What was important was that she could change and learn. After all, no one knew everything the moment they were born. They could only rely on themselves to learn everything. Of course, Jianchen was an exception. Chapter 39. After breakfast, Jianchen and Tai Ta continued on their journey with their weapons in hand. However, a petite figure followed closely behind them. It was Liang Xiaola. Liang Xiaola was empty-handed as she stared around cautiously. She had lost her weapon when she fled the previous day. Tai Ta carried his axe. He had already changed his clothes. They were made from a piece of azure wolf hide that had been sewn together with grass roots. His original uniform had become tattered after the battle with the azure wolf the previous night. In the blink of an eye, another day had passed. Although Jianchen and Tai Ta's harvest was not as good as the first day, it was still quite good. They had killed over 70 magical beasts in total, which made Liang Xiaola extremely envious. Liang Xiaola had changed a lot during the day. She had become much tougher after the attack from the azure wolf the previous night. At the very least, she no longer cried out in fear when she saw magical beasts. Moreover, as the magical beasts died one after another at the hands of Jianchen and Tai Ta, Liang Xiaola had developed a certain level of immunity to the bloody scene. She gradually adapted to it. Moreover, she had actually learned quite a lot from Jianchen and Tai Ta about surviving in the forest, as well as her ability to predict danger. Her talent and ability to learn amazed Jianchen. Jianchen had already guessed that if Liang Xiaola maintained this state, her future achievements would definitely not be too low. Of course, the most important factor was her talent in cultivation. After all, on the Tianyuan continent, where the strong reigned supreme, one's own strength was the ruler of everything. Liang Xiaola was extremely smart. Although she did not do much during the day, she did not cause any trouble for Jianchen and Tai Ta. She also did not become a burden to them like Jianchen and Tai Ta had imagined. Whenever the two of them fought against magical beasts, she would always watch from afar. After a day, both Jianchen and Tai Ta had a whole new level of respect for Liang Xiaola. They no longer looked down on her like before. In the evening, Jianchen and the other two sat by the fire, roasting a large piece of magical beast meat. "Seniors, have you really not condensed a saint weapon and become a saint?" Liang Xiaola stared at Jianchen and Tai Ta with her bright eyes and asked curiously. After a day of running around, Liang Xiaola's clothes had a few holes. These were all scratched by the thorns and branches in the forest. Her small face had completely become a dirty little cat. In this forest without water, they had to rely on the blood of magical beasts to quench their thirst. Liang Xiaola had no way to wash the dirt off her face. "If we had a saint weapon, why would we use this broken axe?" Tai Ta looked at the axe that had curled up and had many nicks on it and complained. After continuously being chopped by Tai Ta's abnormal strength, even the axe was a little unable to withstand the extreme. The axe was no longer as sharp as before. Even the originally sharp tip of Jianchen's rusty iron rod was almost worn flat. Liang Xiaola looked at Tai Ta and Jianchen with a face full of admiration. "You two are really amazing. You can kill a first-rank magical beast so easily before becoming a saint. In my opinion, when you two become saints, you will probably be able to fight a second-rank magical beast alone." Jianchen disagreed and said, "How could it be that easy? These magical beasts were all raised by the Academy. They belong to the category of magical beasts that do not have any offensive abilities. That's why it was so easy for us to kill them. Once we encounter magical beasts with strong offensive abilities, it will be very difficult for us to kill them." Hearing this, Liang Xiaola nodded seriously and said, "That's right. I've heard my father say before that some of the more powerful first-rank magical beasts can already spit out low-level magic. Their destructive power is very strong. Some ordinary saints are not their opponent." Jianchen looked at Tai Ta, who was staring blankly at the dancing flames, and said, "Tai Ta, the second area is no longer a challenge to us. I want to go to the third area tomorrow. What are your plans?" Tai Ta thought for a moment when he heard that. "That's right. I can already easily deal with the magical beasts in the second area. They are indeed no challenge to us. Alright, Changyang Shoten, I'll go to the third area with you and see just how powerful the second-rank magical beasts there are." Hearing their conversation, Liang Xiaola's expression changed slightly. "No way, the two of you haven't even reached the saint realm, yet you want to hunt Class 2 magical beasts in the third region? Although the two of you are very strong, Class 2 magical beasts are much more powerful than Class 1 magical beasts. Without a saint weapon, you might not be able to deal with them. Moreover, the fur of Class 2 magical beasts is much thicker than that of Class 1 magical beasts, and their defense is very strong. With your broken axe and rusty iron rod, it would be very difficult to injure them, let alone kill them. Moreover, I heard that the environment in the third region is much worse than here. There are poisonous insects and snakes everywhere, and there are also swamps. The slightest carelessness will cause you to lose your life. It is very dangerous, so I don't recommend you to go to the third region. Tai Ta looked at his and Jianshan's weapons when he heard that. He said bitterly, "Yeah, Changyang Shoten, after 2 days of fighting, my axe is no longer as sharp as before. Even your weapon has become blunt. It'll probably be very difficult to kill second-rank magical beasts." Jianshan smiled and said, "There's no rush. I think there are still quite a few students in the second area. The reason why we haven't met them yet is because we've already left them far behind. We'll head back tomorrow and use our monster cores to trade for weapons. I'm sure they'll be very happy." "Yeah, that's a good idea." Tai Ta nodded in agreement. Jianshan continued, "Liang Xiaola, let's split up tomorrow. You should be able to make it through the last day safely with the other students. After all, those who can last 2 days here all have some real ability." Liang Xiaola nodded and said nothing. She was clearly rather dejected right now. After all, she knew how dangerous the third area was. It was still very difficult to say whether Jianshan and Tai Ta could deal with the magical beast. If she insisted on following them, Jianshan and Tai Ta would not agree to it. Even if she really did follow them, she would only become a burden for them to retreat. The night passed very quickly without any incident. When the sky had just turned gray, Jianshan and Tai Ta finished cultivating for the night and began to prepare breakfast. Only after the three of them had breakfast did the sun slowly rise from the horizon. Afterward, Jianshan and the other two continued on their journey. However, they headed back this time. After 2 days of battle, the two of them had become much more vigilant against danger, so they returned extremely quickly. Under a large tree, 9 students in tattered clothes were sitting powerlessly, panting heavily. They were a combination of commoners and nobles, but at this moment, all 9 of them were in tattered clothes, with many dried bloodstains on them, and all of them were wounded. Not far from them, there was a corpse of a magical beast lying on the ground. "Everyone, hold on. This is already the last day. After today, we'll be able to leave," a commoner student said as he panted slightly. "It's a pity that we don't have enough magic cores. We're still missing 5. It seems that we still need to hunt 5 more magical beasts," said a young man who was born in a noble family. Originally, these aristocratic children disdained to stay with these commoner students, but after they saw those ferocious magical beasts, they were all scared out of their wits. At this critical moment of life and death, who would care about the issue of one's identity? Protecting one's own life was the most important thing. Therefore, those aristocratic children gradually walked together with the commoner students. After all, many people understood the principle of strength in numbers. Moreover, these commoner students might have grown up in a harsh environment, but when faced with those ferocious magical beasts, they actually didn't cower in the slightest. This made those aristocratic children who had always looked down on them look at them in a new light for the first time. Gradually, everyone gradually became friends. Moreover, as they continued to fight with the magical beasts, the 9 of them became more and more familiar with each other. In the end, they actually formed a rare contract, which caused the 9 of them to become more and more harmonious. At this moment, a trace of movement suddenly came from the weeds in the distance. "Everyone be careful, there's a magical beast attack." A person who reacted quickly immediately shouted. Immediately, the 9 of them stood up from the ground and vigilantly stared at the direction of the strange movement. As the weeds swayed more and more violently, finally, a burly man dressed in animal skin appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Just as the burly man in animal skin appeared in front of everyone's eyes, two more figures walked out from behind him. Although their clothes were tattered, they still wore the uniform of Kargath Academy. Perhaps because they had been shuttling through the weeds for a long time, the three people's faces were all black. There were still some broken pieces of grass on their heads. Only their facial features could be seen. Their appearance was already very unrecognizable. Seeing that it was humans and not magical beasts that appeared in front of them, the 9 students immediately let out a sigh of relief. Then, a trace of a happy smile appeared on their faces. At a time like this, if a few more people could join them, it would directly increase their overall strength. It would also be much easier to hunt magical beasts. Moreover, they were not stupid. They all understood that the people who could survive until the 3rd day were definitely not weak. These 3 people were Jianchen, Tower, and Liang Xiaola. After rushing back for half a day, they finally discovered a group of people. As it was already the last day of the 3-day period, there were not many people who continued to stay in the forest. Most people had already directly given up and left, so there were very few students who remained in the forest now. At this moment, when Liang Xiaola's gaze landed on a beautiful girl in the group of 9, his face immediately revealed an expression of pleasant surprise. "Ah, Lisa!" Liang Xiaola's face was filled with excitement. After letting out a cry of pleasant surprise, he immediately ran towards the beautiful girl as if he was flying. Hearing this somewhat familiar voice, the young girl blinked her big bright eyes. She suspiciously stared at Liang Xiaola, who was dashing towards her. However, at this moment, Liang Xiaola's small face was blurry and looked like a little tabby cat. Even if this girl called Lisa was very familiar with her, it was still very difficult to recognize Liang Xiaola from her appearance. Liang Xiaola rushed in front of the girl and opened his arms to hug her tightly with an excited expression. His voice was filled with joy. "Lisa, I didn't expect to see you here. I thought you had already left." Chapter 40. That's right, Lisa. I'm Xiaola. Liang Xiaola's voice was filled with excitement. "Xiaola, it really is you. That's great. I thought you'd left already. I never thought I'd be able to see you here." After confirming Liang Xiaola's identity, the girl called Lisa was also overjoyed. She hugged Liang Xiaola excitedly. At this time, an extremely wretched-looking young man walked in front of Liang Xiaola and the girl who were hugging each other. He said with a smile, "Liang Xiaola, I didn't expect that we would meet again in the forest after being separated. This really makes me feel very happy." "Hello, I'm very happy to meet you here. I wonder if you're willing to join our team. I believe that with your addition, our team will become even stronger, and it'll be easier for us to hunt magical beasts. Moreover, we'll be able to look after each other in this forest that's fraught with danger." At this moment, a young man in the same tattered clothes arrived before Jianchen and Lisa as he spoke in a pleasant tone. However, when he saw Jianchen's blood-soaked uniform, he could not help but reveal a sliver of surprise. He did not believe that the blood came from Jianchen's body. Otherwise, if a person lost so much blood, they would have become extremely weak already. It would be impossible for them to remain standing there with such a steady expression and such a sharp gaze. Jianchen shook his head slightly and declined politely. "Sorry, we're planning to leave, so we can't stay with everyone." Hearing that, a sliver of regret appeared in the young man's eyes. However, he still tried to persuade them. "Fellow students, although the magical beasts here are far too powerful, we have the advantage in numbers. As long as we work together, even if we encounter 2 magical beasts at the same time, they won't pose a threat to us. I'm sure we'll be able to gather the 2 Class 1 monster cores that each of you handed in very quickly." The young man still refused to give up. He had a good eye. He could tell that Jianchen and Tai Ta were quite powerful. "That can't be helped. The 2 of us have already decided to leave this place, so we can't be with everyone. Please forgive us." Jianchen's tone was very amiable. Hearing that Jianchen and Tai Ta wanted to leave, the young man couldn't help but reveal a trace of regret in his eyes. He simply couldn't understand. There was only 1 day left before the 3-day deadline. As long as they paid 2 Grade 1 monster cores, they would be able to pass. Yet, at this time, Jianchen and Tai Ta actually wanted to leave. Could it be that they wanted to give up on this opportunity? The young man thought that Jianchen had given up on leaving the forest. He would never have thought that what Jianchen were talking about was actually leaving the second area to go to the third area, and not leaving the forest. At this moment, Tower's gaze landed on the giant axe in the hands of a burly student. His eyes immediately lit up with joy. He then walked up to the burly student and said in a low, muffled voice, "Hey, I'll give you 2 Tier 1 magic cores. Why don't you exchange your axe with mine?" As he said that, Tai Ta removed the axe from his back, while his other hand pulled out the 2 blood-stained Grade 1 monster cores from his space belt. At this moment, everyone was shocked to discover that the giant axe in Tower's hand was stained with blood. The entire surface of the axe was dyed red with blood. It looked extremely frightening, as though it had drunk countless amounts of blood. What made everyone feel even more incredulous was that this axe, which was made entirely out of iron and was no weaker than steel, was already riddled with holes. Moreover, some parts of the axe had even curled up. Seeing this scene, most people were in disbelief. Almost all of them believed that when Tai Ta chose his weapon back then, the weapon was already in this shape. They simply couldn't believe that Tai Ta had completely chopped the axe into this shape. The burly student stared blankly at the blood-red axe in front of him that was riddled with holes, as if it was condensed from blood. He was at a loss for what to do. When the other students heard Tai Ta's request, their eyes immediately lit up. They looked at the burly student with envy, as if they couldn't wait to exchange their weapons with Tai Ta. "Fellow student, I'll use the sword in my hand to trade with you." A student holding a giant sword came in front of Tai Ta and said with a smile. Hearing this, Tai Ta looked at the huge sword in the student's hand, then shook his head and said, "No, I still prefer using axes." Hearing this, the student's face was filled with disappointment. At this time, the 2 Class 1 monster cores were more important than anything else. Not to mention him, if it was possible, even the other students would be willing to exchange their weapons with Tai Ta for the 2 Class 1 monster cores. Even if their weapons were more valuable than the 2 Class 1 monster cores, they wouldn't hesitate. The burly student wasn't stupid. After being stunned for a moment, he immediately exchanged the axe in his hand with Tai Ta with a face full of joy. Who wouldn't be willing to do such a profitable trade? After Tai Ta used 2 Class 1 monster cores to exchange for an axe, everyone immediately looked at Tai Ta in a different light. Some of the smarter people had even linked the axe to Tai Ta's current state. From this point alone, it was enough to prove Tai Ta's extraordinary strength. Otherwise, how could he casually take out 2 Class 1 monster cores? After all, this wasn't the outside world. Before coming to the forest, the academy had already taken away all the storage devices of the students. Even their bodies had been carefully searched. It was impossible to bring in a monster core from the outside world. There was only one way to obtain a monster core here, and that was to hunt magical beasts. However, there was still one thing that everyone couldn't understand. Since Tai Ta and Jianchen had the strength to hunt magical beasts, why did they leave before 3 days had passed? After all, the Academy's rules stated that they had to survive in the forest for 3 days and hand over 2 Class 1 monster cores to pass. Both were indispensable. Could it be that he doesn't care about the reward at all? Or was he just lying to us when he said he was leaving? Is it really because he doesn't want to hunt magical beasts with us? Everyone could not help but think like that. As soon as they thought of that, some people immediately looked at Jianchen and Tai Ta with dissatisfaction. Jianchen did not care about everyone's expressions. He looked at Liang Xiaola, who was hugging another girl, and said, "Liang Xiaola, since you've found your friends, why don't you stay with them? It'll be better if there's more people. Liang Xiaola slowly separated from the girl. She glanced back at Jianchen and Tai Ta before nodding gently, then be careful. Afterwards, Jianchen and Tai Ta didn't stay any longer. They directly left. Once the two of them had left, the girl called Lisa asked with some dissatisfaction, Xiaola, who are they? Why are they so arrogant, refusing to stay with us? Lisa, you've misunderstood them. It's not that they don't want to stay with us. They really do want to leave, Liang Xiaola explained. That can't be. Lisa's face was filled with disbelief. Lisa, seeing that they can casually take out a Class 1 magic core, this means that the two of them already have the strength to kill a Class 1 magic beast. Moreover, they just used 2 Class 1 magic cores to exchange for weapons with us. This action clearly shows that they want to continue fighting. How could they possibly leave this place? That's right. Xiaola, you've probably been tricked by them, a young man added from the side. Liang Xiaola smiled. They do want to leave, but they didn't explain it clearly to you. They want to leave the second region and head to the third region to hunt Class 2 magical beasts. What? Liang Xiaola, are you kidding me? They want to head to the third region to hunt Class 2 magical beasts? How could that be possible? Could it be that they've attained the Saint Realm? But that doesn't make sense. If they possess the strength of a Saint Realm expert, then why would they exchange weapons with us? The two of them are really courting death. They actually want to head to the third region. They're purely courting death. As soon as Liang Xiaola finished speaking, it caused the others to discuss animatedly. Without exception, no one felt that Jianchen and Tai Ta would be able to survive in the third region. Lisa held Liang Xiaola's hand and asked with a tone of obvious disbelief, Xiaola, they wouldn't really go mad and head to the third region, right? Liang Xiaola nodded. Exactly. They really do intend to head to the third region. Lisa, you must not underestimate them. They're actually very formidable. Liang Xiaola had a serious expression on his face. Could it be that they've attained the Saint Realm? Lisa spoke with surprise. The Academy had clearly stated that those who had attained the Saint Realm had to head to the third region. It was utterly impossible for them to appear in the second region. Liang Xiaola shook his head. No, they haven't attained the Saint Realm because they haven't condensed a Saint weapon at all. The surprise in Lisa's eyes grew when she heard this. It was already extremely difficult for those below the Saint Realm to survive in the second region, let alone the third region. After all, the magical beasts in the third region were all Class 2 magical beasts, and they were much stronger than the Class 1 magical beasts in the second region. The two regions couldn't be compared at all. Even those who'd condensed a Saint weapon and attained the strength of a Saint Realm expert would find it extremely difficult to kill a Class 2 magical beast. It required a few people to join forces to deal with one. Lisa was a very good friend of Liang Xiaola, so Liang Xiaola didn't hide anything from her. He lowered his voice and said, Lisa, let me tell you. Yesterday, I saw the two of them kill over 70 magical beasts in a short period of a day. Lisa turned pale with fright when she heard this, and she exclaimed, What? Xiaola, you're not joking, right? The two of them killed over 70 magical beasts in a single day. Lisa was extremely shocked. She didn't suppress her voice at all, and when she finished speaking, her voice grew louder and louder. As a result, the other 8 people heard her clearly. Immediately, everyone's expressions changed, and they quickly thought of Jianchen and Yi Ci, who came with Liang Xiaola, and then they all revealed expressions of disbelief. Lisa, what are you talking about? The two of them killed over 70 Class 1 magical beasts in a single day. A young man asked. He didn't believe that the two of them referred to Jianchen and Yi Ci, who they'd just met. Chapter 41. No way, Liang Xiaola, aren't you exaggerating a little too much? Two people who aren't even saints actually have the ability to kill over 70 magical beasts in a single day? How is that possible? A young man holding a spear said in disbelief. Yeah, that's too much. Let alone a saint, I don't think even a great saint would be able to kill over 70 Class 1 magical beasts in a single day. They'd probably die of exhaustion halfway through. I don't believe that their saint force is limitless. The one who spoke was a young girl with a longbow. Her voice was very pleasant to the ears. At this moment, the young man who had invited Jianchen and Tai Ta to join their group suddenly asked, Liang Xiaola, do you know who those two are? When did such powerful people appear in our Kargath Academy? They're not even saints yet, but they can easily kill magical beasts of the first order. As soon as he finished speaking, the young man seemed to have thought of something and his expression changed slightly. Liang Xiaola's face was filled with pride, as if he had done something glorious. He said leisurely, I can tell you. Actually, the big guy who exchanged axes with you is the famous Tai Ta in the academy. He's the direct disciple of the headmaster. The other person is the new king who won first place in this year's freshman competition, Changyang Shoten. Everyone exclaimed in unison. Then, they immediately began to talk about it. It's actually those two freaks. No wonder they're so powerful. Isn't that so? I heard that Tai Ta fought young Master Ching to a draw in the library. That Changyang Shoten defeated Saint Kadian. That battle was very intense. I watched it from below. Changyang Shoten is indeed very powerful. I heard that outside the library, Luo Jian, who was an intermediate saint, couldn't do anything to Changyang Shoten without using a saint weapon. In the end, he was even forced to take out his saint weapon. Without Liang Xiaola as a burden, Jianchen and Tai Ta's speed increased a lot. They quickly entered the third zone. When they first entered the third zone, it didn't seem any different from the second zone. However, as the two continued to advance, they gradually discovered the viciousness of the third zone. Compared to here, the second zone could be called heaven. In the third region, there were many kinds of poisonous insects in the jungle. Moreover, there were many swamps on the ground. If one was not careful, one would sink deep into them. Fortunately, these swamps seemed to be man-made and were not deep. Otherwise, if one accidentally fell into them, one would definitely die if there was no one to help them. Perhaps because of the environment, the third zone didn't have as many weeds as the second zone. It was very wide. Jianchen and Tai Ta moved through the forest carefully. They were now covered in a layer of powder. The powder was a mixture of several types of plants, which could effectively prevent the bites of mosquitoes in the area. Changyang Shoten, you seem to be very familiar with the forest. Have you stayed here before? Why are you even more powerful than me? Tai Ta looked at the layer of green powder on him and asked. Jianchen chuckled. I've read a lot of books in the library, and there are quite a few records about this. That's why I know quite a bit about surviving in the forest. Oh, no wonder. Tai Ta seemed to have understood. At this moment, Jianchen's eyes narrowed slightly. He immediately became stern. At the same time, the ground began to tremble slightly as if an earthquake had occurred. However, Tai Ta was already on guard when Jianchen spoke. He already held the axe that was on his shoulder with both hands. Jianchen stared to the left with a rather stern gaze. He said, Tai Ta, be careful. I saw that we encountered a large magical beast this time. Yes. Tai Ta nodded firmly. He immediately became stern. After all, the magical beasts they encountered in the third zone were not Class 1 magical beasts. They were Class 2 magical beasts that were much stronger than Class 1 magical beasts. They were no weaker than great saints. Even though the attacks of the magical beasts here were not very powerful, they still did not dare to underestimate them with their current strength. Under the nervous gazes of the two, a huge magical beast finally appeared before their eyes. This magical beast was covered in fiery red fur. It was extremely large, 3 meters tall and 5 meters long. 2 snow-white fangs protruded from its mouth. The fangs were as thick as a fist and a meter long, and the tip of the fangs were extremely thin. It was obvious that the fangs possessed a very strong penetrative force. If it weren't for the fact that this magical beast's nose was extremely short, Jian Chun would have thought that he had encountered an animal that only existed in his previous world, an elephant. However, in terms of size, this magical beast was a full size larger than an elephant. Be careful, Taita. This is a fire cloud beast with relatively strong defense among Class 2 magical beasts. It can spit fire from its mouth. It's very difficult to deal with. Jianshan immediately said the name of the magical beast. Having read a large number of books in the library, he already knew many magical beasts. He also had a better understanding of the specialties of those magical beasts. Tai Ta nodded slightly and did not answer. He stared at the fire cloud beast vigilantly. He was ready to attack at any time. Roar! The huge fire cloud beast roared at the sky. It slowly approached Jianshan and Tai Ta with its thick hooves. The ground shook violently with every step the fire cloud beast took. Jianshan's eyes flashed. He immediately called out, "I'll attack it from the front. Tai Ta, you go around to its back and attack." With that, Jianshan pushed off the ground and leapt high into the air. He directly landed on the fire cloud beast's head. As soon as Jianshan moved, Tai Ta left where he was as well. He circled around the fire cloud beast and arrived behind it. Jianshan called out as he stood on the fire cloud beast's head. Saint Force quickly gathered on the metal rod in his hand before he suddenly stabbed it at the fire cloud beast's head. Ding! With a metallic sound, Jianshan's rod only left a shallow mark on the fire cloud beast's head. It was actually unable to break through its defenses. Jianshan's face changed slightly. Although he already knew that the fire cloud beast's defenses were very powerful, he never thought that it would be so abnormal. His full-powered attack was actually unable to break through its defenses. Ha! At the same time, Tai Ta leapt high into the air as well. He swung his axe at the fire cloud beasts but as hard as he could, but his situation was not much better than Jianshan's. Tai Ta's axe only managed to scratch the skin on the fire cloud beast's butt. It did not cause any damage to it at all. Their attacks had clearly angered the fire cloud beast. It roared at the sky before quickly swinging its head, sending Jianshan flying far away. Flying in the air, Jianshan quickly adjusted his body's condition. His feet tapped lightly on the trees on both sides to slow down the force of his fall. Finally, he landed firmly on a branch. After sending Jianshan flying, the fire cloud beast suddenly turned around and opened its mouth to bite at Tai Ta. Tai Ta leapt up and dodged the fire cloud beast's huge mouth. At the same time, he viciously swung his axe at the fire cloud beast's long teeth. Ding! Following the sound of metal clashing, the fire cloud beast's teeth were broken by Tai Ta's axe. However, after breaking the fire cloud beast's teeth, 5 nicks appeared on Tai Ta's axe. Roar! The fire cloud beast was enraged. It stomped its 4 hooves and charged at Tai Ta. A vicious light flashed through Tai Ta's eyes. He did not dodge at all when he saw the fire cloud beast charging at him. He tossed away the axe in his hand and used his hands to grab the 2 snow-white tusks of the fire cloud beast. Immediately, the 2 of them were in a stalemate. At that moment, Tai Ta seemed to have become a beast. He growled as he grabbed the fire cloud beast's tusks tightly. He was actually competing with it in terms of strength. Even though Tai Ta was born with great strength, he was just too small compared to the fire cloud beast. As a result, even though he was quite strong, he was still pushed back by the fire cloud beast. His feet had already left 2 deep marks in the ground. Arg! A sliver of madness flashed through Tai Ta's eyes. He roared at the sky as the veins on his arms bulged. His arms rapidly swelled in an instant, and he suddenly exerted force with his arms. Bang! With a crisp sound, the snow-white fangs of the fire cloud beast were broken by Tai Ta. The fire cloud beast cried out in agony from the intense pain. Tai Ta seemed to have become furious as well. He did not show any mercy. He held the tusks in his hand and used the tip of the tusks to stab the fire cloud beast's head. The other end of the tusks was extremely sharp, no weaker than a sharp weapon. Even so, the tusks only managed to pierce the fire cloud beast's skin, causing blood to spurt out. Seeing how Tai Ta had actually injured it with his fangs, the fire cloud beast's eyes immediately became bloodshot. It opened its gaping mouth at Tai Ta and roared furiously. A huge fire snake shot out from the fire cloud beast, burning towards Tai Ta. Immediately, the temperature in the surroundings began to rise at an unbelievable rate. Tai Ta's face changed drastically when he sensed the shocking heat wave from the fire snake. He fled in a hurry, but even so, he was unable to completely escape the fire snake's attack. His entire body was engulfed in flames. Jianshan paled in fright when he saw Tai Ta completely engulfed in flames. He immediately snapped off a lush branch beside him and kicked off the branch forcefully. He shot towards Tai Ta like a cannonball. Roar! The fire cloud beast let out a furious roar and walked with heavy steps towards Tai Ta, who was engulfed in flames. It then opened its bloody mouth again and bit towards Tai Ta. It was not afraid of the flames on Tai Ta's body at all. Just as the fire cloud beast's mouth was about to reach Tai Ta, Jianshan also arrived in front of Tai Ta. He waved his hands and used the lush branch in his hand to wrap around Tai Ta. Before the fire cloud beast's mouth could reach him, he forcefully pulled Tai Ta away and quickly retreated over 10 meters away from the fire cloud beast. Jianshan agilely removed the branch wrapped around Tai Ta. Then, he ignored the scorching flames on Tai Ta's body and reached his hands into the flames, tearing apart the wolf skin on Tai Ta's body. The flames on Tai Ta's body were almost all caused by the fur on the wolf skin, so after removing the wolf skin, Tai Ta immediately escaped from the flames, revealing the tattered school uniform underneath. Chapter 42. Tai Ta, are you alright? Jianshan asked with concern. Tai Ta shook his head and let out a long sigh. He said in a muffled voice, I'm fine. It's just that I'm very hot. It's so hot that I feel terrible. That's good. Jianshan immediately let out a sigh of relief. He had been really worried that something would happen to Tai Ta when he saw him surrounded by raging fire. At this moment, Jianshan's eyes suddenly narrowed. He turned his head slightly and glanced at a certain spot in the dense foliage behind him. A gleam of light flashed through his eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled up into an imperceptible smile. Boom! 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 The ground trembled slightly. The fire cloud beast approached Jianshan and Tai Ta with heavy step. The ground shook slightly with every step it took. Red flames constantly spat out from its mouth, as if they would shoot out at any time. Tai Ta stared at the approaching fire cloud beast solemnly and said in a deep voice, Changyang Shoten, this big guy's skin is very hard. How are we going to kill it? Jianshan also stared at the approaching fire cloud beast solemnly and said, the fire cloud beast is wrapped in a layer of very hard skin. Unless we're all saints, we can only break its skin with our weapons. Now it seems that we can only break through its eyes and attack its brain from there. As soon as Jianshan finished speaking, the fire cloud beast roared angrily. It opened its mouth and spat out a hot fire snake again. Jianshan and Tai Ta hurriedly jumped away. Jianshan held the iron rod tightly in his right hand and shouted at Tai Ta, Tai Ta, go attract its attention. Don't worry. Leave it to me. Tai Ta picked up a stone from the ground and threw it at the fire cloud beast. He then ran to the other side. The stone flew in the air and accurately hit the fire cloud beast, hitting its fangs that had been broken by Tai Ta. The broken fangs seemed to be the pain of the fire cloud beast. The fire cloud beast's eyes immediately turned red and bloodshot. It kept spitting fire at Tai Ta. Jianshan stared sharply at the fire cloud beast that had been attracted by Tai Ta. He held the slightly bent iron rod tightly in his hand. Then he quickly ran from the side of the fire cloud beast to its head. Jianshan was extremely fast. As he ran, his feet did not touch the ground. He ran on the short grass of the grassland as if he was dancing in the air. In a short moment, Jianshan arrived below the fire cloud beast's head. He did not care about the intense heat coming from the fire snake. Jianshan jumped up high. When he was at the same height as the fire cloud beast's head, his right arm suddenly shook. He drove the iron rod towards the fire cloud beast's fist-sized eye. Although Jianshan was very fast, the fire cloud beast's reaction was not slow either. Just as the iron rod was about to reach its eye, it suddenly closed its eyes. Jianshan's eyes flashed. Success or failure depended on one move. At this moment, he focused his mind. Under his powerful senses, he slightly adjusted the direction of the iron rod. The tip of the iron rod was originally aimed at the fire cloud beast's eye, but now it pierced through the gap between the fire cloud beast's eyelids. The iron rod easily pierced through the gap between the fire cloud beast's eyelids without any resistance. Immediately, bright red blood gushed out from the fire cloud beast's eye. Roar! The excruciating pain caused the fire cloud beast to let out a miserable scream. The sound shook the sky and spread far and wide in all directions. Jianshan's right arm exerted force again. The iron rod pierced deeper into the fire cloud beast's eye, trying to pierce its brain directly from the eye. The fire cloud beast's screams became more and more miserable. Then, its head shook quickly, trying to get rid of the iron rod in its eye. However, the iron rod had already penetrated its eye, so it was not so easy to get rid of it. Moreover, there was a person on the iron rod. The more it shook its head, the more intense the pain was. After shaking its head twice, the more intense the pain was, so the fire cloud beast did not dare to move its head at all. The fire cloud beast continued to scream. In the end, its huge body directly collapsed to the ground. It struggled painfully on the ground. Although the wound was not fatal to it, the piercing pain was something its brain could not endure. Seeing the fire cloud beast on the ground, Jianshan's eyes lit up with joy. He immediately yelled, "Tai Ta, use more force and pierce the iron rod deeper." This task was best left to Tai Ta, who was born with extraordinary strength. "Okay, I'm coming." Tai Ta ran over excitedly. He could see the dawn of victory now. Tai Ta quickly approached the fire cloud beast. He extended his hand and grabbed the iron rod in its eye. Then, he forcefully pushed his right hand in. Immediately, the 1-meter-long iron rod completely entered the fire cloud beast's eye. Only a small part of his fist remained outside. Roar! The fire cloud beast let out a high-pitched scream. It was so loud that Jianshan and Tai Ta felt their eardrums ache. After the scream, the fire cloud beast seemed to have lost all its strength. Its huge body gently sobbed a few times on the ground before it stopped moving. Its other eye also slowly closed. Seeing that the fire cloud beast was finally dead, Jianshan and Tai Ta could not help but let out a sigh of relief. Although the fire cloud beast was not very powerful among Class 2 magical beasts, its defense was outstanding. It was very difficult to kill it. It's finally dead. This magical beast is so hard to deal with. It can even spit fire. It burned all my hair away. Tai Ta rubbed his big bald head with a gloomy expression. Jianshan chuckled. He looked at Tai Ta's tattered uniform that did not cover his body and said, "You should wear this." With that, Jianshan took out another wolf pelt from his spatial belt. Jianshan and Tai Ta had prepared many of these wolf pelts. There were still quite a few in his spatial belt. He planned to use them all to make clothes. After all, who knew how many battles they would have to go through in the forest? A single set of clothes was far from enough. Tai Ta did not hold back. He took the wolf pelt and quickly made a simple set of clothes. Afterwards, Jianshan and Tai Ta took out the monster core from the fire cloud beast's brain and set off on their journey once more. Just as Jianshan and Tai Ta disappeared into the woods, a red figure fell from a lush tree. It was a tall woman in fiery red clothes. She was about 30 years old. Although she was not very beautiful, she looked gentle and quiet. The woman looked at the fire cloud beast's corpse. There was still a trace of shock in her eyes. After taking a deep breath, the woman murmured in a low voice, Tai Ta, Chongyang Shoten, you two really live up to your reputation. You're actually so powerful. You're not even a saint, but you can kill a fire cloud beast that specializes in defense with only 2 ordinary iron weapons. This really surprises me. It seems that I have to report this to the Vice Dean. With that, the woman used her movement technique and quickly left. Not long after the woman left, another 5 youths with weapons in their hands arrived. The 5 youths' faces were dark, and it was impossible to see their faces. However, they were wearing tattered school uniforms. In their hands, 3 of them were holding greatswords, 1 of them was holding a machete, and the last of them was a burly youth holding a sledgehammer. From the sound of it, the roar just now should have come from here, said one of the young men with a huge sword. The young man with the machete nodded and said, "That's right. If that magical beast hasn't gone far, then it should be nearby." At this point, the young man's voice paused slightly. His eyes stared straight ahead and cried out in alarm, "Look, what is that?" As he spoke, the young man pointed his finger forward. Hearing that, everyone looked over. Sure enough, they saw a fiery red object the size of a small mountain lying on the ground. It looked very much like a magical beast. "Let's go take a look." Very soon, the 5 of them arrived in front of the magical beast. However, when they recognized it, their faces immediately became serious. An experienced young man crouched before the corpse of the fire cloud beast and dipped his hand in its blood. He said, "This is a fire cloud beast. Its defenses are very powerful, but its attacks aren't very powerful. However, its blood hasn't dried up yet and there's still some heat. Clearly, it died not too long ago. Looks like it was the one that roared just now." A young man with a huge sword looked around before looking in the direction that Jianchen and Tai Ta had left in. He said, "Let's go. Let's chase after them immediately and see just who killed this fire cloud beast. If they're strong enough, we can recruit them and hunt magical beasts together. If they're too weak..." With that, the young man smiled evilly. Hearing that, the other 4 young men seemed to think of something. They all smiled evilly. Afterwards, the 5 of them quickly chased after Jianchen and Tai Ta. Jianchen and Tai Ta made their way through the forest carefully. Since they had to be wary of magical beasts that could appear at any time and the difficult swamps on the ground, the 2 of them did not move quickly. At this moment, Jianchen's ears trembled slightly. He immediately stopped Tai Ta and said, "Be careful, someone's catching up from behind." Hearing this, Tai Ta immediately stopped and turned his head to look behind him curiously. Very soon, the people behind them appeared before Jianchen and Tai Ta. There were 5 of them in total. Due to their dark faces, Jianchen was unable to make out their appearances. However, the weapons in their hands all gave off powerful pulses of Saint force. When the 5 young men discovered that it was only the 2 of them, a sliver of joy appeared in their eyes. They looked at each other, and as if they had agreed to this beforehand, they actually sped up and arrived before the 2 of them at the same time, surrounding them. Seeing this, Jianchen and Tai Ta both had a bad feeling. "May I ask what the meaning of this is?" Jianchen asked with a deep voice. One of the young men waved the huge sword in his hand and smiled evilly. "What do we mean? What do you think we mean? Obediently hand over your space belts, and we will definitely not make things difficult for you. Otherwise, humph humph humph," the large man with the hammer said with a cold smile. Tai Ta's face suddenly changed when he heard that. He said furiously, "You want us to hand over our space belts? Humph, don't even think about it." Tai Ta now understood what the young men were trying to do. They were actually trying to rob them. Jianchen gently patted the space belt around his waist and sneered, "The space belt is right here. All the monster cores we've hunted are in there. Come and take them if you can." Even though they knew that the 5 of them were all saints, Jianchen and Tai Ta showed no fear at all. Chapter 43. Jianchen and Tai Ta both quickly dodged. In the past 2 days, Tai Ta had experienced too many battles with magical beasts, so he had gradually grasped some fighting experience. While dodging, Tai Ta swung the already chipped axe towards one of the people's thighs. But the opposite group was obviously not so easy to deal with. Just as Tai Ta's axe was about to hit that person's thigh, a huge sword flew horizontally and collided with Tai Ta's axe. Dang! With the sound of metal clashing, Tai Ta's axe was immediately blocked. Even so, the terrifying force of the axe was unreservedly transmitted to the huge sword. Suddenly, the young man holding the huge sword felt his entire arm shake violently. The powerful force of the shock made the web between his thumb and forefinger feel faintly numb. The young man was shocked and quickly exclaimed, "Everyone be careful! His strength is very strong, it's best not to meet him head-on." Hearing the young man's warning, the other two people who were dealing with Tai Ta immediately became cautious and tried to avoid the huge axe in Tai Ta's hand. On the other side, Jianchen and the two young men holding huge swords were also fiercely fighting. Although the weapon in Jianchen's hand was only a rusty iron rod, but in addition to being inferior to Tai Ta in terms of strength, Jianchen's overall strength was more than one level higher than Tai Ta's. After contending with the opponent for a while with his flexible body, Jianchen caught a flaw in the opponent's defense. The iron rod in his hand pierced towards one of the people's thighs with lightning speed. Because they were all students of the same academy, Jianchen did not dare to kill them, only injuring them was enough. Jianchen's iron rod pierced out very quickly, and before the student had time to react, the iron rod had already pierced deeply into his thigh. Ah! The young man let out a scream, the pain made his face turn pale in an instant, and his forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat. Hearing his companions scream, the other young man who was attacking Jianchen changed his expression slightly. He stopped attacking Jianchen and hurriedly supported his companion, asking, "Harry, are you all right?" Although the young man did not continue to attack Jianchen, Jianchen did not plan on letting him go. With a slight sway of his body, he arrived before the young man. All the saint force within him gathered in his hand before he directly slammed it towards the young man's chest. Jianchen's attack was extremely fast. By the time the young man reacted, Jianchen's hand had already silently approached him like a venomous snake, before mercilessly striking his chest. Bang! The young man was sent flying by Jianchen's nearly full-powered strike. While he was still in the air, he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. After dealing with the two young men, Jianchen immediately went to support Tai Ta. Tai Ta had already fallen into a bitter battle. He had already endured many attacks from the three of them, and the wolf pelt he wore had already been cut into many places, causing blood to flow out. If it were not for the fact that Tai Ta's body was extremely tough and he was born with great strength, preventing the three of them from clashing with his axes, he probably would have been beaten to the ground by them already. With the addition of Jianchen, the pressure on Tai Ta immediately lessened. Jianchen's battle prowess was so great that it was not something a regular saint could compare to. After a few short clashes, the three young men had all been defeated by Jianchen. They were all injured to varying degrees, lying on the ground in pain. They had already lost the ability to escape. Jianchen looked at the wounds on Tai Ta and asked in concern, "Tai Ta, are you all right?" Tai Ta shook his head indifferently, "I'm fine. My body is very strong." With that, Tai Ta pointed at the 5 people lying on the ground in pain. "What should we do with them?" Hearing that, Jianchen thought for a moment before smiling strangely. He said, "Tai Ta, take off their space belts. Return them after you've taken out all the monster cores." The faces of the 5 people on the ground changed when they heard Jianchen's words. They paled slightly, and some of them even became furious. They had only obtained the monster cores after 2 days of life-or-death battles. There was only half a day left until the deadline of 3 days. If they lost the monster cores now, they definitely would not be able to complete the Academy's mission. Tai Ta snickered. Without any hesitation, he immediately did as Jianchen said. He removed all the space belts from the 5 of them while Jianchen stood there with the bloody rod in his hand. He stared at the five of them like a tiger watching its prey, preventing them from suddenly doing anything. The five youths originally planned to resist, but when they saw the bloody rod in Jianshan's hand, they immediately gave up and obediently let Tai Ta take off their belt. After taking off their belts, Tai Ta took out all the monster cores inside. He then casually threw the space belts beside them and began to count. After counting, the five of them had a total of 12 monster cores, all of which were rank 2 monster cores. Jianshan chuckled as he took out 6 monster cores and put them into his space belt. He said happily, Tai Ta, we'll split these monster cores in half. The remaining 6 are yours. Alright. Iron Tower did not stand on ceremony. He excitedly put away the remaining 6 magic cores into his pouch. But when the 5 youths heard Tai Ta's name, their expressions changed and became very unsightly. There was probably no one in Kargath Academy who did not know Tai Ta's name. He was the dean's disciple. Although he had not yet become a saint, in the entire Kargath Academy, no one was willing to offend Tai Ta. At this moment, the 5 youths were full of regret. If they had known that one of the two was Tai Ta, they would not have come to rob the dean's disciple. But now, not only were the 5 of them robbed by Tai Ta, but they did not dare to retaliate because of Tai Ta's identity. They could only suffer in silence. After putting a few rank 2 monster cores into his space belt, the smile on Tai Ta's face became even more brilliant. He excitedly said, Changyang Shoten, you're still the best. You defeated the 5 of them so quickly. I, Tai Ta, have followed the right person. Jianshan smiled and said, All right, let's continue on our way. I hope we can use this time to hunt some more magical beasts for our daily cultivation. Afterwards, Jianshan and Tai Ta did not even look at the 5 youths on the ground. They continued into the forest. When Jianshan and Tai Ta vanished from sight, one of the youths finally could not help but curse. Fuck, we're really unlucky this time. We actually ran into the dean's disciple. And now, not only did we fail, but we've been robbed instead. And we don't even dare to get even with them. How unlucky. As soon as the youth finished speaking, the person with the sledgehammer said, That's not necessarily the case. Don't forget that it's not just one person who robbed us. There's another person as well. Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard that. You're talking about Changyang Shoten? The tall and sturdy youth with the sledgehammer nodded and said, That's right. Tai Ta has the backing of the dean, so we don't dare to touch him. But Changyang Shoten is different. But Changyang Shoten is very strong. Just now, all 5 of us were defeated by him. How can we beat him? One of them said. That's right. And most importantly, Changyang Shoten's attack speed is just too fast. I can't even dodge. The one who spoke was the youth who had been stabbed in the thigh by Jianshan. At this time, the person with the sledgehammer suddenly said, Don't forget that Changyang Shoten has offended many people in the academy. Whether it's young Master Qing or young Master Luo, they're all much stronger than us. As long as we find an opportunity to join forces with them, we'll be able to get our revenge sooner or later. In the blink of an eye, the sky had slowly darkened. The number of magical beasts in the 3rd area was obviously much lower than in the 2nd area. After half a day, Jianshan and Tai Ta had only found a few magical beasts. Every time they killed a magical beast, Jianshan and Tai Ta had to go through a tough battle. In the afternoon, they had only obtained a total of 7 Class 2 monster cores. Compared to the number in the 2nd area, this number was insignificant. However, when they thought about how the 5 saints had only obtained 12 monster cores in 2 days, they felt relieved. The 3rd area wasn't as peaceful as the 2nd area. Perhaps it was because Class 2 magical beasts were harder to kill and they were very few in number. So many people resorted to robbing. After Jianshan and Tai Ta had encountered the 5 robbers, they had encountered 3 more groups of robbers. The smallest group had 4 people, while the largest group had 7 people. After a tough battle, Jianshan and Tai Ta obtained the final victory. The other party's monster cores were also collected by Jianchen and Taita. However, what made Jianchen depressed was that there was a group of 4 that didn't have a single monster core. They had actually just been robbed. Even so, they still managed to plunder 33 Class 2 monster cores from the other 2 group. At night, Jianchen and Taita sat in front of the fire roasting magical beast meat. There was a trace of fatigue on both of their faces. After half a day, they were more tired than fighting magical beasts for an entire day in the second area. However, at this moment, Taita's school uniform had disappeared. His upper body was bare and his legs were bare. Only the important parts were covered with a piece of animal skin. He looked like a savage. However, Taita's naked body was covered with more than 10 scars of various sizes. Although they looked abnormally fierce, they were actually just superficial wounds. They didn't hurt Taita's muscles and bones. This strong physique made Jianchen jealous. Jianchen wasn't much better than Taita. Although his school uniform could barely be worn, there were still many wounds on it. However, the whole set of school uniform was completely dyed red with blood. It was so red that it was black. At this moment, faint sounds of fighting came from afar. Jianchen's hearing was very sharp. He immediately caught a very subtle sound.